The Forest of Death, Day 2, late afternoon. Silence was the first thing Naruto registered when he finally surfaced from the blackness. Not the familiar sounds of the forest, the whisper of wind high in the leaves, the cheerful trill of hidden birds, the insistent drone of insects. This was a heavy, suffocating stillness. He was sprawled on his front, cheek pressed against the damp earth, the scent of blood and burnt ozone stinging his nostrils. A dull throb radiated from his ribs, and his shoulder ached with a persistent, deep pain. His forehead protector, knocked askew, rested against his chin, tethered by a frayed scrap of cloth. His body offered no argument to the quiet. Part of him just wanted to stay there, letting the world and its hurts drift away. But the memory of what had happened was a relentless tormentor. Orochimaru, the chilling, almost inhuman presence of the sound trio. Sasuke, his eyes wide with a frantic energy, a raw scream tearing from his throat. Sakura, a fragile barrier between them and the enemy, her small hand white-knuckled around a kunai, the tremor in her arms betraying her forced bravery. And him? He'd been useless. Worse than useless. He'd charged in, all noise and fury, trying to project an image of courage. And they'd swatted him aside like an annoying fly. Naruto's eyes flickered open, just a sliver at first, taking in his surroundings with cautious reluctance. A short distance away, maybe 10 feet, Sakura was crouched beside Sasuke, her back to him. Her soft voice, barely audible, was a low murmur. Her hands trembled as she carefully rebandaged Sasuke's left arm, the fabric already stained with a fresh bloom of red. Sasuke was leaning against a tree trunk, head tilted back, eyes shut tight. His breathing was even, but it lacked the rhythm of true rest. The skin on his shoulder, where the curse mark had been branded into him, was still disturbingly discolored, a faint, ominous pattern of dark lines creeping outwards from his collarbone. He looked older, not in years, but in the set of his jaw, the weary slump of his shoulders. Sakura, too, seemed to carry a new weight. And Naruto? He didn't feel older. He felt like a hollowed-out shell. Pushing himself up slowly, each movement sent a jolt of pain through his cracked ribs. He bit back a groan, his eyes scanning his teammates. Neither of them looked his way. That small, seemingly insignificant fact somehow cut deeper than the physical pain. As the afternoon light began to fade, they remained mostly silent. Sakura meticulously inventoried their dwindling food supply. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on the dense tree-line, ever watchful. Naruto simply existed. The usual stream of jokes and complaints was gone. The boastful pronouncements of his readiness to jump back into the fray remained unspoken. This time, something had shifted within him. He observed them instead. Sasuke's shoulder was held rigidly, his movements restricted. Even from a distance, Naruto could sense the erratic flicker of his chakra, like a fragile flame caught in a sudden gust of wind. Something fundamental had changed within him. And Sakura, her alertness was palpable. Exhaustion etched lines around her eyes, but beneath it was a newfound resolve. Her hands shook when she thought no one was looking, but when she handled her kunai or adjusted her pack, they were surprisingly steady. She had grown in ways he hadn't noticed before. And what about himself? Naruto watched his own hands clench into involuntary fists. What could he actually do? Shadow clones. That was always the answer. His signature move, the flashy technique he relied on. But it hadn't been enough. Not against the speed, the calculated movements, the seamless coordination of the sound team. Not against the terrifying presence of Orochimaru, who had appeared like a phantom from a nightmare, freezing even Sasuke in his tracks. Naruto hadn't saved anyone. He hadn't even managed to slow their enemies down. He was loud, yes. Stubborn, definitely. Overflowing with energy. And utterly, devastatingly ineffective. Camp that night. The small fire cast meager warmth against the growing chill of the night, a tiny defiance against the encroaching darkness. It was as small as they dared to make it. Sakura had taken the first watch, her silhouette a tense outline against the flickering flames. Sasuke lay a few feet away, seemingly asleep, though Naruto suspected he was simply feigning unconsciousness. His breathing was shallow, too perfectly even. Naruto sat hunched near a moss-covered tree, his knees drawn up to his chest. He stared into the heart of the fire, the dancing flames reflecting in his unfocused eyes, yet he saw nothing. Then his fingers twitched again, an unconscious movement that sparked a flicker of an old instinct. He slipped away from the camp, moving with a stealth he hadn't known he possessed. Not far, just beyond the immediate circle of light, into the deeper shadows where the underbrush offered a screen. He knelt in a small clearing, drawing a slow, steady breath. Shadow clone jutsu. A soft poof was the only indication of the jutsu's success. A clone stood before him, its features identical to his own, yet somehow muted. The clone looked at him, a silent question in its eyes, its head tilted slightly. Naruto met its gaze. "I want to try something," he murmured. The clone nodded, its usual boisterous energy absent. "Walk a small circle," Naruto instructed, his voice low. 10 feet across. Try to keep the same pace the entire time. Focus on your balance, where your feet land. Listen to the ground beneath you. The clone didn't question his unusual request. It simply obeyed, stepping into the darkness. Naruto remained still, his senses focused on the subtle sounds of the clone's movement. The faint rustle of leaves, the almost imperceptible shift of weight with each step. 2 long minutes passed in silence before the clone dispersed in another soft puff of smoke. Naruto flinched, a strange sensation washing over him. Not a thought, not a clear memory, but a visceral feeling. Uneven pressure on the third step. The turn on the right side felt tighter, the arc less smooth than the left. A subtle wobble in balance with each rotation. He blinked, surprised. He could feel it, really feel it, as if he had been the one walking the circle. No, it was more than that. He had done it, through the clone's experience. His mind began to race, a spark of excitement igniting within the hollow ache. What if he did it again? What if each clone could focus on a single aspect of training, storing that physical memory, then feeding it back to him upon its dispersal? Could he learn like this? Train 100 times faster? The thought was both exhilarating and almost unbelievable. Was it even possible? Or was it just a desperate fantasy born from his earlier humiliation? He summoned another clone. "Tree walking," he commanded, the words barely a whisper. Short bursts. Focus on the exact moment your chakra falters. Dispel after 5 attempts. The clone nodded silently and vanished into the dense woods. Naruto returned to the meager fire, resuming his previous position, his mind buzzing with anticipation. 5 tense minutes crawled by. Then, without warning, the clone vanished. This time, the feedback was more intense, a sudden rush of sensory information flooding his awareness. The rough texture of bark scraping against his fingertips. The precarious slide of his foot on a damp patch of moss during the 4th attempt. A burning ache in his calf muscles. A sharp spike of chakra during the 2nd try. Naruto gasped softly, his eyes widening. But a slow grin spread across his face. It worked. He immediately summoned another clone. "Run 50 feet, he instructed, his voice gaining a hint of excitement. "Stop suddenly. Pay attention to how your balance shifts. Then dispel. Pop. Gone." A moment later, another wave of data crashed into him. The jarring impact of the sudden stop. The slight delay in his foot's repositioning. The almost imperceptible tension in his ankles as he fought to regain stability. He didn't reach for his parchment yet, but his brain was already categorizing the information, filing it away with a newfound precision. Entry 001, Clone Feedback Theory. Shadow clones return full muscle memory upon dispersal. Each clone can specialize in a single, focused task. Acquired knowledge integrates at an instinctual level. Hypothesis: distributed clone training may exponentially accelerate skill development. He scratched the notes onto a scrap of parchment with the tip of his kunai and carefully tucked it into his pouch. He summoned one last clone for the night. "Scout the area," he directed, his voice now filled with a quiet determination. "Just 30 paces in every direction. Note any route formations, changes in terrain, and any sign of recent movement." The clone nodded and melted into the darkness. Naruto exhaled slowly, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Yet beneath it was a sharp, focused alertness. This was different. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't a dramatic, world-saving technique. But it was real. It was a tangible path forward. Dawn Day 3. The next morning, Naruto trailed quietly behind Sasuke and Sakura as they navigated the dense forest. He spoke only when directly addressed. Sasuke was a study in controlled tension, silent, his gaze constantly scanning their surroundings, his steps measured and deliberate. He didn't visibly limp, but the stiffness in his injured shoulder was still apparent in his movements. Sakura kept glancing over her shoulder, her eyes darting towards the shadows of the trees. She was watching for unseen threats, her vigilance a palpable thing. Naruto, however, was observing something else entirely. He was studying patterns, the varying distances between the ancient trees, the places where moss grew thickest, clinging to damp bark, the subtle sag of branches hinting at recent passage. He wasn't reading the forest with the practiced eye of a seasoned ninja, not yet. He was measuring it. The clone from the previous night had provided a rudimentary map of their immediate perimeter. 5 uneven patches of exposed roots, arranged in a loose, almost random grid. 3 broken branches, likely snapped by someone moving with haste. Footprints in the soft earth, old, but not entirely weathered away. Someone had used this path recently, probably another Genin team. He said nothing, but he subtly adjusted his own stride, his feet now instinctively seeking out patches of soft soil, avoiding the telltale snap of dry twigs underfoot. He was learning to move, not with the brash confidence of a hero, but with the quiet precision of a hunter. They stopped around midday to rest in a dense thicket of vines and tangled underbrush, a natural haven offering both excellent concealment and a decent field of vision. Sakura wordlessly handed out ration bars. Sasuke took his with a curt nod. Naruto sat slightly apart from them, eating slowly, his mind still processing the information gathered during the night. Sakura noticed him scratching something into a piece of loose bark with the edge of his kunai. "What are you doing?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Naruto didn't look up from his task, charting the spacing of the trees. "I think there might be a pattern." Sasuke's gaze flicked over to him, a hint of suspicion in his dark eyes. "Since what do you care about trees, dope?" Naruto simply shrugged, his attention still fixed on the bark. "I don't, but I care about who might have been near them." They both stared at him, a silent question hanging in the air. Naruto offered no further explanation. He simply summoned a single clone with a silent hand gesture and whispered a quick instruction. The clone nodded and vanished silently into the dense foliage. Sakura watched it go, her expression a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding. "You've been different since we woke up," she said finally, her voice hesitant. Naruto nodded once, his eyes meeting hers for a brief moment. "I decided to stop pretending." Sakura stared at him, her gaze lingering for a long moment. Naruto didn't fidget or offer his usual sheepish grin. He simply went back to his crude drawing on the bark, lines scratched into the wood, representing the faint impressions of footsteps, the varying widths of tree trunks, the subtle depths of exposed roots. I decided to stop pretending, he repeated, the words hanging in the still air like a morning mist. Pretending what, exactly? Pretending he hadn't felt a chilling dread when Orochimaru's gaze had fallen on him. Like he was a fascinating but ultimately disposable toy? Pretending that the sheer force of his untamed chakra could solve every problem? Pretending that being loud and stubborn could somehow compensate for his glaring lack of skill and knowledge? He didn't voice the rest of his thoughts. He didn't need to. Sakura's expression suggested she had more questions, but Sasuke abruptly stood, his movements sharp and decisive. "We're wasting daylight," he stated, his voice rough, carrying an unusual edge of command. No one argued. They fell in line, their unspoken thoughts and concerns held captive by the urgency of their situation. A subtle shift. Later that afternoon, as they carefully picked their way across a dry riverbed, Naruto's clones silently reappeared and just as silently dispelled. The instant it vanished, Naruto paused in his stride. He'd felt it, a faint pull, like the echo of a ghost's touch, a spectral overlay of memory, the subtle scent of damp earth and pine needles, the play of shadows in the fading light, a faint sense of underlying tension. In a single set of human tracks, lighter steps, a higher concentration of residual chakra, moving steadily towards the northeast. Team Kabuto, perhaps. He didn't speak up. Instead, he subtly veered a few steps to the left, his fingers trailing along the rough surface of the ridgeline. He nudged a small pile of loose pebbles with his boot, watching as they tumbled down the incline, rolling to the left. The terrain dipped sharply there. He made a mental note, a potential ambush point, a blind spot easily exploited. Noted. He continued deploying his clones in silent, efficient cycles. Never more than 3 at a time. Never in a place where they might be observed. Each clone had a specific, focused task. Clone A, mapping local wildlife patterns, identifying areas with minimal activity, potential safe zones. Clone B, practicing meticulous chakra control while walking, focusing on smooth, even flow. Clone C, repeating basic taijutsu forms from memory, pushing until the movements became sloppy and imprecise, then dispelling. One cycle completed every 90 minutes, a silent, relentless training regimen unfolding around them. Each instance of feedback now felt more natural, less like a jolt, and more like distant memories settling into their proper place. His body began to make subtle compensations without conscious thought. His footwork, once clumsy and erratic, began to find a natural balance. He started instinctively stepping from his toes instead of his heels, a small adjustment that conserved energy and improved his agility. He said nothing about these changes, but Sakura noticed he wasn't tripping over roots nearly as often. Evening, Sector 12 Ridge. They reached a high, rocky shelf overlooking the seemingly endless expanse of the treeline. Excellent visibility in all directions. Minimal signs of animal movement. A quiet place to rest, if such a thing truly existed within the forest of death. They built no fire, the risk outweighing the comfort. Sakura meticulously set up their perimeter, her movements practiced and efficient. Sasuke, equally silent, placed a tripwire attached to a kunai 40 feet down the most likely approach path. Naruto, without a word, created 3 clones and sent them off in different directions, each melting seamlessly into the surrounding landscape. This time, Sasuke watched him, his gaze sharp and assessing. "You use those a lot now," he commented, his tone neutral. Naruto nodded, his attention still focused on the dispersing clones. "They're useful." Oomph. But Sasuke didn't offer his usual dismissive scoff. Not this time. Instead, he observed as Naruto jotted something down on a half-torn scroll, his strokes calm and precise. Sasuke settled down a few feet away, arms crossed, his dark eyes never leaving Naruto. He didn't speak again, but he didn't look away either. Internal journaling, clone log, entry 004. Chakra control status. Tree walking improved. 67% retention of grip post-impact. Burst movement. Clones report increased calf fatigue after 12 repetitions. Clone feedback quality degrades significantly when more than 3 are active simultaneously. Feedback noise at 4 units. Strategy note. Don't think of clones as disposable soldiers. Think of them as controlled experiments. Single-purpose, narrow-focus trials. Observation. Data clones equals invaluable information scouts. Muscle clones equals rapid proprioceptive development. Prediction clones? Insufficient data. Not ready for testing yet. He added a final line to his notes, underlining it twice for emphasis. Stop chasing raw power. Start meticulously mapping patterns. That night, internal reflection. Sleep was a long time coming. Not because he was gripped by fear. The raw terror he'd felt in Orochimaru's presence had receded, replaced by a different kind of focus. He wasn't afraid, not in the same way. He was alert, not wired with nervous energy, not teetering on the edge of panic. Just deeply, intensely awake. The kind of alertness a builder might feel when the foundation of a massive structure has finally been laid, and they can begin to envision the towering form it will eventually take. He sat cross-legged, his fingers forming the rat seal loosely, not actively channeling chakra, but simply breathing with a slow, rhythmic precision. He didn't know the intricacies of Uchiha training. He had no idea what Kakashi would say if he could see this unconventional approach. He didn't even particularly care. Because for the first time, Naruto didn't feel like he was desperately trying to mimic the greatness of others. He felt like he was painstakingly engineering something entirely his own. Day 4, observation begins. Their small group passed 2 old ambush sites that morning, silent testament to the brutal reality of the Forest of Death. The first site was marked by a scattering of broken kunai and dark, dried bloodstains on the parched earth. Naruto knelt briefly, tracing the curvature of the scuff marks in the dirt. Wide-angle, scattered impact. Teamly? Possibly. The second site yielded no weapons, only flattened grass pressed into a distinct V shape and 2 splinter branches. Naruto's latest data clone had already calculated the likely angle of approach based on the pressure points and the exposed root systems. Conclusion: a team fleeing in haste, possibly pursued. He subtly adjusted their own pace, his movements now carrying a quiet purpose. Sasuke, ever observant, noticed the slight change in their rhythm. "You're tracking?" he asked, his voice low. Naruto nodded once, his eyes scanning the subtle disturbances in the undergrowth. From the ground? Without the Byakugan or the Sharingan. Sasuke's tone held a hint of disbelief. "Using math," Naruto replied simply. Sasuke looked away with a faint snort, but it lacked its usual mocking edge. It sounded almost impressed. Almost. They moved through a thin grove of pale, slender trees, their trunks unnaturally smooth. Naruto slowed his pace, his gaze drawn to the bark. He reached out a hand, his fingertips brushing against the cool surface. "Fresh cuts," he murmured, more to himself than to his teammates. Sakura turned, her brow furrowed with concern. "What kind?" "Shallow, like a blade scraped across it. Maybe a kunai." Sasuke stepped closer, his keen eyes examining the markings. "Anyone could have done that." Naruto turned to him, pointing to a specific mark high on the trunk. "Not from that height. See the angle?" Sasuke followed his line of sight. A thin scrape, roughly 6 feet above the ground, angled sharply downwards, running diagonally across the pale bark. Naruto pointed further along the line of the scrape. Short person, leaping from right to left, weapon raised, off balance. They didn't land cleanly. How can you be so sure? Sakura asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Clone felt the tension in the bark last night. The wood fibers are still stressed. It's fresh. Sasuke raised a single eyebrow, a flicker of genuine surprise in his dark eyes. And for once, he didn't offer an argument. Late afternoon, ahead of schedule. We're getting close, Sakura announced, her finger tracing a line on her worn map. Naruto nodded, his internal calculations aligning with her assessment. 1 day ahead of schedule, according to my projections. Sasuke let out a soft exhalation, a hint of something unreadable in his expression. Too fast. Naruto tilted his head slightly. You want to slow down? I want to survive, Sasuke retorted, his tone sharper this time. Then we camp early and rotate watches planned. We move before first light tomorrow. Sakura blinked, surprised by his decisive tone. Sasuke glanced at Naruto again, a question in his gaze. That your idea? Just logic, Naruto replied, his voice even. Sasuke said nothing further. But he moved to obey, his actions speaking volumes. That night, unspoken acknowledgement. When Naruto took his designated watch, Sakura approached him, her steps hesitant. You okay? She asked softly, her eyes searching his face. He nodded, his gaze fixed on the surrounding darkness. You've really changed, Naruto. Trying to be useful, he replied, his tone quiet and devoid of its usual bravado. She looked at him, really looked, her gaze stripping away the familiar layers of his usual antics. Not as a teammate simply fulfilling his duty, but as someone observing a different person entirely, a person subtly but fundamentally transformed. He wasn't fidgeting, wasn't bouncing on the balls of his feet. He was still, measured, controlled. You're scaring me a little, she admitted, a small tremor in her voice. A faint chuckle escaped his lips, a low, almost soundless sound. Then it's working. She managed a small, weary smile, shaking her head almost imperceptibly. And then she left him to the silence of the night. Alone, clone report night cycle. 3 clones dispersed over a 10-minute period, their accumulated data flowing back into him in a steady stream. He scribbled quickly in his journal. Entry 005. Clone 1. Detected faint residual chakra traces approximately 20 meters to the north. Signature consistent with Hyuga clan techniques. Recommended course: avoid contact. Clone 2. Tree walking maximum sustained duration increased to 27 seconds. Noted slight grip loss at the upper levels of bark. Further refinement needed. Clone 3. Practice kunai throws from elevated positions. Accuracy shows significant improvement when wrist twist occurs at approximately 60% of full torque, rather than a complete rotation. Insight: muscle memory acquisition is not a linear progression. Precise control is demonstrably more effective than brute force. New plan. Clone A. Continue high ground tracking tests, focusing on identifying less obvious signs of passage. Clone B. Begin practice of basic chakra string weaving. Potential application: creating remote snares or distractions. Clone C. Initiate testing of simple visual misdirection techniques using synchronized, identical movement paths. Goal: establish a fundamental understanding of illusion through the exploitation of pattern recognition failure, rather than reliance on chakra-intensive genjutsu. He stared at the last line for a long moment, the implications of his own words sinking in. It was the first time he'd consciously formulated a strategic approach that hadn't been directly taught to him by someone else. Not Irika-sensei, and certainly not Kakashi. This was his. He carefully folded the worn scroll, slid it into the inner pocket of his vest, and lay back against the cool, damp earth, the exhaustion finally beginning to settle in his bones. The distant stars flickered between the shifting shadows of the leaves, a silent, ancient tapestry overhead. Tomorrow, they would likely reach the central tower. Most teams would arrive battered and broken, their resolve frayed by ambushes, desperate fights, and the ever-present gnawing of fear. But Team 7? They were walking and carrying a different kind of variable, a silent shift in their dynamic, and a quiet, growing storm within their most underestimated member. Day 5, tower in sight. The trees began to thin, the oppressive closeness of the forest of death finally yielding to scattered patches of sunlight filtering through the canopy. Ahead, stark against the sky, the central tower loomed, dark, weathered by countless storms, but undeniably intact. Team 7 reached the edge of a small clearing, melting into the shadows of the remaining brush. Sasuke dropped to one knee, his sharp gaze sweeping across the open ground that separated them from the tower walls. No movement, he murmured, his voice low and assessing. But it's too exposed. Without a word, Naruto silently pressed a small, folded piece of parchment into Sasuke's hand. Sasuke unfolded it, his eyes widening slightly. It was a crude sketch of the clearing, but filled with unexpected detail. Symbols denoting the subtle shifts in wind direction, potential blind spots concealed by dips in the terrain, the telltale patterns of exposed root systems, and even notations about the likely placement of pressure-activated traps based on the tracks left by other teams. Sasuke blinked, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. "This from your clone?" Naruto nodded once, his expression serious. 3 sweeps, timed rotations, focusing on different details each time. Sakura leaned over Sasuke's shoulder, her eyes scanning the annotated sketch. "You mapped the area?" "Only the crucial parts. Enough to give us a safer path." Sasuke gave Naruto a long, thoughtful look, a flicker of something akin to respect in his dark eyes. But he said nothing, his gaze turning toward Sakura. "You cover the left flank," he instructed, his tone now carrying a different weight. "I'll take the right. Naruto, your point." Naruto's eyes narrowed in concentration. "Got it." And in that simple exchange, the team dynamic subtly shifted. He wasn't the loudest voice anymore, but he was the first they instinctively trusted to take the lead. The crossing. Their dash across the open clearing to the tower was surprisingly uneventful. That very fact, however, sent a prickle of unease down Naruto's spine. No obvious signs of an ambush. No sudden spikes of hostile chakra. But the forest of death rarely relinquished its secrets without a fight. Naruto's gaze flickered upwards, scanning the dense canopy above. He noticed the birds. They were moving away from the tower, their flight patterns indicating a subtle warning. "Drop!" he hissed, his voice urgent. The team reacted instantly, hitting the ground just as a flurry of kunai whistled overhead, embedding themselves into the tower walls with sharp, metallic thunks. Sasuke growled, his eyes already pinpointing the source of the attack. Northwest. Sakura instinctively pulled a smoke bomb from her pouch and tossed it towards their attackers, a cloud of concealing gray billowing around them as they retreated behind a thick, gnarled stump. Naruto was already forming a shadow clone. "Flank wide to the left," he muttered, his voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. The clone nodded and vanished into the dense undergrowth. He created a second clone, sending it to the right. He remained low, his hand pressed against the damp earth, his senses straining to detect any telltale vibrations. His eyes traced the almost imperceptible tremors through the loose soil. 2 figures, light, agile steps, moving with above-average speed and a disturbing level of coordination. Naruto's lips curled into a tight line. They're used to working as a pair. He held his position, waiting for the opportune moment. The clone on the left engaged first, its sudden appearance just enough to draw a quick, startled spike of chakra from one of the attackers. The clone dispersed instantly. A rapid burst of data flooded Naruto's mind. Male. Prefers heavy kunai. Right leg dominant. exhibits a tendency to overcorrect in midair. Noticeable instability in lower body. The second clone engaged on the right, a blur of movement. It dodged 3 expertly thrown kunai, feinted a forward attack, and scattered a handful of dry leaves, creating a brief moment of confusion. Another wave of sensory input. Female. Primary focus on projectile attacks. Effective at long range. Minimal skill in close quarters taijutsu. Naruto slowly rose to a crouch, his mind racing. They weren't sounding, and not the rain team either. The telltale sign was their grass pattern headbands. Hidden amongst the foliage, he could just make out the markings. One of them was injured, attempting to conceal their discomfort. He subtly conveyed a series of hand signals to Sasuke. 2 confirmed enemies, 1 unknown, positioned on our right flank, approximately 30 meters out. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan activating, the crimson tomo swirling in his eyes. On it, they moved with a newfound synchronization, a silent understanding passing between them. Naruto didn't directly engage in the fighting. He managed it. He read the subtle shifts in the terrain, predicted their evasive maneuvers, and used the precise, calculated movements of his clones to funnel both enemies into a deadly crossfire between Sakura's carefully placed traps and Sasuke's lightning-fast attacks. 3 minutes later, it was over. 2 Grassneen lay unconscious on the forest floor. The third was revealed, attempting to crawl away, her ankle twisted at an unnatural angle. Naruto tossed a simple seal tag in her path, stopping her progress. He waited until she met his gaze, a mixture of fear and resignation in her eyes, then gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "Retreat," he murmured, his voice surprisingly devoid of malice. The girl blinked, nodded once in silent agreement, and vanished into the dense trees. Tower interior, check-in room. They entered the imposing tower without another word, the weight of the forest of death finally lifting from their shoulders. Naruto handed in their battered and dirt-stained scrolls. The proctor behind the counter looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes at their relatively unscathed appearance. Inside the large waiting chamber, filled with the hushed anticipation of other surviving teams, they found a quiet corner and sat in comfortable silence. Sakura finally let out a long, shaky exhale. "We actually made it." Sasuke offered a curt nod, his gaze still distant, processing the recent events. Naruto remained silent, his mind still replaying the encounter. He pulled out his worn notebook instead. He quickly jotted down his observations. Clone log, entry 006. Clone reconnaissance during engagement proved highly effective. Pattern mapping confirms distinct chakra signatures are revealed upon clone impact. This can be used to bait and identify sensor-type ninja. Tactical note: utilize clones not merely as distractions, but as tools for comprehensive enemy profile cataloging. Sakura and Sasuke's combat rhythm is showing signs of adaptation. An implicit synchronization is beginning to form. Action required: consciously observe and learn the specific behavioral patterns of my teammates in combat scenarios. Personal note: I wasn't the strongest out there today, but I was undeniably useful. It's not the same thing, but it might actually be better. Later that night, dormitory quarters. In the Spartan dormitory, Naruto settled onto the cot farthest from the door, his worn notebook open on his lap, his hands stained with a mixture of ink and dry dirt. His body ached, a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. But it wasn't the same hopeless, empty ache from 4 days ago. This was the satisfying throb of muscles that had been pushed to their limits, of tension finally released, of a body actively learning and adapting. He stared up at the bare, unadorned ceiling, his thoughts drifting. For so long, he'd blindly assumed that becoming Hokage meant becoming the most powerful ninja in the village. Respected, feared even. But now, a seed of doubt had been planted, a different perspective taking root in his mind. What if the strongest ninja wasn't always the loudest, the most outwardly powerful? What if the one who truly shaped the village's fate wasn't standing at the forefront, basking in glory, but operating just behind the scenes, quietly making everything work? What if intricate systems and meticulous planning mattered more than raw, untamed chakra? What if true strength lay in knowing precisely where to look, what to anticipate before a single strike was even launched? He silently summoned one last shadow clone for the night. The familiar poof, a comforting sound in the quiet room. Reinforce today's memory sequence, he instructed softly. Complete battle recap. Final enemy profiles. Update the map layouts with any new information. Dispel when finished. The clone nodded, its movements precise and efficient. Then it hesitated, its gaze fixed on Naruto for a brief moment, and spoke. "You didn't get scared this time." The words were quiet, almost a question. Naruto blinked, surprised by the unexpected observation. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the clone's lips. "You learned something. That's more than most people manage in a lifetime." The clone dispersed, leaving Naruto alone in the deepening silence of the dormitory. He closed his eyes, the events of the day replaying in his mind. A boy, once defined by his boisterousness, now found a quiet strength in observation and meticulous planning. Not because he suddenly had nothing to say, but because he was beginning to build a language of strategy, a subtle understanding that only the sharpest minds would ever truly hear. Final notebook entry, chapter close. Naruto Uzumaki. Forest of Death, Day 5. Status, Genin. Previous goal, survival. Current mission, build a brain that sees what no one else does. Current hypothesis. Shadow clones are not mere tools for brute force. They are powerful extensions of untapped potential, capable of accelerating learning and information gathering exponentially. Key variable in play. I may never possess the raw power of some others, but if I can become the most meticulously prepared, the most insightful observer, then perhaps I'll never truly lose again. Konoha, Central Tower Dormitories. Evening, Day 5, Post-Forest of Death. The silence in the dormitory was thick, a heavy blanket woven from the exhaustion of the day and the anticipation of the next. Naruto, however, found no solace in that stillness. His eyes, wide and alert, adjusted to the faint pre-dawn light filtering through the narrow, slatted window, casting long, distorted shadows across the sparsely furnished room. Shikamaru and Choji were still lost in the deep embrace of sleep, their rhythmic breathing a stark contrast to the buzzing energy that coursed through Naruto. He wasn't driven by the usual youthful exuberance that often kept him awake before challenge. It wasn't the thrill of competition, the nervous flutter of excitement, or the nagging weight of duty that had pulled him from sleep. No, his awakening was born from a far more fundamental need, a quiet, almost desperate urgency. Time. It was the great equalizer, the one resource granted equally to every living being. 24 hours, a seemingly infinite expanse, yet for Naruto, it felt agonizingly finite. He looked at the sleeping forms of his teammates, and a pang of, not jealousy, but perhaps a sharp awareness of difference, pierced through him. They had talent, innate abilities that seemed to blossom with little conscious effort. He, on the other hand, had only raw, untamed power and a spirit that refused to be broken. But spirit alone wasn't enough. Guts and raw chakra, the cornerstones of his past approach, felt inadequate now, like blunt instruments against a precisely crafted lock. He had witnessed the effortless grace of Sasuke, the unwavering precision of Neji, and the quiet, unsettling power of Gaara. To stand alongside them, to truly compete, he needed more. He needed an edge, a hidden advantage that could bridge the gap between his clumsy efforts and their refined skills. His gaze fell upon the ink-stained scroll resting on his lap, its surface illuminated by the faint light. It was a testament to his late-night hours, filled with his sprawling handwriting and hastily drawn diagrams. The clone training logs. They were becoming his most prized possession, a chronicle of his desperate attempts to turn his most misunderstood jutsu into his greatest asset. Today, however, the training grounds would remain untouched by his whirling forms. Today, there would be no sweat-soaked repetitions of taijutsu sequences or clumsy attempts at advanced chakra control. Today was dedicated to the quiet battlefield of the mind, to the intricate dance of theory and hypothesis. He adjusted his posture, straightening his back against the cool plaster of the wall. The scroll lay open to his latest entry, the ink still slightly raised in places where he had pressed down with particular force. Clone Hypothesis, Revision 1.3. Naruto reread the heading, a small frown creasing his brow. He had gone through countless revisions in the past few days, each one building upon the last, refining his understanding of the strange, almost symbiotic relationship he had with his shadow clones. Shadow clones disperse upon significant damage or voluntary recall. On dispersal, all sensory, emotional, muscular, and cognitive experiences are absorbed back into the original user. This was the established knowledge, the common understanding of the shadow clone jutsu. It was used for deception, for overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers, for creating diversions. It was a chaotic, brute force technique perfectly suited to his earlier, less disciplined fighting style. But what if? His pen hovered over the scroll, the tip just above the next line. New hypothesis. Clones can be treated as data packets or training simulations, returning precise insights at the end of their life cycle. The idea had first sparked in the chaotic aftermath of the Forest of Death, a flicker of insight amidst the adrenaline and exhaustion. He had felt the echoes of his clone's experiences, the sting of a snake's venom, the phantom weight of a kunai, the fleeting glimpses of the forest's hidden dangers. It had been overwhelming, disorienting, but within that chaos, he had sensed potential. He had begun to experiment, tentatively at first, sending out single clones for simple tasks, to scout ahead, to test the texture of the ground, to listen for distant sounds. Each dispersal had brought back a subtle influx of information, a sharpening of his senses, a deeper understanding of his surroundings. Then he had pushed further, sending clones to practice specific movements, to repeat taijutsu katas until they were struck down. The feedback had been more intense than a rush of muscle memory, a ghostly sensation of fatigue in limbs that hadn't actually moved. He knew the risks, the potential pitfalls of this unconventional approach. Problems. His pen underlined the first point with a firm stroke. High numbers cause feedback overload. The sensory input from multiple clones dispersing simultaneously could be overwhelming, a tidal wave of fragmented experiences that left him disoriented and nauseous. He had learned this the hard way, after a particularly ambitious experiment involving a dozen clones attempting different evasive maneuvers. The resulting feedback had left him with a throbbing headache and a lingering sense of phantom motion. Emotional clones returned stress/memory contamination. This was another crucial observation. Clones didn't just return physical and cognitive data. They also carried the echoes of their brief emotional existence. Fear, frustration, pain, these emotions were also absorbed back into him, sometimes blurring the lines between his own experiences and those of his ephemeral doubles. Emotional contamination could lead to stress, anxiety, and a confusing jumble of memories that weren't his own. Variable chakra distribution equals inconsistent quality. The amount of chakra he poured into each clone directly affected its durability, its ability to perform complex tasks, and the quality of the feedback it provided. Skimping on chakra resulted in weak, short-lived clones that offered little useful data. Finding the right balance, the optimal chakra distribution for specific training purposes, was still a work in progress. Despite these challenges, the potential rewards were too significant to ignore. He pressed on, refining his methodology. Test plan. Limit clones to single-purpose drills. Focus. That was the key. Instead of sending out hordes of clones for general training, he would now assign each clone a specific, narrowly defined task. This would not only make the feedback more manageable, but also allow him to isolate and analyze specific aspects of his skills. Track feedback response curve with increasing numbers. He needed to understand the limits of his absorption capacity. How many clones could he deploy for a specific type of drill before the feedback became overwhelming or counterproductive? He would gradually increase the number of clones used for each exercise, carefully monitoring the intensity and clarity of the resulting information. Introduce a fail and disperse protocol to self-assess errors. His pen moved to the final point, and he underlined it with particular emphasis, tracing the lines 3 times as if to imprint the concept onto his very being. He underlined the last part 3 times. Clones wouldn't just repeat successful actions anymore. They would fail on purpose and report why. This was the crux of his new strategy, the radical departure from his previous approach. Instead of striving for perfect execution, he would now instruct his clones to push beyond their limits, to intentionally make mistakes. The dispersal of a failing clone would provide invaluable data. The precise point of failure, the sensory cues that preceded the error, the cognitive processes that led to the misstep. This fail and disperse protocol would turn his clones into living, breathing error detectors, providing him with a detailed map of his weaknesses. He closed the scroll, a newfound sense of purpose settling within him. The pre-dawn light was growing stronger now, painting the room in shades of gray and pale blue. He could hear the faint stirring of his teammates in their sleep. The preliminary matches were about to begin, and Naruto, armed with his unconventional theories and his army of ephemeral training partners, felt a flicker of something he hadn't felt before. Not confidence, exactly, but a quiet, steely resolve. He was ready to learn, to adapt, to evolve. The days of relying solely on luck and loud shouts were over. This was the era of the clone as a tool, as a teacher, as a mirror reflecting his own potential and his own limitations. Preliminary matches announcement, Tower Auditorium. The Tower Auditorium, usually a place of bustling activity and boisterous gatherings, held a different kind of energy this morning, a palpable tension that crackled in the air like static electricity. Genin from all the participating teams filtered in, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. The boisterous camaraderie of the earlier rounds had been replaced by a quiet, almost wary respect for their fellow competitors. The Forest of Death had been a brutal teacher, stripping away any remaining illusions of ease and highlighting the deadly seriousness of the Chunin exams. Naruto, ever the outlier, chose a seat near the back of the auditorium, melting into the relative anonymity of the crowd. His arms were crossed, his shoulders slumped slightly, and the hood of his orange jacket was pulled low, obscuring his face. But despite his seemingly casual posture, his eyes were anything but relaxed. They darted around the room, sharp and observant, taking in every detail, every subtle shift in posture or expression of the other genin. He was no longer the loud, attention-seeking kid who craved the spotlight. The events of the past few days, the quiet hours spent hunched over his scrolls, the intense feedback from his clone training, they had begun to reshape him, forging a new kind of focus within his restless spirit. He was still Naruto, still capable of explosive outbursts and impulsive actions, but beneath the surface, a new layer was forming, a layer of quiet calculation and strategic awareness. His gaze swept over the familiar faces of the other teams. Team 8, Hinata, Kiba, Shino. They sat together, a picture of quiet cohesion. Hinata, as always, seemed to shrink into herself, her eyes downcast. Kiba, despite a nervous energy that made his leg bounce slightly, kept a protective arm loosely around Akamaru, who sat patiently at his feet. Shino, as inscrutable as ever, remained still and silent, his dark glasses reflecting the muted light of the auditorium. Naruto noted their subtle interactions, the unspoken communication that flowed between them, the comfortable competence that spoke of countless hours of training together. Team 10, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru. They were a study in contrasts. Ino, despite the underlying tension, still managed to project an air of confidence, her gaze sharp and assessing as she surveyed the room. Choji, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, munched quietly on a bag of chips. Shikamaru, his usual air of boredom tinged with a hint of unease, leaned back in his seat, his eyes half closed as if already anticipating the troublesome events to come. Naruto recognized their dynamic. The strategic mind of Shikamaru, the raw power of Choji, and the versatile skills of Ino. He knew their weakness too, a slow start, a reliance on Shikamaru's planning that could be disrupted by early aggression. Then his eyes fell upon Team Guy, Rock Lee, Neji, Tenten. They exuded an aura of focused intensity. Rock Lee, his youthful enthusiasm seemingly undimmed by the grueling exams, sat ramrod straight, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. Tenten, her usual collection of weaponry neatly stowed away, watched the other teams with a keen, analytical gaze. And then there was Neji. His pale eyes, sharp and piercing, seemed to see right through everyone in the room, dissecting their strengths and weaknesses with cold precision. Naruto felt a prickle of unease. Neji was dangerous. His Byakugan offered an unparalleled level of observation, and his gentle fist techniques were lethal in their precision. He radiated confidence, an almost arrogant certainty of his own superiority. Finally, his gaze settled on the sand team, and a cold knot formed in his stomach. Gaara. He sat alone, slightly apart from his siblings, Kankuro and Temari. His red hair, the color of dried blood, seemed to stand out even in the dimly lit room. But it wasn't his appearance that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. It was his presence, the oppressive stillness that seemed to emanate from him, a silence so profound it felt like drowning. His eyes, ringed with dark circles, were wide open, yet they didn't seem to focus on anything in particular. He didn't blink, not even once. Naruto had encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, had felt the overwhelming aura of pure malice and power. And yet, facing that legendary Sannin, he had felt a spark of defiance, a refusal to be intimidated. But Gaara was different. His power felt raw, untamed, almost accidental. It wasn't a controlled force like Orochimaru's malevolent chakra, but something primal, something hungry. It was as if a storm raged within him, barely contained, threatening to erupt at any moment. A sense of unease settled over Naruto. This felt wrong. Gaara's presence disturbed the delicate balance of the room, casting a pall of foreboding over the proceedings. He leaned slightly towards Sakura, who sat beside him, her own anxiety evident in the way she nervously fiddled with the hem of her skirt. Sasuke, on his other side, remained impassive, his gaze fixed straight ahead, but Naruto sensed a similar tension radiating from him. "Don't engage, Sand Team," Naruto whispered to Sakura, his voice low and urgent. "Let others wear them down." Sakura blinked, her green eyes widening slightly. "You think we'll fight them?" Naruto nodded grimly. Eventually, Sasuke, seated to Naruto's right, didn't turn his head, his gaze still fixed on the front of the auditorium. But his voice, low and even, cut through the quiet murmur of the crowd. "You've been watching everyone." Naruto nodded, his own gaze still fixed on Gaara. Sasuke's tone remained unreadable. "Why?" Naruto finally turned his head, meeting Sasuke's intense stare. "Because information wins wars." Preliminary format briefing. The shuffling and murmuring in the auditorium gradually subsided as a figure stepped onto the small stage at the front. Hate Gecko, the proctor who had overseen the final stage of the second exam, stood before them. His perpetually weary expression seemed even more pronounced this morning, and a dry, hacking cough echoed through the sudden silence as he cleared his throat into his sleeve. His voice, when he finally spoke, was gravelly and low, as if each word was an effort. Due to the unexpectedly high number of teams that successfully passed the second exam, Hate began, his gaze sweeping over the assembled genin. It has been decided that a preliminary round will be held before the final matches. A collective murmur rippled through the auditorium. This was unexpected. The format of the Chunin exams was usually straightforward, a series of progressively difficult tests culminating in one-on-one battles. This additional round suggested that the proctors were either overwhelmed by the number of successful candidates or that they had concerns about the overall skill level of the group. Naruto, however, remained silent, his attention completely focused on Hate. He wasn't surprised. The sheer chaos of the Forest of Death had undoubtedly led to some unlikely advancements, and he suspected that this preliminary round was designed to weed out those who had relied more on luck than actual skill. These preliminary matches will be conducted on a one-on-one basis, Hate continued, his voice gaining a slight resonance. The pairings will be completely randomized. A fresh wave of whispers and nervous chatter erupted among the genin. Random pairings meant that anyone could face anyone. The carefully considered strategies, the mental matchups they had likely been contemplating, were now rendered meaningless. It all came down to chance. Naruto didn't join the chorus of anxious voices. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the large monitor that had descended from the ceiling above the stage. It flickered to life, displaying a list of the participating genin. Then, with a soft whirring sound, the names began to shuffle, blurring into an indistinguishable mass before slowing down, the first matchup gradually coming into focus. First match, Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akado. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his earlier conversation with Kakashi flashing through his mind. He knew Yoroi. He had seen him briefly during the second exam. A member of a minor village team, specializing in chakra, leeching, and close-quarters combat techniques that relied heavily on physical contact. He leaned slightly towards Kakashi, who had just rejoined Team 7, appearing beside them in his usual silent manner. The Jonin sensei's single visible "I scan the monitor," a hint of concern flickering across his face as he took in the first pairing. His shoulders not ready, Naruto whispered to Kakashi, his voice barely audible above the murmuring crowd. He'll be targeted for chakra drain. Kakashi blinked, his gaze shifting from the monitor to Naruto. You analyzed the enemy? Naruto nodded, his eyes still fixed on the screen. I mapped everyone in the room during the announcement. Movement patterns, pre-existing injuries. Yoroi was favoring his right shoulder. Resting pulse rates, even subtle twitch habits. Kakashi raised a single eyebrow, a gesture that spoke volumes. He had always known Naruto possessed a certain level of street smarts, a keen awareness of his surroundings honed by years of fending for himself. But this was different. This was a level of observation and analytical thinking he hadn't seen from the boisterous, impulsive genin before. You're really not the same kid anymore, Kakashi murmured, his voice laced with a hint of surprise, perhaps even a touch of something akin to respect. No, Naruto said flatly, his gaze never leaving the screen. I'm not. During the match. The first match began quickly, with both Sasuke and Yoroi stepping onto the designated arena floor in the center of the auditorium. The initial energy from the crowd was palpable, a wave of anticipation washing over the room as they waited to see how the first randomized battle would unfold. Naruto remained silent in his seat, his usual boisterous cheers conspicuously absent. He watched. He didn't focus on the superficial movements, the dramatic flourishes that often drew the eye. Instead, his attention was fixed on the underlying mechanics of the fight, the flow of chakra, the subtle shifts in weight, the precise angles of attack and defense. Yoroi, true to Naruto's prediction, made his move quickly. He lunged forward, closing the distance between them with surprising speed, his hands outstretched. Contact. He grabbed Sasuke's arms, his grip surprisingly strong. The air around them shimmered faintly as Yoroi began to leech Sasuke's chakra, the stolen energy flowing visibly into his own body. Naruto's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Sasuke's chakra supply is still erratic from the curse mark. Drain resistance is at least 20% lower than normal. He had observed Sasuke's training sessions, the way the black markings of the curse mark would sometimes flare, causing fluctuations in his chakra control. He knew that Yoroi's chakra draining technique would be particularly effective against Sasuke in his current state. But Sasuke didn't panic. He didn't try to break free with brute force, as Naruto might have done in the past. Instead, he remained calm, his Sharingan swirling to life in his eyes, the intricate patterns a stark contrast to Yoroi's focused intensity. Sasuke was adapting. Naruto watched with a growing sense of understanding. Sasuke's movements, the way he shifted his weight, the subtle angles of his stance, they were familiar. He recognized the patterns, the almost rhythmic flow. Used movement patterns from Rock Lee's earlier Taijutsu demo. During one of the brief breaks between the second and third exam stages, Rock Lee, in his characteristic exuberance, had performed a short demonstration of his Taijutsu prowess, showcasing his incredible speed and agility. Sasuke, seemingly uninterested, had been leaning against a wall, his arms crossed, his gaze fixed elsewhere. But Naruto had noticed. He had seen the subtle flicker in Sasuke's eyes, the almost imperceptible shifts in his posture as he unconsciously mirrored some of Lee's movements. Naruto's earlier assumption was right. Sasuke had been studying even when everyone thought he was just glaring. The match ended swiftly, exploiting Yoroi's momentary overconfidence as the chakra drain seemed to take effect. Sasuke executed a sharp, lightning-fast series of kicks, culminating in a devastating blow that knocked Yoroi unconscious. Naruto didn't applaud, didn't join the burst of surprised cheering from the crowd. His mind was already racing, processing the information he had just witnessed. He pulled a small scrap of parchment and a charcoal stick from his pouch and began to scribble rapidly, his observations taking form on the page. Observation: Sasuke adapting rapidly. Visual learning exceptionally efficient. Taijutsu improving noticeably, incorporating elements of Lee's style. Limitation: despite victory, chakra expenditure suggests he cannot sustain more than 3 to 4 high-intensity bursts without significant risk of chakra collapse due to instability from the curse mark. Solution: recommend a dedicated recovery period focusing on chakra stabilization exercises or isolated training drills specifically designed to enhance his control and minimize drain during bursts. He tore the small piece of parchment from his pad and slid it silently across the bench towards Kakashi, who watched the unfolding events with his usual detached air. Kakashi glanced down at the note, his single visible eye scanning the hastily scribbled words. He read it once, then looked at Naruto, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. "You're watching like a jonin," Kakashi murmured, his voice low and thoughtful. "I'm watching like I'm tired of losing," Naruto replied, his voice flat, his eyes already focused on the next match about to begin. Between matches, Clone Session 1. The brief interlude between the first and second preliminary matches was a flurry of activity. Medical Nin rushed to the arena to attend to the defeated Yoroi, while the proctors prepared for the next pairing. Most of the genin remained in their seats, buzzing with nervous energy, discussing the outcome of the first fight and speculating about their own potential opponents. Naruto, however, slipped away unnoticed. He knew he had only a few minutes, a precious sliver of time before the next match began, and he intended to use it wisely. He ducked into a deserted corridor behind the observation balcony, the cool, dim space a stark contrast to the brightly lit auditorium. Just enough time. He performed the hand signs quickly and efficiently. The familiar surge of chakra, a comforting presence. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Instead of a large, chaotic burst. However, four distinct puffs of smoke appeared in rapid succession. He had learned to control the chakra expenditure, to tailor the number of clones to the specific task at hand. Clone A. Naruto focused his intent on the first clone. Simulate close quarters taijutsu combo, the one I keep messing up, under simulated exhaustion. Push until form completely degrades, then dispel. The clone nodded sharply and instantly launched into the sequence, its movements initially crisp and precise, gradually becoming more ragged and strained as it pushed past the point of fatigue. Clone B. His attention shifted to the second clone. Attempt chakra string weaving between fingertips, the advanced control exercise I've been struggling with. Record each point of failure, each instance of instability or misdirection. This clone held its hands out, focused intently, and began the intricate manipulation of its chakra, tiny threads of glowing energy flickering between its fingertips. Clone C. He mentally addressed the third clone. Visual misdirection drill. Test the new footwork pattern designed to obscure limb positioning during attack. Focus on fluidity and speed. This clone began to move with a series of quick, darting steps, its hands held loosely at its sides, testing the effectiveness of the new, deceptive movements. Clone D. Finally, he turned his mental gaze to the last clone. Stealth pursuit exercise. Trail a chosen genin. Say, Ino, silently through the tower and report back the moment you are detected, noting the method of detection. This clone nodded and instantly vanished, melting into the shadows to carry out its assigned task. The entire sequence took less than a minute. The clones, each programmed with a specific objective, would continue their drills until they either reached their designated failure point or were detected. The resulting feedback, though fleeting, would provide him with invaluable insights. Naruto took a deep breath, the brief exertion leaving him slightly winded. He had to get back before his absence was noticed. He couldn't risk drawing unnecessary attention to his methods. He was still an unknown quantity, and that was precisely how he intended to keep it for as long as possible. He returned to the observation balcony just as the next match was announced. Hinata versus Niji. The name echoed through the auditorium, and a collective hush fell over the crowd. This was a match many had been anticipating, a battle between two members of the Hyuga clan, the main family heiress against the prodigy of the branch family. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a kunai. Hinata, her usual timidity somewhat overshadowed by a quiet determination, stepped onto the arena floor. Her Byakugan was active, the faint blue veins around her eyes pulsing slightly. Across from her, Niji stood with an almost arrogant stillness. His Byakugan was also active, its gaze sharp and unwavering as he fixed his cousin. The match was brutal. From Naruto's vantage point, it was a painful display of raw power versus precise control. Niji's gentle fist techniques were devastating, each strike aimed with pinpoint accuracy at Hinata's Tenketsu points, disrupting her chakra flow and leaving her gasping for breath. Naruto's jaw tightened as he watched Hinata struggle. He didn't know her well. She was soft-spoken, awkward, often clumsy during their brief academy training sessions. He had always considered her to be timid, lacking in confidence. But now she stood. Despite the relentless assault, despite the visible pain etched on her face, despite the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she stood. Her movements were faltering, her stance strained, her breathing ragged. But she refused to fall. She met Niji's powerful strikes with a desperate resilience, her own gentle fist techniques clumsy in comparison, but filled with an undeniable spirit. Naruto felt a surge of something unexpected, respect. He had underestimated her. He had seen only her shyness, her lack of overt confidence, and had failed to recognize the quiet strength that lay beneath. He wanted to shout, to cheer her on, to urge her to fight harder. The old Naruto, the impulsive, loudmouthed kid, would have already been on the verge of leaping down to intervene. But something held him back. The hours of self-reflection, the analytical approach he had been cultivating, they had begun to reshape his reactions, to temper his impulsivity with a layer of observation and understanding. Naruto didn't shout, didn't cry out. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on Hinata, his voice barely a whisper. Get up. Not to her. To himself. Because the part of him that would have rushed the arena, the part that reacted purely on emotion, was fading. And the part that watched and learned and stored pain like a ledger, carefully cataloging each weakness and each moment of resilience, that part was growing stronger. He was witnessing not just a fight, but a lesson in perseverance, in the quiet strength of the seemingly weak. And that lesson, he knew, was one he needed to internalize. Clone report feedback that night. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple before giving way to the deep indigo of night. Naruto sat in the same and used storeroom, the faint light from a single oil lamp casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The influx of feedback from his 4 dispersed clones had hit him like a sudden wave, a flood of sensations and fragmented thoughts that left him momentarily disoriented. All 4 clones had dispelled shortly after sunset, their brief existences fulfilling their programmed tasks. Clone, the memory of strained muscles, the sharp ache in the left shoulder, the subtle shift in balance that led to the missed final kick, it all flooded back. Muscles tight after 5th combo. Left shoulder gave out completely on the 7th repetition. Weak angle and final kick due to compromised hip rotation. Naruto winced slightly, the phantom pain in his shoulder a vivid reminder of his physical limitations. He made a mental note to focus on strengthening his left shoulder and improving his hip rotation during his next physical training session. Clone B, the frustration of the flickering chakra strings, the inability to maintain a stable flow, the specific point where the connection broke. It was all there. Chakra weaving failed after the 3rd twist. Instability originated in the right pinky. Requires better fine-tuning of chakra channeling in the smaller fingers. He flexed his own fingers, focusing on the subtle movements of his pinkies. This was a matter of delicate control, something he had always struggled with. He would need to devise specific drills to isolate and strengthen his control over his smaller chakra pathways. Clone C. The success of the misdirection pattern, the moment it faltered, the subtle shift in his stance that gave him away. The data was clear. Misdirection pattern worked effectively twice, failed on the 3rd attempt. Predictability increased with speed. Opponent likely picked up on a slight hesitation before the final pivot. Naruto replayed the sequence in his mind, trying to identify the tell, the subtle cue that betrayed his movements. He needed to be more fluid, more seamless in his transitions. Clone D. The sensation of being watched, the sudden spike in awareness, the precise moment of detection. The feedback was surprisingly vivid. Detected by Kiba at approximately 40 meters. Wind shift carried a faint trace of my scent. Need to improve scent masking techniques. Naruto gasped slightly, a small, surprised grin spreading across his face. Kiba's sensory abilities, enhanced by Akamaru, were more acute than he had anticipated. This was valuable information. He would need to incorporate scent masking into his stealth training. He reached for his notebook, his hand moving quickly across the page, recording the detailed feedback from each clone. He felt a familiar sense of satisfaction, a quiet thrill of discovery. Then, he wrote his overall conclusions for the day. Clone hypothesis confirmed. Training returns not just memory and muscle feedback, but also precise pattern data, allowing for detailed analysis of strengths and weaknesses. But more importantly, clones reveal failure points with remarkable clarity. By pushing them to their limits, and instructing them to focus on specific tasks. I can pinpoint the exact moments where my technique breaks down. He paused, his pen hovering over the page as he considered the implications of his findings. This wasn't just about improving his jutsu. It was about understanding his own limitations, about knowing where he could be pushed and where he would break. And that knowledge, he realized, was power in itself. He continued writing, outlining his strategy for the days ahead. Strategy going forward. Don't waste time training what I already know or can do consistently. Focus on weaknesses. Train specifically what I can't do. Identify the skills and techniques where my form falters or my control wavers. Let the clone fail. Let it show me where I break. Embrace the feedback, even when it's uncomfortable. That is where true growth lies. He closed the notebook, a sense of focused determination hardening his gaze. He summoned 2 more clones, the familiar puffs of smoke filling the small room. "Clone A," he instructed, his voice low and firm. "Repeat the close quarters taijutsu combo under simulated stress and exhaustion. This time, focus specifically on the transition into the final kick. Add a rolling dodge recovery between the 7th and 8th repetitions. Stop at the first sign of form degradation in the final kick." "Clone B," he continued, turning his attention to the second clone. "Attempt the pinky string chakra line again. Isolate the finger tension at each joint. Focus on maintaining a stable flow through the right pinky throughout the entire sequence. Report back any inconsistencies or breaks in the chakra thread." The 2 clones saluted in unison, their movements mirroring his own, and then vanished, leaving Naruto alone once more in the quiet room. He returned to his dormitory, the weariness of the day finally catching up to him. He lay down flat on his futon, his muscles sore, but his mind strangely centered. Outside, the lights of Konoha flickered against the imposing wall of the central tower, a silent testament to the vast, complex world he was striving to navigate. Inside, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who used to scream at shadows, who relied on impulsive action and sheer willpower, was now learning a different kind of strength, a strength born from observation, analysis, and the silent lessons of his own ephemeral ghosts. He was no longer just fighting. He was learning how to fight smarter. And in that subtle shift lay the promise of a future he had only just begun to glimpse. Konoha, Central Tower Dormitory Wing. Post-preliminaries, Day 8. The silence permeating the dormitory wing had undergone a subtle but significant transformation. Gone was the raw, anxious energy that had clung to the air in the days leading up to the preliminary matches. The nervous anticipation, the hushed whispers of doubt and fear. Those had dissipated, replaced by a stillness that felt expectant. Only 12 genin remained, the survivors of a grueling series of tests designed to push them to their limits. They were the chosen few, the ones who had demonstrated not just raw power, but a certain spark of potential, an adaptability that hinted at a future beyond the confines of mere genin status. And now, as they moved through the corridors and training grounds of the central tower, a new awareness had begun to dawn within each of them. They were predators, albeit young, and still somewhat inexperienced, confined within the relatively small, glass-walled cage of the Chunin exam finals. Each glance held a new weight. Each interaction carried a layer of unspoken assessment. Naruto, in the aftermath of his unexpected victory over Kiba, had braced himself for a storm of reactions. He had anticipated the bewildered stares, the hushed whispers questioning how the notorious loudmouth had managed to defeat a skilled opponent like Kiba Inuzuka without landing a single direct, forceful blow. He had even steeled himself for open mockery, for accusations of luck or some underhanded trick. Perhaps there would be celebration from his own team, or even a grudging acknowledgement from his peers. Fear, too, was a possibility. The fear of the unknown, the unease that often accompanies a sudden and unexpected shift in the established order. But the reality had been far different, almost anticlimactic in its unexpectedness. Instead of the cacophony of reactions he had mentally prepared for, he was met with nothing. He was ignored. Utterly, completely ignored. Initially, a flicker of his old frustration had threatened to surface. Hadn't he just won a significant battle? Hadn't he proven something? But then, a quiet sense of relief had washed over him. The spotlight, the constant scrutiny, the endless need to prove himself. He was beginning to realize that those things were distractions, hindrances on the path he had chosen. Let them ignore him. Let them underestimate him. That was fine. More than fine, in fact. He had come to prefer the quiet hum of well-oiled systems over the blinding glare of the spotlights. He found a deeper satisfaction in the subtle workings of his strategies, in the intricate dance of data and feedback, than in the fleeting validation of external praise. He moved through the dormitory, his presence barely registering to the other genin who were now deeply engrossed in their own preparations. They were likely dissecting their opponents, analyzing their past performances, honing their own skills for the final, decisive stage of the exams. Let them focus on raw power and conventional tactics. Naruto had a different game to play. Training Room 3B, Control Zone Refinement. The sterile air of Training Room 3B hummed with a quiet intensity. Naruto moved through his self-prescribed drills with a focused precision that would have been unrecognizable to the instructors of his academy days. His movements were deliberate, almost meditative, each step and gesture executed with an economy of motion that spoke of a mind fully engaged in the task at hand. He moved like a blade being slowly, meticulously honed on a whetstone, each repetition shaving away imperfections, refining his edge. He had drastically reduced the number of shadow clones he summoned for each training session, limiting himself to a maximum of 2 at any given time. This wasn't due to any inability to handle a larger number. In fact, he knew he could push himself much further in terms of sheer clone quantity. The limitation was a conscious choice, born from a growing understanding of the subtle nuances of clone feedback. If the feedback isn't crisp, he murmured to himself, his voice barely disturbing the stillness of the room, then the data isn't clean. And if the data isn't clean, the pattern can't form. He had begun to notice a subtle but significant degradation in the quality of the feedback he received when the number of simultaneously active clones rose beyond a certain threshold. The sensory and cognitive information would become muddled, the edges blurred, making it harder to isolate specific data points and identify the underlying patterns. Just like a noisy communication line could garble a crucial message, too many clones could introduce unwanted static into his feedback loop. One of the 2 clones currently active was focused entirely on monitoring Naruto's breath and the subtle surges of chakra that accompanied his movements. It held a small, intricately marked timer, recording the precise timing and intensity of each chakra burst, specifically targeting the range just below his self-identified upper control limit. He was seeking the sweet spot, the point where he could unleash significant bursts of power while maintaining complete control over his chakra flow. The second clone was meticulously repeating a series of fundamental hand seals, not at breakneck speed, as he might have done in the past, but with a slow, deliberate purpose. Its sole objective was to identify any minute finger movements that introduced even the slightest hint of inefficiency or delay into the sequence. Each subtle tremor, each fraction of a second lost, was a potential vulnerability he needed to eliminate. The air shimmered around the second clone as it reached the 50th repetition of the basic clone technique hand seals. Abruptly, it paused, its movements ceasing mid-gesture. "It's the left index knuckle," the clone reported flatly, its voice a perfect echo of Naruto's own, before dissipating in a puff of smoke. Naruto nodded slowly, his mind already processing the information. He reached for his ever-present notebook and logged the feedback, his charcoal stick scratching against the parchment. Another micro-improvement to chase, another tiny flaw to meticulously address. The path to true mastery, he was realizing, was paved not with grand leaps, but with countless small, incremental refinements. Observation: Niji Hyuga's training. That afternoon, Naruto's solitary training was interrupted by a new directive, a shift in focus prompted by the looming threat of his next opponent. Instead of refining his own techniques, he deployed a single shadow clone on a reconnaissance mission, tasked with observing a different kind of variable, Niji Hyuga. The clone was instructed to maintain a safe distance, to observe without engaging or being detected. It moved with the stealth that Naruto had been diligently cultivating, melting into the shadows and using the natural terrain as cover. Its target, the Hyuga clan's private training grounds, a secluded courtyard hidden behind high walls and guarded by the ever-watchful eyes of the clan members. From its hidden vantage point within a dense line of trees bordering the courtyard, the clone observed Niji's training with detached precision. Niji was alone, his movements precise and economical as he worked with a series of meticulously placed training dummies. Each strike was a sharp, fluid palm thrust delivered with metronomic regularity. There was no wasted motion, no unnecessary flourish, just controlled, focused power resulting in the silent destruction of the training aids. Every movement Niji made spoke not of fiery passion or raw aggression, but of an almost cold inevitability. For Niji, a strike wasn't a choice. It was a consequence, a predetermined outcome. It was a sentence delivered with unwavering conviction, a truth made visible through the precise application of his clan's unique martial art. The clone, its eyes focused not on the visual spectacle of Niji's technique, but on the underlying temporal patterns. It meticulously measured the intervals between each impact, the duration of his pauses, the frequency of his pivots and rotations. It wasn't trying to learn how to perform the gentle fist techniques. That was a path strictly guarded by the secrets of the Hyuga clan. Instead, it was learning how Niji thought, how he structured his attacks, how he approached combat as a sequence of predetermined actions. And when the clone's chakra reserves reached their limit and it dispersed, the flood of sensory data and tactical observations rushed back into Naruto. He sat down heavily, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow as he processed the information. Internal notes, clone entry, Hyuga observation. Naruto immediately reached for his notebook, eager to solidify his initial impressions and delve deeper into the tactical implications of his clone's observations. Niji strikes equals fundamentally pattern-based, exhibits a core sequence of 12 distinct hits, repeated in predictable spiral forms around the target. Chakra bursts during attacks equals remarkably stable, consistently pulsed, and meticulously measured. Shows virtually no variance in output and absolutely no discernible excess chakra expenditure. He paused, rereading the notes, a growing sense of understanding beginning to form in his mind. What I saw: incredibly high efficiency in chakra usage and movement. Absolute, unwavering confidence in his technique and his understanding of combat. Seemingly low adaptability to unexpected deviations from established patterns. He underlined the last point with a firm stroke. That was the key, the potential chink in Niji's seemingly impenetrable armor. Observation: Niji does not react. He executes. Naruto leaned back against the cool stone wall, his charcoal stick held loosely in his hand as he considered this crucial insight. He began to write again, his strokes slower and more deliberate now, each word carefully chosen. His flaw isn't in his physical body or even in his considerable skill with the gentle fist. His flaw is in his belief, his unwavering conviction in the concept of fate, in the predetermination of all things. Niji genuinely thinks everything is decided already, that the outcome of a battle is sealed before the first blow is even struck. That's why he doesn't appear to adjust or change his tactics mid-fight. He simply follows the script he believes is already written. He tapped the notebook thoughtfully. That's the blind spot. That's the vulnerability I need to exploit. If I can introduce unexpected variables into the combat pattern, actions that fall outside his predetermined understanding of the fight, he won't be able to track them. His mind is so rigidly structured around the concept of fate that it might not be able to process genuine unpredictability. If I disrupt the script, he expects the fight to follow. He'll falter. His confidence, which is so tightly bound to his belief in predetermination, will likely waver. He exhaled slowly, the weight of his strategic considerations settling upon him. Then, with a sudden surge of understanding, he underlined his earlier notes with even greater emphasis. My clones don't follow fate. They follow feedback. That was the fundamental difference between them. Niji operated under the assumption of a fixed, unchangeable reality. Naruto, through his unique training method, was constantly adapting, constantly evolving based on the real-time data provided by his clones. He wasn't bound by the perceived limitations of fate. He was actively rewriting the rules of engagement. Interlude: a conversation with Lee. Later that day, as the sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the training grounds, Naruto sought out Rock Lee. He found the perpetually enthusiastic genin in the southern courtyard, engaged in his usual rigorous and often self-destructive training regimen, relentlessly kicking at a series of thick stone pillars. "Oi," Naruto called out, stepping into Lee's line of sight. Lee, drenched in sweat, a wide, unwavering grin plastered across his face despite the obvious bruises adorning his limbs, paused his assault on the stone. "Naruto-kun," Lee exclaimed, his voice filled with his characteristic, boundless energy. "I was just practicing the fourfold leg collapse technique." Naruto raised a skeptical eyebrow. "The what now?" Lee blinked, his earnest expression unwavering. "I kick the same leg 4 times in different angles until it collapses beneath me." "Why?" Naruto asked, genuinely bewildered. "Because that is the leg that failed to defeat Niji," Lee declared with passionate conviction. Naruto folded his arms, considering this peculiar logic. "So you're punishing your leg for being weak?" "No," Lee insisted, shaking his head vehemently. "I am training it until it stops giving excuses." The sheer, unwavering determination in Lee's voice gave Naruto pause. He had to admit, despite its unconventional nature, there was a certain raw, undeniable logic to Lee's approach. "That's not bad," Naruto muttered, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. Lee leaned forward, his bright eyes fixed on Naruto. "You're changing, Naruto-kun. You fight like a strategist now. You're not so loud." "I'm trying to stop being predictable," Naruto admitted, a small, almost hesitant smile touching his lips. Lee nodded seriously, his youthful face creased with earnest contemplation. "Then I hope we fight someday, Naruto-kun, and I hope you are unpredictable enough to make me fall." It was, Naruto realized with a start, the most heartfelt threat he had ever received. It wasn't born of malice or rivalry, but from a deep respect for the challenge and a burning desire to test his own limits against an opponent who was constantly evolving. Flashback: Niji versus Hinata. Despite his focused training and his burgeoning strategic insights, Naruto couldn't completely shake the memory of the preliminary match between Niji and Hinata. The image of Hinata, standing in the arena, her palms trembling, her chakra flickering like a fragile candle in a strong wind, was etched into his mind. He remembered Niji dismantling her, not with overt cruelty or boastful pronouncements, but with a quiet, systematic precision that was almost clinical in its efficiency. Each strike, each perfectly aimed blow, seemed to chip away at Hinata's resolve, leaving her weakened and vulnerable. And he remembered Niji's words, spoken with an absolute certainty that chilled Naruto to the bone. "You are fated to lose." Not because she was inherently weaker, though Niji certainly believed that to be true. Not simply because she hesitated, though her inherent timidity undoubtedly played a role, but because Niji had, in his mind, already decided her role in the narrative, her predetermined destiny before she had even thrown a single punch. Naruto hadn't written this particular memory down in his notes. It was something deeper, something that resonated within his bones, a visceral understanding of the fundamental conflict that lay at the heart of Niji's being. That word, fate. He hated it. He had spent his entire life defying the expectations of others, pushing against the limitations they had tried to impose upon him. The idea that everything was predetermined, that his efforts were ultimately meaningless in the face of an unchangeable destiny, filled him with a burning resentment. Because fate, he realized, was the one thing no amount of meticulous planning or strategic analysis could truly predict. It was the ultimate unpredictable variable. Unless you broke it. Summoning scrolls and seals, the missing element. Driven by this growing aversion to the concept of fate and a burning desire to introduce true unpredictability into his fighting style, Naruto had spent the better part of 2 nights immersed in the dusty, often incomprehensible world of sealing jutsu. He had pored over beginner scrolls borrowed from the Central Tower's exam library, along with a few older, more rudimentary texts he had liberated from some forgotten storerooms within the tower. He readily admitted that he didn't understand the vast majority of the intricate diagrams and complex formulas contained within those scrolls. The advanced theories and the delicate balance of chakra and ink remained largely a mystery to him. But amidst the confusion, one core principle had resonated with him, a fundamental concept that sparked a new idea in his ever-active mind. Seals are just stored instructions, he had muttered to himself, tracing the complex lines of a basic summoning seal with his finger. A command frozen in time, triggered later, like a preloaded clone. The analogy struck him with surprising force. If he could create a seal that held the instructions for summoning a shadow clone, a clone with a predefined purpose, then he could potentially deploy these clones without having to expend his own chakra in the heat of the moment. It was a way to introduce variables into the fight, not through conscious thought, but through pre-programmed commands. He grabbed a blank tag of parchment and began to scribble with his charcoal, his brow furrowed in concentration. The ink loops he created were crude, rudimentary mimics of the complex seals he had seen in the scrolls. It was a basic trigger mechanism, a way to release the store instruction. It wasn't elegant, and he knew it was likely riddled with imperfections, but the underlying principle felt undeniably sound. If he could successfully summon a clone with a preset purpose, a specific attack, a sudden distraction, a perfectly timed feint, without having to perform the hand seals and expend his chakra in the middle of a chaotic battle, then he could effectively place decoys not just visually through illusions, but into the very fabric of reality itself. These wouldn't be mere illusions that could be easily dispelled. These would be actual, tangible clones, ephemeral though they might be, each carrying a specific instruction, a pre-recorded memory, ready to be activated at a precise moment. They would be variables introduced not by his direct action, but by the delayed activation of a pre-written command. Kakashi, a brief interruption. Naruto's clandestine explorations into the world of sealing didn't go entirely unnoticed. One afternoon, as he was meticulously taping a few of his crudely drawn seal tags under the loose floorboards of his bunk, the door to his room slid open, revealing Kakashi standing in the doorway, his single visible eye fixed on the small tag in Naruto's hand. "Where did you learn to write like that?" Kakashi asked, his voice devoid of its usual playful tone, holding up one of the scribbled seal tags Naruto had been less careful with and had left lying on his desk. Naruto shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant despite the sudden spike of anxiety. "It's just logic, sensei. Seals are cause and effect. You draw the right lines, you get the right result. You don't even know the fundamental principles of the sealing system," Kakashi pointed out, his gaze sharp and perceptive. "So, I make my own," Naruto retorted, a hint of defiance creeping into his voice. Kakashi stared at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable behind his mask. Then, a strange look flickered across his visible eye. "You remind me of someone I once knew." Naruto tilted his head, curious despite his apprehension. Dead? Kakashi's gaze softened slightly, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Tragically genius. Naruto, despite the ominous undertones, took that as a compliment. He had a feeling the person Kakashi was referring to was no ordinary individual. The threat of complacency, clone burnout. The relentless pace of Naruto's self-imposed training, the constant summoning and dispelling of shadow clones, the relentless influx of sensory and cognitive feedback, it all took its toll. On the 10th day after the preliminaries, as he was sitting against the cool plaster wall of his dormitory, his notebook open on his lap, Naruto suddenly collapsed. It wasn't a dramatic, theatrical fall. One moment he was there, meticulously reviewing the data from his latest clone experiments. The next he was slumped against the wall, his eyes squeezed shut, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. The accumulated fatigue, the mental overlay of countless clone experiences, the subtle but persistent fragmentation of his own chakra, the sheer cognitive overload, it all hit him at once, a tidal wave of exhaustion that threatened to drown him. His vision blurred around the edges, the neat lines of his notes swimming before his eyes. He clutched his head, a low-groan rumbling in his chest. He couldn't quite feel where his own consciousness ended and the fragmented memories of his clones began. His own fingers, tracing the familiar lines of his notebook, felt strangely distant, almost alien. His body felt as if it had been inhabited by other versions of himself for far too long, the echoes of their ephemeral existences lingering within his muscles and nerves. And then, mercifully, the world went black. He slipped into unconsciousness, his body limp against the wall, the notebook falling silently from his grasp. Recovery and realization. He awoke hours later to the gentle sensation of a damp cloth being dabbed on his forehead. He blinked slowly, his eyes struggling to focus in the dim light of the room. A soft blanket had been draped over him, a small, unexpected act of care in the Spartan environment of the dormitory. Kakashi sat beside him, his masked face impassive, but his posture suggesting a quiet concern. Clone feedback stress, Kakashi stated simply, his voice low and matter-of-fact. Naruto grunted in response, his head still throbbing dully. Kakashi leaned forward slightly, his gaze direct and unwavering. Your brain's young, Naruto. It can handle a significant amount of stress, but not exponential stress. You've been pushing it too hard. Naruto didn't answer, the lingering exhaustion making it difficult to formulate a coherent thought. Kakashi continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone. You're becoming a very different kind of ninja, Naruto, maybe even a different kind of weapon. Not a weapon, Naruto croaked, his voice raspy and weak. The very idea sent a shiver of unease through him. He wasn't striving for power to become a tool for others. Kakashi nodded slowly, his single visible eye conveying a hint of understanding. Then be careful, because Konoha will try to use you as one, whether you intend it or not. That statement finally cut through the lingering fog in Naruto's mind. He looked at his sensei, his gaze more focused now. I'm not building this for them. Then who are you building it for? Naruto? Kakashi asked, his voice gentle but probing. Naruto exhaled slowly, the answer still forming in his own mind. I don't know yet, sensei, but I want it to outlast me. He wanted to create something with enduring value, something that wouldn't simply be consumed and discarded. Meditation with clones, recovery redesign. His brief collapse served as a harsh but necessary wake-up call. Naruto recognized that his previous approach to clone training, while yielding significant results, had been unsustainable. He had been pushing his mind and body beyond their limits, flirting with a dangerous level of mental and chakra exhaustion. He needed to adapt, to refine his system once again. Upon his recovery, Naruto meticulously redesigned his clone training regimen, incorporating a new set of rules and limitations designed to prevent future burnout. Max number of active clones at any one time, reduced to 3. He realized that the increased feedback from a larger number of clones wasn't always necessary for targeted training and often led to diminishing returns and increased risk of overload. Each clone with a limited runtime, 15 minutes maximum. This forced him to be more focused and efficient in his training goals for each session, maximizing the data collected within a shorter time frame. Only one memory-intensive task per day. He would no longer attempt multiple complex simulations simultaneously, allowing his mind to process and integrate the feedback more effectively. Mandatory meditation synchronization afterward. After each clone training session, he would now dedicate time to a focused meditation, consciously working to integrate the memories and chakra energies returned by his clones, ensuring a smoother and more complete assimilation. He understood now that he couldn't simply farm skill like a greedy collector, amassing raw data without properly processing it. He needed to approach mastery with the care and patience of a gardener, cultivating his abilities through focused effort, allowing time for growth and consolidation. And so, the cycle of training and refinement began again, this time with a greater emphasis on sustainability and long-term growth. Final log of the chapter, strategy sheet for Niji. Before the final matches began, Naruto made one last entry in his training log, a meticulously crafted strategy sheet dedicated to his upcoming opponent, Niji Hyuga. Opponent, Niji Hyuga. Threat profile, Byakugan. Offers near 360 vision and the ability to see chakra points and pathways within a body. A significant advantage in terms of information gathering and targeting. Gentle Fist, a highly skilled close combat style focused on delivering precise strikes to the opponent's tenketsu, chakra points, causing internal damage and disrupting chakra flow without significant external injury. Predictable combo logic. While his technique is flawless, his attack pattern seemed to follow a rigid, almost algorithmic sequence. Linear worldview. Fate, predetermination. Possesses a deeply ingrained belief that destiny dictates all outcomes, potentially making him resistant to unexpected or illogical tactics. Tactical hypothesis. Introduce strategically timed clone variables mid-combat with non-lethal instructions designed to disrupt his sensory input and tactical calculations. Place dummy clone trigger seals on the arena floor pre-fight to create psychological decoys and introduce an element of uncertainty. Disrupt his precise rotational movements and attack sequences through carefully timed chakra feints and sudden shifts in my own positioning, focusing on misdirection rather than direct strength contests. Do not aim to win through overwhelming power or direct domination of his skill. Instead, focus on subtly eroding his confidence in his rigid system of belief by demonstrating the power of unpredictability. Objective. Ultimately, the goal is not simply to defeat Niji, but to break his unwavering confidence in the concept of predetermination and the absolute certainty of his own worldview. End scene. Naruto stood on the rooftop of the central tower again, the cool night air swirling around him. He was alone, the city lights of Konoha stretching out below like a glittering tapestry. His shadow, cast long and distorted by the distant street lamps, danced across the tiled surface of the roof. "I'm not the strongest yet," he murmured to the silent stars. "I'm not the fastest, the smartest, or the most naturally skilled." He touched the worn scroll tucked securely into the pouch at his waist, the culmination of days of relentless training and strategic planning. "But I'm the one who adapts." And beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who once begged to be seen, now vanished silently into the complex, ever-evolving system he was meticulously building. One variable, one data point, one strategic insight at a time. Konoha Arena, Chunin Exam Finals, Match Day. The Konoha Arena throbbed with a palpable energy, a tangible wave of anticipation that washed over the vast stadium. Every seat in the spectator stands seemed to be filled to capacity, a vibrant tapestry woven from the colorful garments of Konoha civilians, the ornate robes of noble dignitaries, and the functional green flak jackets of shinobi from allied nations. Bright banners bearing the symbols of the participating villages snapped crisply in the wind, adding a splash of color to the already electric atmosphere. Below, bathed in the warm glow of the midday sun, the finalists stood lined up in the center of the arena. 12 young genin, each separated by a respectful distance, their bodies radiating a mixture of nervous tension and silent resolve. Naruto, amidst the spectacle and the roar of the crowd, remained strangely detached. He stood still, his gaze fixed on the chalk-drawn circle that marked the boundaries of the fighting ring, his senses filtering out the surrounding noise and focusing on the task at hand. This isn't just about getting promoted to Chunin, he whispered to himself, the words barely audible above the din of the crowd. This is about proof. Proof that my way can work. The proctor for the final matches, Gunma Shiranui, stepped forward, his posture casual, his expression unreadable behind the ever-present toothpick that bobbed between his lips. He surveyed the line of finalists with a practiced eye before finally addressing the crowd, his voice amplified by a subtle chakra-enhanced projection technique. He read off the first match. First match of the Chunin exam finals. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. A collective murmur rippled through the crowd, a wave of surprise and perhaps a touch of amusement. The pairing seemed almost symbolic. The unpredictable, often clumsy orphan of the fourth Hokage against the stoic, prodigiously talented heir to the Hyuga clan's branch family. Some laughter even rippled through the stands, a nervous release of tension at the seemingly lopsided matchup. In the ring, Naruto walked slowly towards the center of the arena, his steps measured and deliberate. Across from him, Neji was already standing, his posture perfectly composed, his presence as still and unwavering as a carved statue. The air between them crackled with an almost tangible energy, a feeling not unlike the tense calm that precedes a powerful thunderstorm, far more charged than a simple sparring match. Neji didn't offer a condescending smirk or launch into any pre-battle taunts. His pale, Byakugan-enhanced eyes fixed on Naruto, his voice calm and devoid of emotion as he delivered his assessment. You should forfeit, Naruto. Your efforts are futile. Naruto didn't offer an immediate reply. He glanced down at the simple chalk-drawn circle beneath their feet, marking the boundaries of their battlefield, then tilted his head back to look up at the vast expanse of the clear blue sky. Finally, he lowered his gaze, meeting Neji's piercing, all-seeing eyes directly. No, Naruto said, his voice firm and unwavering, a quiet confidence underlying his words. I haven't fully tested this model yet, Neji. Model? Neji asked, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion breaking through his usual composure. Naruto smiled, a small, knowing curve of his lips. You'll see soon enough. Proctor's signal. Genma raised his hand, his toothpick momentarily still between his lips. The arena fell silent, the anticipation reaching its peak. Begin, Genma announced, his voice cutting through the stillness. Opening exchange. Neji moved first, his movements swift, sharp, and impeccably clean. His footwork was perfectly measured, each step placing him in an optimal position to strike. His initial target, Naruto's right shoulder, a precise tenketsu strike aimed to disrupt his chakra flow. But Naruto's first move was unexpected. He didn't attempt a conventional dodge, a sidestep, or a backpedal to create distance. Instead, he took a small, almost imperceptible lateral shift, a seemingly awkward movement that looked almost like a stumble. But it was just enough precisely calculated to deflect Neji's powerful strike, the force glancing harmlessly off his sleeve without pushing him outside the boundaries of the ring. Neji's pale eyes widened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of surprise registering in their depths. It was barely an adjustment, a microsecond of hesitation, but it was there. Then came the second strike, a lightning-fast follow-up aimed at Naruto's chest. This time, Naruto spun, bringing his wrist up in a seemingly clumsy block. But again, there was a subtle precision to his movement. He didn't attempt to meet Niji's force head-on. Instead, he angled his block, redirecting the force outward along an almost imperceptible vector. Poof! A single shadow clone, summoned just moments before the impact, dispelled instantly upon contact, creating a brief moment of visual disruption, a micro-delay in Niji's relentless assault. Niji hesitated again, his Byakugan scanning the dispersing smoke for the real Naruto. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the real Naruto appeared silently behind him, striking low with a swift kick aimed at the back of Niji's knee. Niji reacted instantly, his body twisting in midair to avoid the direct hit. But he wasn't entirely unscathed. A thin, almost invisible line of chakra thread, anchored to a concealed shuriken trap Naruto, had laid near the edge of the ring before the match even began, snagged against Niji's pant leg. The fabric tore with a sharp ripping sound, a silent testament to Naruto's pre-fight preparations. The shuriken, masked by a thin layer of what appeared to be spilled chalk dust, had been completely overlooked. He left traps? One stunned Chunin in the crowd gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Kakashi, leaning against the railing in the Jonin observation area, murmured almost to himself, a hint of amusement in his voice, before the fight even started. The Hyuga rhythm. Niji, despite the initial shock of Naruto's unconventional tactics, adapted with remarkable speed. He launched another attack, this time unleashing a rapid 8-palm barrage, his movements a blur of controlled power. He pressed Naruto into a tighter and tighter radius, systematically closing off any potential avenues of escape. But Naruto didn't fight to stay outside of Niji's established rhythm. Instead, he did something entirely unexpected. He entered it on purpose, stepping directly into the heart of Niji's attack pattern. With every precisely aimed strike Niji landed, Naruto's breathing seemed to slow, his movements becoming almost languid. The rapid succession of blows began to blur together, an onslaught that would have overwhelmed most genin. Poof! Poof! 2 more shadow clones, summoned and dispelled in rapid succession, served as momentary buffers, absorbing some of the force of Niji's attacks and further obscuring Naruto's movements. Then, a flash of light as a seal tag, discreetly placed on the back of one of the dispersing clones, ignited, creating another small, visual distraction. Niji struck another Naruto, his palm passing cleanly through the dispersing form at precisely the moment the real Naruto slid into a low crouch, using the momentary confusion to his advantage. With a powerful surge of chakra, he drove his shoulder forcefully into Niji's exposed ribs. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by an eruption of surprised cheers and excited chatter. Niji stumbled backward, his composure visibly shaken. For the first time in the match, his perfectly executed, predictable pattern had been broken, thrown off balance by Naruto's unorthodox approach. Philosophy under fire. Niji landed hard, rolling to absorb the impact before flipping back upright, his breathing heavier now, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. His pale eyes, usually so calm and controlled, narrowed with intense focus. "You're manipulating timing," Niji observed, his voice tight with a mixture of frustration and grudging respect. Naruto simply shrugged, a small, almost smug smile playing on his lips. "You manipulate chakra points, Niji. I manipulate behavioral flow. It's just a different kind of system." "You cannot rewrite fate, Naruto," Niji declared, his voice ringing with conviction. Naruto's eyes hardened, his earlier playfulness vanishing. "Maybe not fate, Niji, but I can certainly rewrite outcomes." Fueled by a surge of frustration and a bruised pride, Niji attacked again, his movements faster now, abandoning his usual composed rhythm. He was striking with more emotion, more raw momentum, trying to force the fight back into the predictable script he so firmly believed in. But in his attempt to reassert control, he had fallen directly into the next trap Naruto had carefully laid. The variable clone. One of Naruto's crudely drawn seal tags, tossed seemingly carelessly onto the arena floor minutes ago during an early, deliberately clumsy stumble, suddenly ignited with a small flash of light. Poof! A dense cloud of smoke erupted from the seal tag, obscuring the view of the arena. And then, stepping out of the dissipating smoke, was a single shadow clone of Naruto. But this clone didn't immediately attack. It simply stood there, in the center of the arena, silent and still. Neji faltered, his Byakugan scanning the clone with confusion. It wasn't attacking. It wasn't moving. It was just there. Then, the clone performed an unexpected action. It executed a deep, formal bow towards Neji, a gesture completely out of character for the boisterous Naruto. And then, just as suddenly, it took a single step backward, disappearing into the Proctor Gunma's blind spot, positioned directly behind him. In that moment of utter bewilderment, while Niji's attention was momentarily diverted by the strange behavior of the clone, the real Naruto struck. He launched a swift, low kick, sliding into the attack with a deceptive fluidity, striking Niji's other knee with a surprising force using his non-dominant leg. Niji's leg buckled beneath him, sending him stumbling. "Your flaw isn't the Byakugan, Neji," Naruto said coldly, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. "It's that you treat reality like a script. You see only what you expect to see." Neji growled, the first visible crack in his carefully constructed emotional armor forming. "You're mocking destiny, Uzumaki." "No, Neji," Naruto replied, his voice low and intense. "I'm mocking your version of it. Niji's counterattack." His pride wounded, his belief system shaken, and a thin trickle of blood now flowing from his lip, Neji activated the full power of the gentle fist stance, his movements becoming even more precise and focused. He launched into his signature technique, his body rotating with incredible speed. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Naruto didn't attempt to dodge the initial onslaught. Instead, he did the unthinkable. He ran directly into the heart of Niji's attack range. As the first precise blows landed against his chest and abdomen, disrupting his own chakra flow, 2 more shadow clones exploded into existence simultaneously on either side of Neji, their sudden appearance momentarily disrupting Niji's internal chakra focus and obscuring his vision of the next few crucial Tenketsu points. Neji tried to push through the unexpected disruption, his hands moving with blinding speed. But the real Naruto had already rolled clear, disengaging just before Niji's final, most devastating strikes could land. He was bruised and winded, but still functioning. And then came the decisive moment. Another shadow clone, the one that had bowed and positioned itself behind Gunma, stepped forward. With a swift, precise movement, it placed its palm flat against the arena floor. Pre-written seal tag, clone recall feedback loop. Neji turned, his Byakugan frantically trying to track the sudden shift in Naruto's movements. But it was too late. All 3 of Naruto's active clones dispersed at once, their chakra signatures fading into the air. The impact of 3 simultaneous memory streams, each carefully engineered to contain false movement paths and misleading sensory data, slammed into Niji's consciousness, overwhelming his Byakugan with a barrage of conflicting information and cognitive contradiction. He reeled backward, clutching his head, a look of utter confusion and disbelief etched onto his face. "He's using clones to create false historical data," Shikamaru whispered from the Jonin observation area, his normally bored expression now one of genuine surprise and understanding. Kakashi, standing beside him, nodded slowly. "He's not just attacking Niji's body, Shikamaru. He's attacking his worldview." Final exchange. Neji, visibly disoriented and struggling to reconcile the conflicting information flooding his senses, launched a desperate, almost clumsy strike. Naruto, despite his own injuries and exhaustion, ducked beneath the wild swing. He was bruised, tired, his chakra reserves depleted, but his mind remained clear and focused. He didn't counter with a flashy, powerful punch. Instead, he simply stepped forward, closing the remaining distance between them, and gently tapped Niji's shoulder. "Checkmate," he said softly, his voice barely a whisper. Niji blinked, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realized his own arm had stopped mid-strike, his muscles refusing to fire. One of Naruto's earlier seemingly accidental brushes against Niji's arm during the chaotic exchange had been anything but. Using a basic, genin-level calligraphy seal trigger, he had subtly placed a pressure release seal directly onto Niji's outer bicep, creating a localized numbness that had now taken effect. It wasn't a powerful jutsu. It wasn't the intervention of fate. It was simple, elegant engineering. Genma's call. A stunned silence hung over the arena for a long moment. Then the proctor, Genma, cleared his throat. "Winner," Genma announced, his voice carrying a hint of surprise, "Naruto Uzumaki." Silence. And then the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, gasps, and bewildered murmurs. Kakashi exhaled slowly, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips behind his mask. He didn't just win, did he? He effectively invalidated Niji's entire core argument. Aftermath. Niji lay on the ground, dazed and breathing heavily, his gaze fixed on the sky above. Naruto crouched down beside him, offering a hand to help him up. "You were right about one thing, Niji," Naruto said quietly, his voice devoid of any trace of gloating. "There's definitely stuff we can't control." Niji stared at him, a flicker of understanding beginning to dawn in his pale eyes. "But you were wrong about what that stuff is," Naruto continued, tapping his own forehead lightly. "I can't choose where I was born or what people thought I'd be." Then he tapped his chest directly over his heart. "But I choose how I respond, Niji." He stood up, offering Niji another, more insistent hand. "You want to be free, Niji? Stop waiting for fate to give it to you." And then, without waiting for a response, Naruto turned and walked away, leaving Niji to grapple with the implications of his defeat and the unexpected wisdom offered by his once ridiculed opponent. Reflection. Tower rooftop again. That night, the familiar solitude of the central tower rooftop offered Naruto a space for reflection. He sat alone, his notebook open on his lap, the faint glow of the city illuminating the pages. Match record. Niji Hyuga, victory. Strategic summary. Successfully deployed, strategically timed shadow clone feints to disrupt Niji's sensory predictions and create openings for attack. Utilized rudimentary seal tags as psychological decoys, introducing an element of uncertainty and misdirection into Niji's calculations. Focused on targeting Niji's deeply ingrained belief structure rather than solely relying on overpowering his formidable technique. Psychological objective achieved. Niji's unwavering faith in the concept of fate was his most significant vulnerability. By demonstrating the power of unpredictable actions and strategic manipulation of his expectations, I didn't break his belief system entirely, but I made him question its absolute certainty. Niji's fate was a wall he had built around himself. I didn't break it down with brute force. I simply showed him there might be another door. He closed the notebook, a quiet sense of satisfaction settling within him. He hadn't just won a battle. He had conducted a successful experiment, proving the validity of his unconventional methods. The stars flickered in the night sky above, their ancient light bearing witness to the quiet revolution that was taking place within the young ninja. And Naruto Uzumaki, the once predictable, loudmouthed variable in a world that prized legacy and established doctrine, leaned back against the cool stone, the intricate workings of his evolving system humming silently beneath the surface, one carefully calculated variable at a time. Konoha, Intelligence Annex, South Tower. The atmosphere in the small, windowless room was sterile and cold, an intentional chill designed to discourage unnecessary chatter and promote a sense of formality. Naruto stood stiffly in the center of the room, facing three seated jonin, Kurenai Yui, Asuma Sarutobi, and a silent, imposing ANBU operative whose face was completely obscured by a featureless white mask. In the corner, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, stood Kakashi Hitaki, his single visible eye betraying no discernible emotion. On the polished wooden table before them lay a single, open scroll, one of Naruto's hastily scribbled seal notes, recovered from the arena floor after his match with Neji. The intricate, though rudimentary, ink markings seemed to hum with an unseen energy. Kurenai spoke first, her voice calm but with an underlying firmness. You improvised a delayed activation shadow clone using an unfinished, frankly primitive, seal tag? Naruto nodded once, his gaze steady. Yes, ma'am. Asuma leaned forward, steepling his fingers on the table, his expression thoughtful. Did anyone teach you this, Naruto? No, sir. The ANBU operative's voice, when it finally came, was flat and devoid of inflection, sending a slight shiver down Naruto's spine. You developed seal-triggered shadow clones with modular action instructions in approximately 8 days. Naruto didn't blink, his gaze unwavering. They're not real seals, not like the ones in the scrolls. They're just instructions, sensei. And the clones respond to them the same way I do, because, well, they are me. Kurenai tapped the open scroll with a slender finger, her brow furrowed slightly. This level of conceptual thinking, it's not typical of a genin. It's not really about jutsu, ma'am, Naruto replied, his voice even. It's just logic, cause and effect. A heavy silence descended upon the room, broken only by the faint hum of the tower's ventilation system. Then Kakashi finally spoke, his voice low and carrying a subtle sense of urgency. If we don't move quickly, someone else will undoubtedly try to claim this. Naruto felt a sudden tension coil in his gut. Kurenai frowned, her eyes flicking towards Kakashi. Claim what exactly? Kakashi's voice took on a darker edge. He just inadvertently invented programmable shadow clones with modular action triggers. Think of the implications for espionage, assassination, defense. The possibilities are virtually limitless. The ANBU operative turned his masked head towards Naruto, his unseen gaze feeling intensely focused. You will submit all your current seal designs and your theoretical notes for a thorough review by the village's barrier corps. Naruto hesitated, a knot of apprehension tightening in his chest. Why? Because the village needs to fully understand the scope and function of your methods, Kurenai explained, her voice softening slightly, but still firm. You mean own them, Naruto countered, the words slipping out before he could fully consider their implications. The ANBU's masked face remained impassive, offering no hint of reaction. Knowledge and techniques developed during official Chunin exam activities, particularly those with significant strategic implications for the village, are generally considered the property of Konoha. Naruto swallowed the sudden heat that rose in his chest, a familiar sense of injustice bubbling to the surface. You want to take it? We want to protect it, Naruto, Asuma interjected, his tone attempting to be reassuring, to ensure its responsible development and application, and to protect you from those who might seek to exploit your unique abilities. That last part didn't quite land right with Naruto. It felt like a thinly veiled justification for something else. Kakashi stepped forward, his hand resting briefly on Naruto's shoulder. If you'll excuse us, I'd like a few moments to speak with my student in private. The other Jonin exchanged a brief glance before nodding their assent. 5 minutes, Kakashi. Rooftop interlude, Kakashi and Naruto. The door to the intelligence annex clicked shut behind them, leaving Naruto and Kakashi standing alone on the rooftop, the wind whipping gently around them. The sky above was a canvas of slate gray, and heavy storm clouds were beginning to mass on the eastern horizon, promising a downpour later in the day. Kakashi didn't speak immediately, seemingly content to let the silence hang in the air. Naruto, however, felt the need to break the tension. They don't like that I changed the game, do they, sensei? They don't particularly like that you changed the rules without asking for permission first, Kakashi countered, his voice dry. So now I'm a threat? Naruto asked, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. Kakashi tilted his head, considering his student's words. You're a variable, Naruto, and established systems rarely appreciate those. A brief pause hung between them, the wind rustling the leaves of a nearby tree. Naruto exhaled slowly. So what do I do, sensei? Kakashi finally turned, his single visible on meeting Naruto's gaze directly. You grow, Naruto. You continue to develop your abilities, your understanding. But you also document. Document? Naruto frowned, confused by the seemingly mundane advice. Keep meticulous records, Kakashi elaborated. Put everything in notebooks. Detail your thought processes, your experimental procedures, your findings. Show them your thinking, Naruto. If they understand that you're not acting rashly, that there's a logical framework behind your innovations, they'll be less inclined to try and box you in. Naruto considered this, his brow furrowed in thought. And if they still try, sensei? Kakashi didn't smile, his expression remaining serious. Then you build something so significant, so undeniably powerful, that they simply can't afford to contain it. Elsewhere, the sand watches. Far above the Konoha arena, concealed behind the tinted glass of shaded balcony overlooking the battlefield, the masked eyes of the fourth Kazekage watched the replay of Naruto's match against Neji on a small, intricately crafted scroll screen. Beside him, his loyal shinobi, Baki, stood silently, his posture ramrod straight. Did the boy surprise you, Baki? The Kazekage asked quietly, his voice betraying no emotion. He was unpredictable, Lord Kazekage, far more so than our initial reports indicated. The Kazekage's masked gaze remained fixed on the screen, where Naruto's image flickered across the scroll. Angara. Baki hesitated for a fraction of a second. Restless, my lord. The Kazekage's voice turned subtly sharper, a hint of steel entering his tone. Ensure that he remains aimed correctly, Baki. The success of our plans depends upon it. Baki bowed his head low. As you command, Lord Kazekage. The system reacts. Over the next 2 days, the wheels of Konoha's administrative and intelligence apparatus turned with quiet efficiency. Naruto's meticulously detailed training scrolls, along with the recovered seal tag, were copied and distributed among various specialized departments. His unorthodox techniques were tested by seasoned jonin, their initial skepticism gradually giving way to a grudging respect for the young genin's innovative approach. The village's barrier corps, in particular, took a keen interest in Naruto's rudimentary seal work, sending formal requests for him to submit more comprehensive documentation in order to standardize his clone mod instruction triggers for potential future applications. Naruto, following Kakashi's advice, submitted what he could, providing detailed explanations of his theoretical framework and the basic mechanics of his seal trigger clones. However, he wisely kept the true cutting edge of his innovations to himself. The subtle understanding of clone feedback thresholds, the techniques for shifting cognitive load, the intuitive grasp of temporal manipulation in combat. Those remained locked within the complex architecture of his own evolving system. He wasn't openly defiant, understanding the village's need for information and control. He was simply cautious, learning to navigate the intricate power dynamics of the shinobi world. And then, 2 days after his somewhat unsettling encounter with the intelligence Jonin, a quiet summons arrived, requesting his presence in the Hokage's office. Hokage's office, Hiruzen and Naruto. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat behind his large, imposing desk, the familiar scent of his special blend of tea steaming gently from a ceramic cup beside him. His gaze, though kind, held a weight of experience as he looked at Naruto standing before him. He didn't appear outwardly disappointed, but neither did he seem entirely pleased by the recent developments. "I've been reading your training logs, Naruto," Hiruzen said gently, his voice carrying the familiar warmth that Naruto had come to associate with the old man. Naruto stood straight, his hands clasped behind his back, a habit he had picked up unconsciously. "In your strategy scrolls, Lord Hokage, in your written reaction logs after each of your training sessions and the preliminary matches." Hiruzen paused, his wise eyes twinkling slightly behind his crescent moon spectacles. "They're impressive, Naruto, for someone of your age and experience." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Naruto replied, a sense of pride mixed with a hint of nervousness fluttering in his chest. "But they're not childish, Naruto," Hiruzen continued, his tone shifting subtly. "They're the level of analytical depth, a strategic understanding that is quite advanced." Naruto said nothing, waiting for the Hokage to continue. Hiruzen leaned forward slightly, his gaze hardening almost imperceptibly. "Do you know what happens to ninja who become smarter, more strategically capable than the people above them, Naruto?" A moment of silence hung in the air. Then Naruto offered cautiously, "They get promoted, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen's lips thinned slightly. "Sometimes, Naruto, but more often they get watched. Very closely." The words landed like a subtle punch, a quiet warning that resonated deep within Naruto. He didn't flinch outwardly, but the implication was clear. Hiruzen continued, his gaze unwavering. "You've rewritten the expected path for yourself, Naruto. You've demonstrated abilities and a way of thinking that is outside the norm. That brings curiosity, yes, but it also brings a certain level of fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of what you might become." Naruto's voice remained steady, despite the subtle pressure he felt. "I'm not doing this to be dangerous, Lord Hokage. I just want to be strong enough to protect my friends." "I know that, Naruto," Hiruzen said, his voice softening again. "But danger doesn't always stem from intentions. Sometimes it arises simply from the act of change itself, from the disruption of established norms." He reached for the teapot and poured a cup of tea, then offered it to Naruto. "Do you still aspire to become Hokage, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, his gaze direct and searching. Naruto looked the old man in the eye, his own gaze filled with a newfound clarity. "I want to be unnecessary to the next Hokage, Lord Hokage." The unexpected answer gave Hiruzen pause. He took a slow sip of his tea, his eyes studying the young genin before him with renewed interest. "That is a unique ambition, Naruto," Hiruzen said finally. "Achieving such a goal, you'll need allies, strong allies." "I'm building them, Lord Hokage," Naruto replied, a small, confident smile touching his lips. "One variable at a time." A private talk, Shikamaru's warning. That evening, Naruto sought out Shikamaru. He found the Nara clan prodigy leaning against the railing of one of the training grounds, his gaze fixed on the twilight sky, a familiar air of ennui surrounding him. "You built a rather intricate clock, Uzumaki," Shikamaru said quietly, without even turning his head. "And now everyone in the village is wondering who wound it up and what time it's set to strike." Naruto stepped to the railing beside him, his arms crossed. "They want to know if I'm dangerous, right? More accurately, they want to know if you're controllable," Shikamaru corrected, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. Naruto looked away, a familiar sense of frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Shikamaru sighed, finally turning his head to look at Naruto. You're far too strategically inclined for how ridiculously loud and impulsive you used to be. That kind of sudden shift, it makes people nervous. I thought you didn't care about any of this troublesome stuff, Shikamaru, Naruto retorted, a hint of defensiveness in his voice. I don't, generally speaking, Shikamaru admitted with a characteristic yawn. But I do enjoy observing complex systems, especially when they start behaving in unexpected ways. And yours, Uzumaki, is drawing a rather significant amount of attention from some rather large pieces on the board. A brief silence hung between them. Then, Shikamaru's expression turned slightly more serious. You need to build a failsafe, Naruto. Naruto blinked, genuinely surprised by the unexpected advice. A failsafe? A clone, Shikamaru elaborated, his gaze thoughtful. One that doesn't automatically obey your commands. A counter system within your system. Naruto frowned, considering the implications. What if it turns on me? Shikamaru smirked, a hint of his usual lazy amusement returning. Then, troublesome as it might be, you'll undoubtedly learn something useful either way, won't you? A visit from Jiraiya. 2 days later, he arrived. Loud, absurd, utterly inappropriate. Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, the self-proclaimed super pervert, and one of the Sannin, descended upon Konoha with all the subtlety of thunderclap, followed by a vaguely embarrassing afterthought. He found Naruto half buried in a chaotic mess of advanced sealing scrolls and dense chakra theory books in his cramped dormitory room. Well, Jiraiya boomed, his voice echoing through the small space, a wide, slightly lecherous grin splitting his weathered face. Look what we have here. Looks like a tax collector in training, wouldn't you say? Naruto blinked, startled by the sudden intrusion. He squinted at the strange figure standing in his doorway, a tall man with wild white hair, distinctive red markings around his eyes, and an air of barely contained chaos. Who are you? Jiraiya threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing through the corridor. I, my little tadpole, am your new escape route. The offer. Later, they sat on the back fence of one of the quieter training fields, a plate of still warm dango between them. Jiraiya, despite his initial boisterousness, had a surprisingly calm and insightful demeanor when he chose to employ it. He handed Naruto a small, folded slip of paper, his expression surprisingly serious. Kid, you're about to become far too valuable to be left wandering around unsupervised. So, I'm taking you with me for a while. A little training, a little protection, a little much-needed breathing room. Naruto unfolded the note, his brow furrowed in thought. It was a simple itinerary, outlining a journey far beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. But I still have more simulations to run, Sensei. More theories to test. Jiraiya tilted his head, his gaze surprisingly perceptive. Kid, sometimes the most valuable data, the most crucial insights, don't come from inside your head or scribbled in your notebook. Sometimes you gotta go out there and experience the real world. That's where the truly unpredictable variables reside. A long pause hung between them, the silence broken only by the chirping of crickets in the nearby fields. Naruto looked at the note, then back at Jiraiya, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. He carefully folded the note and tucked it into his pouch. I'll go, Naruto said, his voice firm. Final entry, chapter close. Naruto made one final entry in his ever-present training log before he departed with Jiraiya. System status update, post-match. Clone memory design, stable and increasingly efficient. Overall chakra efficiency during clone deployment and recall has increased by approximately 14% through refined channeling techniques. Predictive reaction modeling based on opponent behavioral analysis has shown significant improvement. External risk index elevated. Observations. Confirmed Jonin level surveillance following the final match. Likelihood of internal tracking of my training activities and theoretical developments is high. The village, particularly certain key figures, now views me as a growing asset with significant potential, but also as a potential variable requiring careful management. Solution: align myself with mentors who operate outside the direct control and establish protocols of the village. Jiraiya's unpredictable nature and vast experience make him an ideal candidate. Consciously reduce the overt pace of my growth and innovation during this next phase, avoiding any further dramatic displays of unconventional abilities that might attract unwanted attention. Prioritize the development of internal fallback systems and safeguards within my clone network, ensuring a level of autonomy and protection against potential external manipulation. Next variable to analyze and integrate into the system: departure, East Gate, Dawn. The massive wooden gates of Konoha, ancient sentinels that had stood watch over the hidden Leaf Village for generations, groaned in protest as they were slowly cranked open, their heavy timbers protesting the early hour. A flood of soft sunlight, still pale and gentle, poured through the dense canopy of the surrounding forest, bathing the worn, stone-paved road leading eastward in a wash of ethereal gold. The village was still largely asleep, most of its inhabitants lost in the quiet embrace of slumber, unaware of the silent departure taking place at its eastern edge. But two figures moved with a deliberate quietude down the deserted road, their silhouettes long and stretched in the nascent light. Jiraiya, the legendary toad sage, his tall frame slightly hunched, a wide, almost wolfish grin playing on his lips that seemed to disguise a keen, calculating intelligence in his sharp eyes. And Naruto Uzumaki, no longer the boisterous, attention-seeking genin of just weeks past, but a young man with a determined set to his jaw, a scroll tube slung casually across his back, and several small, well-worn notebooks carefully concealed within the lining of his vest, filled with his intricate theories and observations. As they reached the outer edge of the village, Naruto paused for a fleeting moment, turning his head to cast one last glance back at the familiar rooftops and the towering Hokage rock that dominated the skyline. It wasn't a look of longing or regret, but rather one of detached observation, as if he were adding another data point to his ever-expanding mental framework. Then, with a subtle shift of his shoulders, he turned forward again, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. There were no tearful goodbyes, no dramatic farewells, no public spectacle. That was by deliberate design, a calculated decision born from his evolving understanding of the world. He had left Konoha not as a hero seeking accolades, but as a variable quietly exiting the established system, his future trajectory still unwritten. Roadwork, philosophy of power. By mid-morning, the sun had climbed higher in the sky, its rays now stronger, pushing back the lingering shadows of dawn. Jiraiya and Naruto had long since passed the familiar farmlands and rolling hills of the Fire Plains, their journey taking them eastward into more rugged terrain. Jiraiya finally called a halt, stopping on a rocky bluff that offered a sweeping view of a wide, winding river snaking its way through the landscape below. He shrugged off his large pack with a grunt, letting it fall heavily to the ground. "Before we begin your unconventional training," Jiraiya said, turning to face Naruto, his grin softening into a more thoughtful expression, "there's something fundamental you need to understand about the nature of power in this world." Naruto, equally travel-worn despite his youthful energy, dropped his own lighter pack beside Jiraiya's and waited patiently, his blue eyes fixed on his enigmatic mentor. Jiraiya turned to fully face him, his gaze intense. "There are two distinct kinds of ninja in this world, Naruto." Naruto raised a questioning eyebrow, prompting Jiraiya to elaborate. "There are those who fight simply to win the immediate battle, to secure victory in the moment," Jiraiya explained, gesturing with his hands for emphasis. "They focus on strength, on technique, on outmaneuvering their opponents in the here and now." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. And then there are those who fight to change the entire board, Naruto. Those who look beyond the immediate conflict and aim to alter the fundamental dynamics of power itself. Naruto considered this, his mind already racing, drawing parallels to his own evolving strategies. Which one are you, sensei? Jiraiya's grin returned, wider and more mischievous than before. Well, in my younger days, I was definitely focused on being the first kind. But now, his gaze drifted towards the horizon, a hint of weariness and a deeper understanding in his eyes. Now, I'm trying my damnedest to become the second. Naruto nodded slowly, his thoughts aligning with Jiraiya's words. I'm not really trying to win anymore, sensei, he said quietly, his voice reflecting a newfound maturity. I'm trying to become a system, something that learns and adapts and ultimately outlives me. Jiraiya, who had been about to launch into another anecdote, actually stopped in mid-sentence, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. He stared at Naruto for a long moment, his usual playful demeanor completely gone. Then, a low whistle escaped his lips, a sound of genuine astonishment. Well, damn, kid, you really are his son, aren't you? The realization seemed to hit him with a surprising force. Training Phase 1, Summoning Contracts. The first lesson of Naruto's unconventional apprenticeship wasn't the flashy, high-impact jutsu he might have expected. There was no immediate focus on the powerful Rasengan, no deep dive into the intricacies of advanced sealing techniques, and no clandestine briefing on the art of espionage. Instead, it began with something far more fundamental, almost bureaucratic. It began with signatures. Jiraiya unrolled an enormous scroll, its ancient parchment crackling with age and covered in intricate, unfamiliar script. He laid it flat on the ground between them, the sheer size of it almost comical. This, my little toadpole, is the Toad Contract, Jiraiya announced with a flourish, gesturing dramatically towards the massive document. Naruto squinted at the seemingly endless lines of faded ink, his brow furrowed in confusion. You want me to sign this? To summon a giant toad? The idea felt strangely disconnected from the kind of training he had been envisioning. Jiraiya nodded, his expression surprisingly serious. Not just summon, Naruto. Partner, there's a crucial difference. You need to forge a bond, a mutual agreement. Why Toad, sensei? Naruto asked, still a little skeptical. He had always envisioned his power as something solely his own, derived from his own chakra and his own efforts. The idea of relying on an external entity felt foreign. Jiraiya chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Because they're stubborn as hell, often surprisingly ugly, and collectively smarter than they let on. Plus, he added with a wink, they have a certain panache. Naruto continued to stare at the scroll. The concept of forming a partnership, a reliance on another being for power, sitting a little uncomfortably within his meticulously constructed framework. He had built a system that flowed from him outward, a self-contained engine of learning and adaptation. This felt dependent, a reliance on an external variable he couldn't fully control. But even as the initial resistance flickered within him, a more strategic part of his mind began to recognize the potential benefits. He understood the concept of vectors, of leveraging existing forces to achieve a greater outcome. Toad summoning, he realized, was a pre-existing, incredibly powerful parallel system, one that he simply couldn't replicate or build himself from scratch. It offered access to a unique set of abilities and a wealth of experience he couldn't acquire on his own. So, with a decisive nod, he bit his thumb, drawing a bead of blood, and firmly pressed his fingerprint onto the designated space on the ancient scroll, adding his signature to the long list of legendary shinobi who had forged a contract with the great toads of Mount Myaboku. And then, under Jiraiya's guidance, he began the arduous task of learning the intricate hierarchy and the unique personalities of the various toads within the contract. Framework notes, summoning theory. That night, after their first day of exploring the Toad Contract, Naruto retreated to his notebooks, his mind buzzing with new concepts and potential integrations for his evolving system. Observation. Summons function as chakra vectors, creating a temporary link to sentient, memory-bearing creatures residing in extra-dimensional realms. The summoning contract itself appears to be a logic-bound agreement, with specific hand seals acting as an activation code to initiate the link. Hypothesis. Can I embed the activation sequence for Toad summoning within my existing seal tags, creating a pre-programmed summoning trigger? Is it possible for my shadow clones, utilizing their stored chakra reserves, to execute the summoning jutsu on a delayed basis, triggered by a specific condition or signal? If both of these hypotheses prove correct, it could potentially lead to a powerful battlefield strategy involving the delayed deployment of both clones and summons, creating unexpected tactical advantages. Crucial variables to test. The rate of chakra residue decay within a pre-programmed summoning seal over time. Will the stored chakra retain sufficient potency to successfully initiate the summoning after a delay? The willingness of the toads to accept a delayed summoning, particularly if the initial chakra signature is not directly originating from the contracted shinobi. The possibility of memory synchronization across multiple summoned toads. Can a toad summoned by clone relay information back to the original Naruto, creating an extended sensory network? He underlined the final point with particular emphasis. Toads appear to possess remarkably stable and long-term memories. This could potentially allow them to become an integral part of my feedback loop, providing a persistent source of historical battlefield data and strategic insights. He grinned to himself in the darkness. Even this initial foray into the seemingly unrelated world of summoning was already revealing new avenues for expanding and enhancing his core system. Jiraiya's worldview. The breaks during their initial phase of training were anything but restful. Instead of quiet contemplation or physical recuperation, Jiraiya filled the time with his seemingly endless supply of stories. But these weren't the tales of heroic deeds and glorious victories that Naruto had sometimes heard in the village. Jiraiya's narratives were filled with intricate details of shadowy networks, complex webs of espionage, the fallible nature of even the most powerful Kage, and the subtle but pervasive signs of decay within the seemingly unshakable structures of the great nations. He spoke of the hidden villages within the vast Rain country, of the iron-fisted rule of Hanzo the Salamander, and of the quiet, insidious rise of civil unrest within borders that those outside the Rain village never even noticed. The world is full of shadows that don't cast jutsu. Naruto, Jiraiya said once, his gaze distant and thoughtful as he stared out at the passing landscape. Naruto, intrigued, pressed him for clarification. Jiraiya simply pointed down at the ground beneath their feet. When true power moves in silence, when it operates through unseen channels and hidden networks, even the eyes of a Hokage can't always see it coming. Naruto, his notebook always close at hand, diligently took notes, recognizing the valuable insights hidden within Jiraiya's seemingly rambling tales. He was beginning to understand that true power wasn't always about raw strength or flashy techniques. Often, it resided in the unseen currents of information and influence that flowed beneath the surface of the shinobi world. Field test, first summoning failure. Their first attempt at a solo summoning took place in a desolate field of shale and moss, not far from the well-traveled Tanzaka Trail. Jiraiya, after explaining the basic hand seals and the necessary chakra focus, had instructed Naruto to try and summon a toad on his own. Naruto, his brow furrowed in concentration, meticulously went through the sequence of hand seals, channeling his chakra with focused intent and shouting the activation command with a surge of youthful enthusiasm. And then poof. In place of the expected giant amphibian, a tiny, brown tadpole appeared in a small puff of smoke. It blinked its minuscule eyes, let out a single, rather pathetic-sounding burp, and then promptly vanished back into the ether. Jiraiya, who had been watching with a mixture of anticipation and amusement, burst out laughing, the sound echoing across the otherwise silent field. Naruto, however, didn't share his mentor's mirth. He crouched down beside the fading wisp of smoke, his expression thoughtful and analytical. Wrong distribution ratio, he muttered to himself, his mind already dissecting the failure. Too much upfront chakra, not enough sustained control on the tail end of the surge. Jiraiya, still chuckling, shook his head. You're talking like a scientist, kid. I'm thinking like a system architect, sensei, Naruto replied, his gaze intent. Identify the failure point, analyze the variables, and adjust the parameters for the next iteration. Jiraiya nodded slowly, a hint of respect replacing his amusement. Then architect again, my little toad pole. Second test, Gamakichi arrives. 2 days later, Naruto adjusted his approach, meticulously controlling his chakra flow using precisely timed breath intervals, a technique he had refined through countless cycles of meditation with his shadow clones. He focused his intent, went through the hand seals with deliberate precision, and shouted the summoning command once more. Summoning jutsu. A much larger plume of smoke erupted this time, filling the air with the pungent scent of the summoning realm. And when the smoke cleared, a small, but definitely not tadpole-sized, orange toad blinked up at him with a curious expression. Yo, the toad croaked, its voice surprisingly casual. Naruto grinned, a genuine sense of accomplishment washing over him. You're Gamakichi, right? He remembered Jiraiya's description of the various toads within the contract. The toad sniffed the air, its large, golden eyes sizing Naruto up. Yeah, that's me. You the one who called me. I am, Naruto confirmed. You gonna help me out? Gamakichi shrugged his small, orange shoulders. I don't hate ya. You got a kinda interesting smell. Not as annoying as some of those other humans. Jiraiya, who had been observing from a nearby tree, a smirk playing on his lips, chuckled softly. Looks like you've got rapport, Naruto. More like compatible software, Naruto replied dryly, still slightly surprised by the casual demeanor of the summoned toad. Jiraiya, who had been in the middle of taking a bite of his rice ball, promptly choked, sputtering and wheezing as he nearly dropped his meal. Message intercept, Rain Country perimeter. They were resting in a small, damp cave, taking shelter from sudden downpour, when a small, lithe figure wearing a fox-shaped ANBU mask appeared silently at the entrance. The agent approached Jiraiya, offering him a sealed scroll marked with a distinctive red hawk insignia. Jiraiya unsealed the scroll with a practiced flick of his wrist, his brow furrowing slightly as he read the contents slowly and deliberately. When he was finished, he passed the scroll to Naruto without a word, his expression grave. The message was brief and to the point. Intel: Orochimaru has been sighted moving within the outer perimeter of Rain Country. Akatsuki remnants are suspected to be operating in the same general area. Mission: proceed north with extreme discretion. Observe only. Do not engage under any circumstances. Naruto scanned the message quickly, his eyes lingering on Orochimaru's name. Orochimaru. The name still carried a weight of unease and a flicker of unresolved anger, despite his attempts to move beyond the desire for revenge. Jiraiya watched him carefully, his gaze intense. You're not ready for him, Naruto. Not yet. I don't want revenge, sensei, Naruto replied, his voice surprisingly calm. I want patterns. I want to understand how he operates. That response clearly piqued Jiraiya's interest. His eyes narrowed slightly. You want to know how he thinks, how he manages to evade capture time and time again. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. I want to know why he keeps getting away with it. What are the underlying principles of his survival? Meditation with summons, internal sync. Following their successful summoning of Gamakichi, Naruto began incorporating a new element into his nightly meditation routine. He wasn't just focusing on chakra control and mental clarity anymore. Now, he was also consciously exploring how the summoned toads processed and retained memory. He discovered, through focused mental probing during their shared meditative states, that Gamakichi possessed a surprisingly detailed and long-term memory. The young toad could vividly recall battlefield locations from years past, could replicate the formations of enemy shinobi he had encountered in previous summons, and could even relay subtle smell data that Naruto himself had never consciously registered during those events. This led to a new, intriguing hypothesis for Naruto. If a shadow clone creates a specific memory through an observation or an action, and then summons a toad while that memory is still fresh in its ephemeral consciousness, could that memory be transferred, or at least accessible, to the summoned toad through the chakra link that binds them? If this is possible, then a summoned toad could potentially retain and report back crucial scouting data even after the original shadow clone has dispersed, effectively extending his intelligence-gathering capabilities beyond the limited lifespan of his clones. He eagerly added this new line of inquiry to his ever-growing scroll of theories. Summons equals potential extended sensory cache. He grinned to himself in the darkness of their makeshift campsite. Even his initial fumblings in the world of summoning were now yielding valuable insights, feeding directly into the ever-evolving architecture of his personal system. Political undercurrent, Jiraiya's warning. Late one evening, after a long day spent practicing summoning and refining his chakra control, Jiraiya lit a small, crackling fire. He sat down beside Naruto without saying a word, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. The silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the crackling of the wood and the distant sounds of the forest. Eventually, Jiraiya spoke, his voice low and serious. "You're going to be targeted, Naruto." Naruto, who had been meticulously cleaning his kunai, looked up surprised. "Targeted? By who, sensei?" Jiraiya shook his head slowly, his expression grim. "By everyone, kid. Because you're interesting. You've shown a level of innovation and strategic thinking that's rare, especially for someone your age." "Because of the shadow clones and the way I use them?" Naruto asked, his mind already racing, considering the potential threats. "Partly," Jiraiya confirmed. "But more than that, it's because you're unpredictable, and powerful nations, particularly those teetering on the edge of conflict, hate unpredictability. They want control." He paused, his gaze intense. "Danzo and his root faction will undoubtedly want to recruit you, to try and mold you into one of their instruments. Other villages, sensing your potential, might try to kidnap you, to extract your secrets and turn your abilities to their own advantage." "But I'm not a weapon, sensei," Naruto protested, the idea deeply unsettling. "They won't care what you think you are, Naruto," Jiraiya said, his voice firm. "They'll only care about what they can turn you into." Naruto looked into the flickering flames of the fire, his young face etched with a newfound seriousness. He closed his notebook with a decisive snap. "Then I'll just have to become too complex for them to copy, sensei," Naruto declared, his voice filled with a quiet determination. Jiraiya snorted, a hint of a smile finally returning to his lips. "You're already too complex for the damn paperwork, kid." Return path. Unexpected encounter. Near the end of their first circuit north, as they began their journey back towards the Fire Country border, they set up camp on a high, rocky ridge that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding forest. Naruto was going through his usual routine of solo shadow clone drills when he suddenly felt a distinct, almost palpable chakra pulse in the air. It wasn't overtly hostile, no immediate threat registered, but it felt wrong, somehow out of sync with the natural flow of energy. A figure moved through the dense woods below with an unnatural, almost inhuman speed, a blur of movement against the green foliage. And then, in the blink of an eye, the figure materialized, standing silently about 20 feet away from their camp. "Itachi Uchiha." He was cloaked in the familiar dark robes of the Akatsuki, his presence radiating a quiet intensity. His crimson Sharingan eyes, visible even from the distance, were as unreadable as ever. Jiraiya, ever vigilant, appeared instantly at Naruto's side, his own chakra flaring subtly. The air between them grew taut, thick with unspoken tension. But Itachi raised a hand slowly, a gesture of peace. "I'm not here to fight, Jiraiya-san." His voice, though low, carried a distinct resonance. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his suspicion evident. "Then talk fast, Uchiha." Itachi's gaze shifted, focusing on Naruto, his Sharingan swirling hypnotically. "You're growing differently, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto remained still, observing the enigmatic figure with a wary intensity. "You're not like the others," Itachi continued, his voice almost a whisper. "You're becoming a method, not merely a man." Then, his attention shifted back to Jiraiya. "Keep him alive, Jiraiya-sama. The world will need him." And with a barely audible rustle of leaves, the Uchiha prodigy vanished as quickly and silently as he had appeared, leaving Jiraiya and Naruto alone once more. Jiraiya's expression was unreadable, a complex mix of surprise and contemplation. "That's the most emotion I think I've ever seen from him," he murmured, almost to himself. Naruto, ever the pragmatist, simply pulled out his notebook and wrote down, "Itachi Uchiha, anomaly acknowledged me. Note potential future interaction. Final field entry, return to Fire Country." As they neared the familiar border of Fire Country once again, Naruto's collection of scrolls had grown significantly. But these weren't filled with detailed instructions for powerful new jutsu. Instead, they were a comprehensive repository of his evolving frameworks. Clone summon relay theory and experimental protocols. Detailed models of chakra flow, wave dynamics. Intricate diagrams illustrating reaction efficiency under various conditions. A growing database of personality-based compatibility assessments for different types of summons. But beneath all the technical data and strategic calculations, a simple, overarching goal drove his relentless inquiry. How do I build a system of learning and adaptation that is inherently faster and more resilient than any enemy, no matter how powerful, can possibly adapt to? Even his handwriting had undergone a subtle transformation, becoming sharper, cleaner, more precise, mirroring the quiet evolution that was taking place within him. End scene, firelight and forecast. That night, as they made camp within sight of the Fire Country border, Naruto sat across from Jiraiya once more, the crackling firelight casting dancing shadows on their faces. They ate their simple meal in comfortable silence, the unspoken understanding between them growing stronger with each passing day. Finally, as the flames began to die down, Jiraiya spoke, his gaze thoughtful. "All right, my little system architect. Next lesson, chakra, nature manipulation. Elemental transformation?" Naruto asked, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. This was a fundamental skill that every high-level shinobi needed to master. Jiraiya nodded slowly. "That's right. But I'm warning you, Naruto, it'll slow you down. At least initially." Naruto surprised him with a faint, almost knowing smile. "Good." Jiraiya blinked, taken aback by the unexpected response. "Good. If I appear to slow down, even just a little, they'll likely assume I've plateaued, that I've reached the limits of my current growth," Naruto explained, his blue eyes gleaming with a hint of strategic cunning. Jiraiya considered this for a moment, a slow smile spreading across his own face. The kid was definitely thinking several steps ahead. Naruto unrolled a fresh scroll, the blank parchment illuminated by the flickering firelight. And at the very bottom of the page, below his detailed notes on chakra flow and summoning protocols, he wrote a new heading. Phase 2 begins. Nature's law versus man's logic. Chakra nature begins, fire, wind, and the knife. Chakra has a nature, Naruto, Jiraiya said, holding out a handful of leaves he had gathered from different trees across the forest, each one unique in its texture and shape. Just like people have a personality, he added, tossing a leaf to Naruto. Some chakra cuts like a blade. Some burns like fire. Some overwhelms like a raging flood. Yours. Naruto caught the leaf, its surface slightly rough against his palm. He focused his chakra, feeling its familiar warmth coursing through his veins. Wind, he replied instinctively. The leaf in his hand immediately crumbled into dust, a fine powder slipping through his fingers. "You're sharp, kid," Jiraiya observed, a hint of admiration in his voice. "And not just in the head, it seems." Naruto picked up another leaf, focusing his chakra with more control this time, channeling it through his fingertips. The leaf fluttered in his palm, twitching slightly, then bent unnaturally down the middle, a sharp crease forming along its spine. "Close," Jiraiya said, watching intently. "But wind isn't just about power, Naruto. It's about precision. It's about the effortless application of focused force." Naruto nodded slowly, the concept resonating with his understanding of his own strategic approach. Precision. Feedback. Adjust the angle, however minutely. Measure the resulting change. He picked up another leaf, this time focusing on a more controlled and sustained flow of chakra. He began meticulously cataloging his outputs, not just the raw force he could generate, but the steadiness, the consistency, the fine-tuned control he could achieve. Log entry, nature manipulation framework. That night, Naruto's notebook filled with new observations and theoretical frameworks. Chakra nature is not merely an innate ability, but rather a specific pattern of resistance and decay that occurs when chakra interacts with a particular transmission medium, e.g., air, skin, a leaf. Wind-style test results, initial. Shadow clone chakra feedback loops tend to distort edge control, leading to instability and imprecise cuts. Variance in control is significantly higher under conditions of mental fatigue or distraction. Control and precision are noticeably stronger and more consistent following focus meditation, particularly when combined with a single-purpose shadow clone dedicated to chakra control and breathwork. He drew a line beneath these observations. Wind-style success equals clean mental separation between the channeling process and the influx of clone feedback. He underlined that statement twice, recognizing its crucial importance. Experimental clone designs, nature-based roles. With Jiraiya's permission and his characteristic amuse tolerance for Naruto's increasingly complex experiments, Naruto began deploying a series of modified shadow clones, each preloaded with a highly specific and singular directive. Clone A, solely dedicated to intensive chakra control breathwork exercises. Clone B, exclusively focused on practicing wind-style manipulation on various objects. Clone C, assigned the task of continuous meditation and thorough memory integration and cleaning. He staggered their deployments, ensuring that the feedback from each specialized clone didn't overwhelm him simultaneously. He mentally designated these clones as process clones. Rather than attempting to learn and master all aspects of wind-style manipulation in parallel within his own consciousness, he was effectively outsourcing different stages of the learning process to specialized facets of his own mind. "It's not exactly multitasking, sensei," he explained to a bemused Jiraiya. "It's more like modular cognition." Jiraiya, watching from his usual perch in a nearby tree, shook his head, a mixture of admiration and bewilderment in his eyes. "You're the first genin I've ever seen organize their own mind into specialized teams." Naruto, his focus unwavering, simply replied, "Well, sensei, I certainly won't be the last." Strain and collapse. System failure number 02. On the fifth day of this new training regimen, the carefully constructed framework unexpectedly collapsed. Within a span of mere minutes, all three process clones simultaneously dispelled, sending a jarring, chaotic tidal wave of fragmented memories crashing back into Naruto's consciousness. The sensation of countless leaves being sliced, the intricate flow of wind chakra, the rhythmic cadence of focused breathing, the serene stillness of meditation. Every sensory thread, every cognitive process slammed into him at once, an overwhelming sensory overload. His body seized, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. A blinding pain erupted in his head, pounding behind his eyes with brutal intensity. He stumbled behind a nearby tree, vomiting violently, and nearly lost consciousness before Jiraiya reached his side. Jiraiya knelt beside him, his expression concerned as he wiped Naruto's mouth with a damp cloth. "You're pushing too many subroutines at once, Naruto. Your mind can only handle so much parallel processing." Naruto groaned, his body still trembling. "It was almost stable, Sensei. I thought I had it." "You're not a machine, Naruto," Jiraiya reminded him gently. "I'm trying to make myself one," Naruto retorted, his voice weak but his determination unwavering. "You're a person, kid," Jiraiya insisted, "and even the most perfectly designed systems can crash under too much load." Naruto blinked through the lingering nausea, his mind already analyzing the failure. "Then I need to incorporate error handling into the system, Sensei." New protocol, clone partition limits. Immediately after his recovery, Naruto meticulously revised his clone protocols once more, incorporating the lessons learned from his recent system crash. He rewrote the core parameters. Maximum parallel processes, active clones reduced to 2, to minimize the risk of overwhelming his cognitive processing capacity. Individual clone lifespan, capped at 90 minutes to prevent excessive memory accumulation and feedback strain. Memory reintegration buffer. A dedicated meditation clone will now be required after each wind-style training session to ensure a smoother and more complete assimilation of feedback. Tag. Added a new internal marker, fusion pending, mark for comprehensive chakra nature synchronization test. Contingency protocol. Implemented a failsafe. Individual clones are programmed to self-dispel if feedback degradation exceeds a critical threshold of 8%, indicating potential system overload. He also attached a new conceptual scroll tag to his internal framework. Error handling clone. Designated process clone acts as a dedicated observer, constantly monitoring feedback integrity and possessing the authority to immediately cancel all other active process clones if signs of system overload begin to manifest. With these new safeguards in place, the system rebooted, and Naruto continued his exploration of wind-style manipulation with renewed caution and a more refined understanding of his own limitations. Jiraiya's correction, human element. One tranquil evening, as the last rays of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of vibrant purple and soft orange, Jiraiya dragged Naruto away from his intensive training to a secluded hilltop overlooking a serene lake. The water's surface was smooth as polished glass, reflecting the colorful sky like a perfect mirror. Jiraiya picked up a flat stone from the shore and skipped it expertly across the water. It glided in perfect arcs, creating a series of gentle ripples that spread outwards across the still surface. "You're building beautifully, Naruto," Jiraiya said, his voice surprisingly gentle as he watched the stone dance across the lake. "But," Naruto prompted, sensing the unspoken reservation in his mentor's tone. Jiraiya nodded slowly. "But you're building entirely without instinct, kid. You're trying to account for every single variable, to plan for every possible contingency." Naruto frowned, not entirely understanding. "You can't account for everything in advance, Naruto," Jiraiya explained, picking up another stone. "Sometimes you just have to move before you think. You have to trust your gut, your reflexes. Like this." He suddenly whirled around and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed the second rock from his other hand. It didn't follow the predictable arc of the first stone. Instead, it curved sharply to the left, arcing behind them and striking a thick tree trunk with a soft thud. Naruto blinked, completely surprised by the sudden, unexpected action. Jiraiya grinned, his eyes twinkling. That one wasn't planned, Naruto. Not consciously, anyway, but it still hit its mark. Naruto nodded slowly, a new perspective beginning to dawn within him. So I should plan for chaos, sensei? No, Naruto, Jiraiya corrected, shaking his head. You need to learn to dance with it. The knife and the cut, wind breakthrough. Naruto sat by the edge of the tranquil lake, the water reflecting his thoughtful expression. One hand rested lightly on a delicate leaf, the other placed gently over his heart. He breathed, but this time he didn't focus on counting his inhalations and exhalations. He didn't rely on precise numerical metrics. He breathed through feeling, through instinct, through a deeper connection to his own internal energy. He felt his chakra shift within him, not as a controlled surge of power, but as a subtle flow akin to air currents navigating through a narrow, winding canyon. He visualized the wind, its invisible force capable of both gentle caress and destructive power. With a newfound sense of intuition, he focused his will, channeling his chakra with a delicate precision he hadn't known he possessed. He brought his fingers together, and with a swift, effortless motion, he sliced the leaf. It fell apart cleanly, perfectly divided, with an almost ethereal lightness. There was no jarring surge of power, no lingering sense of chakra burnout, just a smooth, continuous flow of focused wind. He exhaled slowly, a profound sense of accomplishment washing over him. And then, a genuine smile finally touched his lips. Log entry, wind sync achieved. His notebook entry that night reflected the significance of this breakthrough. Chakra nature, wind. Activation time, reduced to 3.2 seconds. Synchronization clarity, improved to 82% with conscious integration of instinctual channeling. Shadow clone compatibility, confirmed with a 1:1 feedback buffer protocol, minimizing overload. Potential applications. Development of wind-based taijutsu techniques focused on redirection and slicing. Creation of air disruption shadow clones for enhanced evasion and misdirection. Refinement of seal tag application through precise wind chakra, shaving techniques for increased stealth. Next goal. Combine wind style manipulation with a Rasengan, blending rotational and linear force vectors. Expected outcome. Development of a directed rotational slicing sphere of wind chakra. Codename, Vector Core. He folded the note carefully, sliding it into his inner pouch, a sense of quiet triumph settling within him. System upgrade complete. Whisper of War, Akatsuki movement. That night, as they slept beneath the rustling leaves of the forest canopy, a small, tightly rolled scroll found its way to Jiraiya. It bore a black seal, indicating urgent and highly sensitive information. Jiraiya unsealed it quickly, his eyes scanning the contents with growing concern. One tail Jinchuriki vessel has shown signs of severe destabilization within Sunagakure. Gaara's emotional state has been significantly triggered. High risk of uncontrolled transformation. Akatsuki presence strongly suspected within the Suna territory. Orochimaru has mysteriously vanished from his known locations. Mission directive. Proceed to Sunagakure with utmost caution. Investigate the situation. No direct combat is authorized under any circumstances. Maintain strict surveillance only. Jiraiya folded the scroll, his lips pressed into a thin, grim line. We're moving south, Naruto. Naruto, who had been diligently practicing his newly acquired wind style, stood up immediately, his eyes filled with a sense of urgency. I'm ready, sensei. No, Naruto, Jiraiya said, his voice firm. You're valuable now, kid. Too valuable to risk in a direct confrontation. I'm not some secret weapon, sensei, Naruto retorted flatly, his pride slightly stung. You're becoming a target, Naruto, Jiraiya countered, his gaze intense. And these Akatsuki, they don't play by the rules. They're ruthless. Naruto narrowed his eyes, a determined glint in their depths. Then maybe it's time we change the rules of the game, sensei. Final integration, wind clone deployment. As they traveled south towards the land of wind, Naruto began experimenting with his first true wind-style shadow clone. Its physical form shimmered slightly, the very edges of its being unstable, slicing through the air with minute, almost invisible currents simply through its movement. It was clear this clone couldn't engage in direct physical combat. Its form was too fragile. But that wasn't its intended purpose. Perfect decoy, Naruto murmured to himself, watching as the wind clone moved with an almost ethereal lightness. An anti-trap scout. Jiraiya, observing the translucent figure, stared in amazement. You built a clone entirely out of wind, kid. Not just wind, sensei, Naruto corrected, a hint of pride in his voice. Surgical wind, precisely controlled and focused. He whistled softly, a specific frequency that only his summons could recognize. Poof! Gamakichi appeared beside him in a puff of smoke. Deploy this on your next summon return path, Gamakichi, Naruto instructed, pointing towards the shimmering wind clone. Map all scent trails, any lingering chakra tags, and any potential sound-based traps in the surrounding area. The small orange toad saluted with a surprisingly formal gesture. Jiraiya crossed his arms, his expression a mixture of concern and reluctant admiration. Are you trying to design an entire army of yourself, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, his voice laced with a touch of apprehension. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. No, sensei. I'm building something far more complex than that. I'm building a distributed mind. Ending scene, a glimpse into rain. They arrived at the outer border of the perpetually gloomy rain country. The sky was its usual oppressive shade of gray, a heavy, damp stillness clinging to the air. The surrounding forest was unnervingly quiet, the ground perpetually wet and silent. There were no birdsong, no buzzing insects, just a thick, pervasive fog that seemed to swallow all sound. Naruto crouched beside a sluggish-moving stream, testing the moisture in the air for subtle traces of chakra density. He found it almost immediately. Residual signatures, faint echoes of power. But it wasn't Orochimaru's familiar, oily chakra. This was something else, something darker. He turned to Jiraiya, his blue eyes serious. There's another player on this board, sensei. Jiraiya didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the oppressive landscape. Then, he nodded slowly, a grim understanding in his eyes. They call themselves Akatsuki. And what do they want? Naruto pressed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Jiraiya's gaze met his, a hint of sadness in their depths. You, Naruto. Naruto said nothing for a long moment. Then he picked up a waterlogged leaf from the stream bank, its surface slick and cold. He focused his newly honed wind chakra, and with a swift, precise motion, he sliced the leaf cleanly in half, the two pieces falling silently back into the murky water. Then Naruto whispered, his voice barely audible above the dripping of the rain. I'll just have to make myself too complex for them to contain. Rain Country. Entry under silence. The Rain Country border wasn't merely guarded by conventional means. It felt like it was actively watching, every shadow holding a potential observer. Naruto noticed subtle anomalies in the surrounding environment. Broken trails swept unnaturally clear of tracks, trees with leaves arranged in patterns that were too perfectly symmetrical to be natural. These weren't crude traps. They were signals, warnings subtly woven into the fabric of the landscape. Jiraiya, ever the experienced operative, crouched beside a low, muddy slope and made a silent gesture with his hand. Observation only. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. But even as he outwardly complied, he subtly activated a single shadow clone behind his shoulder, its presence masked by the damp air and the pervasive mist. This clone was specifically programmed for silent reconnaissance, unmarked and untraceable, with a predetermined memory cap of only 6 minutes to minimize the risk of detection. It's not just about simple surveillance anymore, Naruto thought to himself as the clone slipped silently into the surrounding foliage. It's about data extraction through proxy cognition. I can experience this environment through the eyes of my clone, gather information without directly exposing myself. Dissecting the city. The Rain Village itself felt strangely artificial, a meticulously constructed stage set rather than a living, breathing city. The streets were unervingly clean, almost sterile. The windows of the tall, imposing buildings reflected nothing but the monotonous gray sky. The people moved with a peculiar, almost robotic gait, their eyes darting around as if constantly under surveillance. Naruto walked under the cover of a hooded cloak, his presence unremarkable as he moved side by side with Jiraiya, maintaining a deliberate silence. But beneath the surface, his internal analytical engine was running at full capacity, his mind dissecting every detail, identifying every subtle pattern. No birds, he noted mentally. No stray animals. A city with only human inputs is inherently a filtered system designed for maximum control. He frowned, a sense of unease settling over him. This place, it has no entropy, sensei, no natural randomness. They ducked into a narrow, deserted alleyway, the silence amplifying the sound of the persistent drizzle. Jiraiya leaned close, his voice a low whisper. We observe, Naruto. We gather intel, and then we leave. No direct interference, understand? Naruto looked up at the towering, uniform buildings that seemed to pierce the perpetually overcast sky. Do they even know what they are, sensei? Jiraiya blinked, taken aback by the cryptic question. Who, Naruto? These people, Naruto clarified, gesturing subtly towards the figures moving in the street beyond the alley. Do they know they're living in a simulation? That their every move is being watched and analyzed? Underground network. Contact with Whisper Agent. Following established protocols, Jiraiya made contact with a Rain Village informant known only as Yarui, an ex-spy who had fallen on hard times, now living in the dimly lit basement beneath a popular noodle shop. Yarui was a twitchy, nervous individual, his eyes constantly darting around the small, cramped room. They're calling a god now, Yarui whispered hoarsely, his voice trembling slightly. It walks in the rain. It hears everything. Nothing happens in this city without it knowing. Naruto leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. Who, Yarui-san? Who are they calling a god? Yarui looked around the small, cluttered room, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and paranoia. A leader who never speaks. A man with eyes like whirlpools, sucking everything in. Jiraiya's jaw tensed, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Nagato. Yarui shook his head vehemently. No, not Nagato. Pain. They all call him Pain. Naruto quickly scribbled a single word in his notebook. System override. Then a follow-up question formed in his mind. Is this a second, entirely different architecture, sensei? Another complex system operating alongside the established political structures. Clone rewind, pattern disruption. That night, utilizing the labyrinthine network of underground sewers that crisscrossed beneath the Rain Village, Naruto deployed 3 carefully programmed shadow clones, each launched at 20-minute intervals to minimize detection. Each clone was assigned a distinct, non-combative instruction. Clone 1. Focus solely on mapping the rooftops of the city, paying particular attention to any unusual patterns in the way the constant rainfall was being deflected or channeled. Clone 2. Meticulously record the blinking patterns of all visible lights on the numerous tall towers, noting any recurring intervals or synchronicity. Clone 3. Intentionally allow itself to be seen in a public area, simulate a brief moment of fear and panic, and then allow itself to be captured and dispersed, recording any observations up to the point of its demise. The memory feedback when the clones dispersed was staggering, a torrent of visual and sensory data flooding Naruto's consciousness. But with practice, he had learned to parse the information efficiently, extracting the key data points. The rainfall on the rooftops appeared to be subtly redirected in a consistent pattern around certain key buildings, suggesting the presence of invisible barriers or chakra-based deflection systems. The blinking lights on the towers were synchronized with what appeared to be the movement patterns of foot patrols at street level, indicating a coordinated surveillance network. When Clone 3 was captured, it observed three figures in dark, hooded cloaks. Their most striking characteristic, the complete absence of any discernible emotion in their eyes or their movements. Emotionless, efficient, operating with a rigid, almost algorithmic precision. Naruto circled a word in his notes with a sense of growing unease. Machine intelligence. Disobedience, the non-observation move. Jiraiya, trusting in Naruto's promise of non-interference, left their temporary base to check in with another hidden informant located near the outer city walls. Naruto, technically, stayed behind as instructed. But the moment Jiraiya was out of sight, Naruto initiated a carefully constructed sealed clone feedback loop. This time, the clone carried a wind-shifted field tag, its tip sharpened to an almost molecular level, capable of emitting a highly focused, almost invisible stream of disruptive chakra. It wasn't designed as a weapon, but rather as a precision signal disruptor. Under the cloak of a hastily crafted illusion, a nondescript merchant hawking imaginary wares, Naruto ventured into one of the more heavily guarded districts of the city, masking his own chakra signature completely. "I'm not attacking," he whispered to himself, his heart pounding slightly in his chest. "I'm just probing the system." He approached one of the marked towers identified by his earlier clone reconnaissance. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, he pressed the tip of the wind-shifted field tag against the cold, damp stone of the tower's base. And for a single, fleeting second, the entire rooftop signal array, the source of the coordinated light patterns, flickered and briefly went dark. Then, just as quickly as he had arrived, Naruto melted back into the anonymity of the crowd, disappearing as silently as a shadow in the rain. Result: enemy response logged. Exactly 40 seconds later, as his internal timer ticked with precise accuracy, a figure appeared atop the targeted tower. Dark cloak, the unmistakable, swirling pattern of the Rinnegan in its eyes. Utterly still, Naruto watched from his hidden vantage point 5 rooftops away, concealed within the confines of a large, empty water tank. The figure on the tower said nothing, made no overt movements. But a distinct signal, a brief flare of concentrated chakra, emanated from a metallic rod affixed to its back. And within the span of a single minute, 4 other cloaked figures appeared, seemingly out of thin air, converging on the rooftop with unsettling speed. Naruto, hidden in his water tank, meticulously took notes in the damp darkness. Shared signal network connecting all observed individuals. Near instantaneous relay of information and coordination. Physical mobility appears to be directly linked to the intensity and proximity of the shared signal spike. He whispered to himself, his mind racing. They're a distributed system too, just like mine. But unlike my fragmented, learning-based architecture, their memory and processing seem to be centralized. He exhaled slowly, a new, dangerous idea forming in his mind. If I can somehow identify and disrupt their central relay node, would their entire network collapse? Return, Jiraiya notices. Back at their secluded base, a small, hidden alcove beneath an overhanging bridge, Jiraiya returned, his brow furrowed in a deep scowl. "You moved, Naruto," he stated flatly, his gaze sharp and accusatory. Naruto didn't deny it. He had anticipated Jiraiya's reaction. "You disobeyed a direct order," Jiraiya continued, his voice low and dangerous. "I acted within established information thresholds, sensei," Naruto replied calmly, meeting Jiraiya's intense stare. Jiraiya growled, his frustration evident. "You poked a nest of gods, kid. These Akatsuki are not to be trifled with." Naruto turned, his blue eyes filled with a quiet intensity. "But I recorded gods reacting like pre-programmed scripts, sensei." Jiraiya paused, his anger momentarily checked by Naruto's unexpected statement. Explained that Naruto. So, Naruto laid it all out for him, calmly and methodically. The clone memory feedback detailing the synchronized movements and emotionless responses. The deployment of the wind-shifted tag and the brief disruption of the rooftop signal. The arrival of the Rinnegan-wielding figure and the subsequent rapid convergence of the other Akatsuki members. The lack of any deviation from a predictable response pattern. "They're not unpredictable, sensei," Naruto concluded. "They're simply following a meticulously designed protocol." Jiraiya rubbed his face wearily, his initial anger giving way to a grudging respect for Naruto's analytical capabilities. "This isn't about your little system anymore, Naruto. You're tampering with the fundamental laws of war. You're provoking forces you don't fully understand." Naruto held Jiraiya's gaze, his own determination unwavering. "Then perhaps it's time someone wrote better ones, sensei." High-risk model, path theory draft. That night, fueled by his observations within the Rain Village, Naruto's notebook filled with a new, high-risk theoretical model. Observation. The individual members of Akatsuki encountered appear to act less as discrete, autonomous agents, and more as shared perspectives of a singular entity. Asterisk. Hypothesis. Multiple physical hosts, but a single, centralized consciousness controlling their actions. Asterisk. Tentative theory. These are not 6 independent people operating in a coordinated manner. They are 6 distinct output terminals of a single, powerful input engine. Asterisk. Codename for this theoretical structure, path system. If their collective memory and processing power are indeed centralized within a single point, then any significant desynchronization or disruption at that core could potentially lead to the collapse of the entire system. Next, investigative objectives. Identify the precise location and nature of the path system's central synchronization point. Track the origin and flow of the relay signals connecting the individual hosts. Map the potential error propagation window within the system. How long does it take for disruptions at one point to cascade through the entire network? He paused, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. Then, he wrote a stark, insightful observation. "This path system, it is my complete opposite. Where I deliberately fragment my consciousness and experiences through shadow clones to facilitate learning and adaptation, they appear to fragment their control across multiple hosts to achieve maximum reach and coordination. We are essentially running the same fundamental code, but in reverse." Message Intercept 2, Orochimaru Rumor. Just before they prepared to leave the oppressive atmosphere of Rain Country, a final, intriguing whisper reached them through their contact, Yarui. Orochimaru. He passed through the outer corridors of the city just 2 nights ago. But the intel was frustratingly incomplete. They say he was meeting with someone cloaked in black robes, Yarui had whispered, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and speculation. But no one knows who. Naruto's heart skipped a beat, his mind instantly connecting the dots. He stared at Jiraiya, a question forming in his eyes. If Orochimaru is making contact with Akatsuki? Jiraiya shook his head slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "No, Naruto. I don't think so. Orochimaru doesn't form alliances. He seeks control. He's playing a deeper game, something far more intricate. Naruto frowned, still troubled by the information. Then who, sensei? Who is orchestrating this vast, controlling system behind these paths if it's not Nagato, and apparently not Orochimaru? Jiraiya didn't answer, because, for the first time in a long time, the legendary Toad Sage didn't have a ready answer. He simply didn't know. Final log, transition point. Before they left the rain-soaked land behind, Naruto penned one last entry in his detailed Rain Country observation log. Forest clearing, the demo. Watch, Naruto. Jiraiya's voice, usually booming with laughter or filled with sage advice, held a note of focused intensity. He extended his right palm, his chakra flowing visibly now, a concentrated swirl of raw power gathering in his hand. The air around them seemed to hum with the building energy, distorting the leaves on the nearby trees in a shimmering ripple. And then it was there, a perfect, glowing, whirling sphere of pure chakra, the legendary Rasengan. It pulsed with an inner light, a testament to the sheer force contained within its unstable form. Without another word, Jiraiya moved with surprising speed for his size, his feet barely disturbing the forest floor. He thrust his palm forward, the Rasengan leading the way, and slammed it directly into the thick, gnarled trunk of an ancient tree. The impact was not just forceful, it was cataclysmic. The trunk seemed to detonate from within, the wood splintering and exploding outwards with a deafening crack. Bark, thick as a man's arm, flew in every direction, accompanied by a spray of viscous, pale sap that coated the surrounding foliage. The very air vibrated with the shockwave. Naruto, who had been observing with an unwavering intensity, stood his ground, his youthful face betraying no emotion. His bright blue eyes, however, were not fixed on the dramatic destruction of the tree. Instead, they were meticulously tracking the fleeting moments of the Rasengan's formation, its journey through the air, and the nature of its impact. He saw the rapid, almost frantic clockwise rotation of chakra, the incredibly high density of energy compressed into such a small space, and the telltale signs of instability flickering at the sphere's outer edges. And crucially, he noted the absence of any elemental chakra infusion. This was pure, untamed chakra, forced into a destructive form. It's not a truly refined technique, he thought, his mind already dissecting its components. It's more like a raw burst of power, a brute force inscription waiting for a more stable and controlled formula. Fracture in philosophy. See, Naruto, Jiraiya said, clapping the dust and splinters off his hands with a satisfied grin, a playful glint returning to his eyes. He then conjured another water balloon, seemingly from thin air, and tossed it to Naruto. The trick is simply to hold the shape. Two basic steps, really. First, you initiate a super fast, focused chakra rotation right in the palm of your hand. Second, you contain all that violently spinning energy within a kind of invisible shell. Naruto caught the balloon, the cool, yielding rubber a strange contrast to the destructive power he had just witnessed. He held it carefully, focusing his inner energy, and tentatively tried channeling his own chakra into the fragile container. The water inside the balloon immediately began to slosh and ripple erratically, mirroring the instability of Jiraiya's Rasengan. The surface of the balloon bulged in places, the pressure from within threatening to breach the thin membrane. And then, inevitably, with a soft, almost apologetic pop, the balloon burst, showering Naruto's face and clothes with cool water. Jiraiya, who had been watching with an amused anticipation, let out a booming laugh that echoed through the clearing. Don't worry about it, kid. You'll need to try this dozens, maybe even hundreds of times before you get the hang of it. It takes serious focus and a whole lot of precise chakra control. But Naruto wasn't laughing. A deep frown creased his brow. His blue eyes narrowed in concentration. It feels fundamentally volatile, sensei, he stated, his voice flat, devoid of humor. Of course it feels volatile, Jiraiya exclaimed, still chuckling. That's the whole point, you blockhead. It's raw, untamed power, pure destructive force. That's what makes it so darn effective when you connect. But that's a flawed design, sensei, Naruto insisted, shaking his head with a conviction beyond his years. A truly efficient inscription should be stable, predictable, not constantly threatening to unravel itself. Jiraiya raised a questioning eyebrow, his amusement fading slightly as he recognized the stark difference in their fundamental approaches to jutsu. It's designed to smash things, Naruto, to inflict maximum damage upon impact. What's flawed about that? Exactly, Naruto said, his gaze unwavering. And that's precisely what feels wrong about it to me. A moment of contemplative silence fell between them, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves in the canopy above. Jiraiya finally sat down beside Naruto on a moss-covered log, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a more thoughtful expression. Not everything in this world has to be pretty or perfect, Naruto. Sometimes the most direct path to achieving your goal is through sheer, unadulterated power. Naruto looked at his mentor, his blue eyes earnest and filled with conviction. Then such a technique, it shouldn't originate from me, sensei. My understanding of jutsu, of chakra flow, of inscription, it demands a certain level of refinement. Clone Lab, the rotational blueprint. Back in the relative seclusion of their makeshift training alcove, Naruto immediately set about his task, deploying 3 shadow clones with practiced ease. The messy failure with the water balloon had only reinforced his belief that the Rasengan, in its current, unrefined state, was fundamentally at odds with his own intrinsic understanding of chakra manipulation and seal-like precision. Each clone was assigned a highly specific and analytical focus, acting as miniature research assistants in Naruto's ongoing quest for improvement. Clone A was tasked with meticulously analyzing the precise spin velocity of the Rasengan as demonstrated by Jiraiya, pushing its own chakra to replicate the technique while diligently recording the exact rotational speed at which the outer chakra layer began to flicker and ultimately dispersed. This was about identifying the breaking point, the threshold of instability. Clone B was instructed to experiment with incorporating counter-rotating chakra layers, almost like invisible seals working against each other around the primary Rasengan core. The goal here was to see if this opposing force could somehow stabilize the volatile energy within. Clone C was directed to explore an entirely different approach, attempting to create a similar sphere of highly compressed chakra, but utilizing a linear layering technique, almost like folding chakra upon itself, rather than relying on a high-speed lateral spin. The aim was to see if a more controlled and less inherently volatile structure could be achieved. Naruto himself settled into a deep meditative state at the center of the alcove, his mind reaching out, actively absorbing the subtle streams of sensory and cognitive feedback emanating from each of his clones as they tirelessly conducted their assigned experiments. The results began to trickle back quickly. Clone A's feedback indicated a critical outer layer dispersal point occurring at approximately 4.1 seconds after the Rasengan's initial formation, starkly highlighting the technique's inherent temporal instability. Clone B's attempts to employ counter-rotating chakra layers, while theoretically possible, proved to be incredibly unstable in practice, demanding a level of minute chakra control that even a shadow clone could only maintain for fleeting moments before the entire structure dissolved. Clone C's exploration of chakra layering yielded a dense sphere of compressed energy, but the process generated significant and uncontrolled heat distortion within the chakra itself, making the resulting construct equally difficult to manage and potentially dangerous to the user. Naruto immediately retrieved one of his ever-present scrolls and began to meticulously document the findings, his charcoal stick scratching rapidly against the parchment. Initial theory: The fundamental weakness of the current Rasengan design stems from its complete reliance on brute chakra compression achieved through an extremely high-speed rotational force, lacking any intrinsic mechanism for maintaining stable equilibrium. Proposed solution: introduce an internal axis of focused rotation within the very core of the Rasengan, conceptually similar to the stabilizing principle of a gyroscope, to actively counteract the centrifugal forces that are causing the rapid collapse of the outer chakra shell. Codename for modified technique: Vector Core V2. Philosophy session: Jiraiya's pushback. Jiraiya, his keen senses always attuned to Naruto's activities, observe his students' relentless attempts to fundamentally alter the very nature of the Rasengan. After the third consecutive try resulted in another messy explosion of a water balloon, Jiraiya finally intervened, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Naruto," Jiraiya said, interrupting his students' intense concentration, "you're trying to fundamentally fix a technique that was deliberately built to be a raw, untamed surge of power. It's not meant to be some perfectly balanced, elegant dance of chakra. It's meant to be a fistful of pure destruction." Naruto, his brow furrowed in concentration as he meticulously sketched intricate diagrams in his notebook, responded without even looking up. "Then perhaps such an inherently flawed inscription never truly deserved to be taught, Sensei. If its sole purpose is uncontrolled devastation, what lasting value does it actually possess?" Jiraiya sighed, running a weary hand through his wild shock of white hair. "Not every single tool in a ninja's arsenal has to perfectly align with your personal ideals of harmony and refinement, Naruto. Sometimes you just need a good, solid hammer to smash through a tough obstacle, pure and simple." "But I don't want to just smash, Sensei," Naruto said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with an unwavering conviction. "I want to understand the fundamental structure, to grasp the underlying principles, and ultimately, to reshape it into something better." "Same end result, Naruto," Jiraiya countered, his tone softening slightly as he recognized the depth of his student's conviction. "Just a slightly different and far more complicated path to get there." Naruto shook his head gently, his gaze finally lifting to meet Jiraiya's. "Same end, Sensei, but potentially a vastly different world created by the very nature of the tools we choose to wield." Midnight test: Rasengan clone memory crash. Driven by his persistent desire to not just master the Rasengan, but to fundamentally improve upon its design, Naruto continued his experiments late into the night, long after the rhythmic snoring emanating from Jiraiya's sleeping form indicated his mentor had finally succumbed to exhaustion. Under the soft, ethereal glow of the moon filtering through the dense canopy of leaves, Naruto focused his chakra with an almost painful intensity. He carefully summoned 2 shadow clones, his control far more precise than in his earlier attempts. One clone meticulously began to form the outer shell of the Rasengan, striving for a perfect sphere of highly compressed chakra. The other clone, with an equal level of focus, began to manipulate a separate stream of chakra, creating a high-speed, spiraling vortex of wind-natured energy, attempting to thread it within the core of the forming Rasengan. Naruto himself took the central role, his breath slow and deeply controlled, acting as the stabilizing anchor for this intricate and delicate chakra manipulation. For a fleeting, glorious moment, the impossible happened. The chaotic energies within his palm aligned perfectly. A hollow sphere of pure chakra shimmered into existence, the outer shell remarkably stable. But within its confines, a swirling, high-velocity current of wind chakra spun with incredible speed, creating a miniature, self-contained gyroscope of elemental force. This was it, a Rasengan with an internal axis of wind-based stability. His vector core V2. Then, just as quickly as it had coalesced into being, the precarious equilibrium shattered. The wind chakra within the core became erratic, The outer shell fractured under the strain, and the entire construct imploded in a silent, internal burst of uncontrolled energy. A searing lance of pain shot through Naruto's skull, an immediate and violent backlash of chaotic sensory and cognitive feedback from his suddenly dispelled clones slamming into his consciousness. He gasped, his hands flying to his head, stumbling backward and collapsing to his knees on the damp earth. A thin trickle of warm blood ran from his nose, staining the ground beneath him. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine. His vision swam with dizzying patterns. But even amidst the pain and disorientated patterns, but even through the throbbing pain and the swirling dizziness, a flicker of triumph ignited within Naruto. Because this time, for that brief, glorious moment, he had truly seen it. He had felt the near-perfect alignment of chakra, the delicate balance of opposing forces. He had almost grasped the secret to refining the volatile Rasengan. Direction, he whispered, his voice hoarse and raspy, each word a small victory against the pain. Focus compression and a controlled release. A sudden insight, clear as a bell, resonated within his aching mind. It doesn't have to explode outwards in a destructive burst. It can breathe inwards, dissipating its energy with focused precision. Tactical implication notes. Despite the lingering ache in his head and the faint taste of blood in his mouth, Naruto, driven by his relentless pursuit of understanding, meticulously documented his latest breakthrough in his ever-expanding scroll of notes. Modifié de Rasengan, codename, Spiral Luns. Key features. Incorporates a stable outer layer of highly compressed chakra with a nested, high-speed rotational core infused with wind nature chakra, creating an internal axis of stabilization. Design prioritizes precise, controlled penetration through resistance rather than blunt force impact and widespread destruction. Upon reaching its terminal velocity or encountering significant internal resistance, the technique emits a silent, highly focused pressure wave that collapses inward, rather than exploding outwards. Potential tactical applications. Highly effective for achieving targeted penetration of armored opponents, chakra-enhanced defenses, and dense materials with minimal collateral damage. Can be utilized for subtle, internal disruption of an opponent's chakra flow upon even minimal physical contact, potentially incapacitating without causing obvious external injury. Offers the potential to precisely interfere with the delicate workings of intricate seal tags, disrupt chakra-based control threads, and even destabilize the flow of chakra within complex jutsu. Limitations. Demand a significantly higher level of focused chakra expenditure compared to the standard Rasengan, requiring precise and sustained control. Necessitates real-time sensory feedback from a concurrently active shadow clone during the initial stages of chakra injection to ensure the delicate balance and stability of the internal wind core. Due to the high chakra cost and the intricate control required, it is not a technique suitable for deployment in large-scale, mass combat scenarios. Tactical recommendation tag. Reserve utilization of this modified Rasengan for high-value target scenarios where surgical precision, controlled penetration, and minimal collateral damage are paramount. Mission interruption. Hawk Scroll from Konoha. Their quiet rhythm of intensive training in the secluded wilderness was shattered by the sudden, urgent arrival of a messenger hawk, its flight path direct and purposeful. A small piece of black tape, the unmistakable insignia of an emergency dispatch, was tightly bound around its slender leg. Jiraiya, his keen eyes immediately recognizing the markings, took the scroll with a grave expression, his brow furrowing deeply as he swiftly scanned its contents. A heavy silence descended over their small camp as he absorbed the urgent news. Naruto, sensing the shift in his mentor's usually jovial demeanor, waited patiently, his gaze fixed on Jiraiya's increasingly troubled face. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Finally, Jiraiya finished reading the terse message. Without a word, his expression grim, he passed the scroll to Naruto, The stark words, penned in hurried strokes, conveyed a dire situation. Subject: Sabaka no Gara exhibiting extreme and uncontrolled chakra instability. Threat level has escalated to critical. Border tensions with the Land of Fire have been officially confirmed. Several Fire Country Border Patrol units have been reported missing, presumed Kia. Movement of known Akatsuki operatives has been strongly detected within the territory of Sunagakure. Mission Directive: all personnel are under strict orders to avoid direct engagement with any hostile forces under any circumstances. Primary objective is to maintain strict reconnaissance and prioritize personal safety. Your immediate return to Konoha is requested by the Hokage. Naruto folded the scroll slowly and deliberately, his young face hardening with a mixture of concern and grim understanding. His seal, it's finally breaking, isn't it, sensei? The vivid memory of Gaara's terrifying, untamed power during the chaos of the Chunin exams flashed through his mind, a chilling premonition of the potential devastation to come. Jiraiya nodded heavily, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. They built that boy to be a living weapon. Naruto forced a tailed beast into him through a crude and likely unstable sealing ritual. Now, it sounds like the cage they constructed around that power is finally starting to crack wide open. Naruto looked out across the tranquil expanse of the woods, his blue eyes filled with a distant, almost philosophical contemplation. But monsters, sensei, they don't truly need to be locked away in cages. What they truly need is equilibrium, a way to find balance within their own turbulent energies. Jiraiya raised a questioning eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. You planning on giving that to him, kid? No, sensei, Naruto replied, his voice firm, filled with a quiet resolve. But maybe I can teach him, in my own clumsy way, how to inscribe his own stabilizing seal. Last note, exit strategy. Before they reluctantly turned south, their steps now directed towards the volatile and increasingly dangerous Firewind border. Naruto meticulously penned one final entry in his current scroll, a concise outline of their immediate plans and objectives. Next immediate route: deviate from our planned northward trajectory and proceed directly to the designated Firewind border observation post indicated in the Hokage's dispatch, prioritizing the establishment of visual and sensory contact with the target. Primary target of observation: closely monitor Sabaka no Gaara's fluctuating chakra emission range, his overall behavioral patterns, and any signs of direct Akatsuki interaction. Essential tools and preparations for potential intervention. Ready the deployment of 2 shadow clones preloaded with a non-lethal bind configuration of the modified Rasengan, codename Spiral Lung, for potential use in de-escalating immediate threats. Prepare 1 Wind-style chakra cloak tag, enhanced with advanced chakra masking seals, for temporary concealment and increased maneuverability within hostile territory. Secure a stable long-range Toad relay summoning contract with Gamakichi to maintain reliable communication and facilitate potential support if necessary. Primary observation objective: through careful observation, determine if a naturally chaotic and unstable system, such as a Jinchuriki under the immense pressure of a failing seal, can be guided towards achieving internal equilibrium through the application of structured sensory feedback and controlled intervention protocols based on my understanding of chakra and sealing principles. Fundamental lingering question: if so-called monsters are, in essence, simply incredibly powerful variables operating without clearly defined and stable parameters, can they also, given the right guidance and a framework for understanding their own power, evolve into the architects of their own inner stability? Fire, wind border, fractured sands. They reached the desolate, wind-scoured edge of the vast desert long before the first sliver of dawn broke across the eastern horizon. The wind, already a significant force, whipped across the endless expanse of sand, carrying with it a fine, gritty spray that stung their exposed skin. Small, constantly shifting dunes, sculpted by centuries of relentless winds, curled and rippled across the ancient battlegrounds that stretched as far as the eye could see. And there, barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom, half buried in the undulating landscape, lay the stark, charred remnants of a small fire country border patrol station, a grim testament to the escalating tensions. Three-leaf village Chunin, at least, Jiraiya muttered, his voice low and grim as he crouched beside the twisted, melted frame of a discarded field canteen, the metal warped beyond recognition by intense heat. No signs of survivors. Not even ashes. Naruto knelt beside a large, circular scorch mark on the blackened earth, his fingers gently tracing the strange, spiraling patterns etched into the charred sand. The burns weren't consistent with an explosive force. Instead, they spoke of a sustained, focused application of intense chakra pressure. Not Gaara, sensei, Naruto said quietly, his mind already piecing together the fragmented data, but definitely connected to him. A byproduct of his influence, his uncontrolled chakra leaking outwards. He swiftly opened his ever-present notebook, his charcoal stick moving rapidly across the coarse parchment. Shikaku chakra signature intensely spiked within the immediate vicinity. Peripheral chaotic chakra emissions are actively present and highly volatile. Analysis of the unique spiraling burn patterns reveals tuning fork-like harmonics, strongly suggesting a multi-layered chakra resonance failure within the Jinchuriki seal that binds Shikaku to Gaara. He looked up, his blue eyes troubled. His binding seal, it's not just weakening, sensei. It's actively unraveling. Analysis of the unique spiraling burn patterns reveals tuning fork-like harmonics, strongly suggesting a multi-layered chakra resonance failure within the Jinchuriki seal that binds Shikaku to Gaara. Observation ridge, Gaara in the sand. By the time the oppressive heat of midday beat down upon the parched earth, they had finally located their target. Sabaku no Gaara. He was alone, a solitary figure silhouetted against the shimmering heat haze, kneeling in the shifting sand near a dry, cracked riverbed. His small form was hunched over, his hands pressed deeply into the earth as if desperately attempting to anchor himself to the very ground, or perhaps to channel the chaotic energy that threatened to consume him. His chakra flared around him in violent, uncontrolled bursts, like a dying sun sputtering its last rays of light. Erratic waves of raw power surged outwards one moment, only to recede into an almost chilling stillness the next, a terrifying display of a being locked in a fierce and losing battle against itself. Naruto watched him intently through the high-powered lens of his spyglass, his gaze analytical and strangely detached. He's not just unstable, sensei, Naruto observed quietly, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence of the desert. Jiraiya, his own senses acutely aware of the volatile chakra signature emanating from Gaara, shot Naruto a sharp, incredulous look. You call that stable, Naruto? The kid looks like he's about to spontaneously combust. Naruto didn't offer an immediate reply, his focus completely absorbed by the heartbreaking scene unfolding before him. He adjusted the focus of the spyglass, studying the minute tremors in Gaara's posture, the erratic fluctuations in his chakra aura. Then, he said slowly, thoughtfully, he's not simply falling apart, sensei. He's trapped. He's caught in a self-perpetuating feedback recursion within the very structure of his seal. You mean the one tail inside him is finally talking back, taking over? Jiraiya whispered, his tone laced with a palpable concern. No, sensei, Naruto replied, his gaze unwavering. It's more like he's constantly hearing the amplified echoes of his own fear and trauma, bouncing back and forth within the flawed framework of the Shikaku seal. And he doesn't possess a stable internal inscription, a reliable system to filter out the chaotic noise, to differentiate between his own thoughts and the beast's influence. Forbidden contact, Naruto acts. Jiraiya, ever the cautious and experienced shinobi, firmly ordered Naruto to remain hidden on their rocky observation ridge, emphasizing the extreme danger of approaching an unstable Jinchuriki, especially with suspected Akatsuki activity in the area. But as the oppressive heat of the day began to wane, giving way to the cooler embrace of dusk, Naruto, driven by an almost instinctual need to understand and perhaps even to help, quietly slipped away from their concealed position. He moved silently through the rugged, uneven terrain of the ridge, his movements fluid and purposeful, honed by weeks of rigorous training. He carried no scrolls, summoned no shadow clones, his approach deliberately non-threatening. His only preparations were a subtle, internal wind chakra balancing technique focused in his feet for near-silent movement across the loose sand and a soft, almost imperceptible spiral of focused pressure around his core, a rudimentary form of instinctive chakra shielding. He approached Gaara slowly and deliberately, his footsteps barely disturbing the stillness of the desert air. The young Jinchuriki remained motionless, his small figure still hunched over, his hands pressed deeply into the parched earth. He didn't turn his head, didn't offer any outward acknowledgement of Naruto's presence. Only the sand around him stirred restlessly, reacting to the volatile, untamed chakra that churned within the failing seal. But Naruto didn't reach for a weapon. He didn't assume a combative stance. He simply stopped a few feet away from Gaara and spoke, his voice calm and even a stark contrast to the inner turmoil he sensed radiating from the other boy. "Gaara," Naruto said gently, his voice barely a whisper in the vast emptiness of the desert. "I don't want to fight you." Gaara flinched visibly at the unexpected sound of Naruto's voice, his small body tensing as if anticipating a blow. Naruto took another cautious step closer, his blue eyes filled with a strange mixture of empathy and understanding. "I want to try and help you. Organize what's going on inside your mind." Gaara's reaction, sand and silence. "You don't fear me?" Gaara's voice, when it finally came, was low and raspy, the sound like dry gravel grinding against the endless wind. The very air around him seemed to crackle with a raw, untamed energy. Naruto continued to walk slowly closer, his presence radiating a non-threatening calm. "I used to Gaara, back in the village when we first met. But now I think I understand something about what's happening to you. About the chaotic seal you carry." Gaara's small head lifted slightly, just enough for Naruto to see the whites of his wide, fear-filled eyes in the fading light of dusk. They were eyes that had seen far too much pain and betrayal for someone so young. "You're not Shikaku, Gaara," Naruto said softly, his voice filled with an unexpected empathy. "You're not just the Sand Village's tool, a weapon forged from tragedy and a flawed sealing ritual. You're not even truly the heartless killer they all think you are, constantly influenced by the One Tail's chaotic chakra." "Then what am I?" Gaara whispered, his voice barely audible above the sighing of the desert wind. The question laced with a desperate, almost childlike yearning for understanding. "You're a recursive system, Gaara," Naruto explained gently, crouching down in the sand across from the boy, his gaze direct and compassionate. "A powerful engine trapped in a never-ending loop of its own instability, a flawed sealing array with no failsafe." Gaara blinked slowly, his crimson eyes narrowed in confusion, the unfamiliar terms sparking a flicker of something akin to curiosity within his tormented mind. "Your seal, it loops your deepest trauma, Gaara. You sense the chaotic chakra of the monster inside you, and you react with fear and anger. It senses your fear and reacts in turn, amplifying the chaos. You get caught in a destructive spiral, a never-ending cycle of pain and isolation." Naruto's hand instinctively went to his own stomach, a phantom ache resonating within him, a shared understanding of carrying a powerful, volatile force. "I live with something powerful inside me too, Gaara, something that used to try and control me, to dictate my actions. But I started building systems around it, ways to understand it, to manage it, to create a stable framework. Systems? Gaara repeated, the word sounding foreign and yet strangely intriguing in his ears. Clones as sensory relays, journals as anchors for my thoughts, feedback loops to understand my limits, dispersal protocols to manage overloads. Naruto listed, his voice calm and reassuring, offering a glimpse into his own unique methods of self-regulation. Protocols? Naruto reached into his vest and carefully held out a small, intricately marked seal tag, its surface glowing faintly in the dim light. Spiral lung clone, non-lethal bind configuration. Wind chakra, synced for stability. Designed to interact with chaotic chakra. No memory echo upon dispersal. He held the tag out towards Gaara, offering it as a fragile bridge between their shared burden. Let me show you, Gaara. Let me show you how to breathe through your mind. The test, Naruto's clone inside Gaara's field. To Naruto's quiet hope and Jiraiya's later vehement fury, Gaara, in his profound isolation and desperate yearning for any form of understanding or respite, hesitantly allowed it. Naruto activated the seal tag, focusing a small, precisely measured amount of his wind-natured chakra into its intricate inscription. With a barely perceptible shimmer in the dry air, a shadow clone materialized into existence. Its form subtly different from his normal clones, almost translucent, its edges shimmering with the barely contained force of wind chakra. It was a construct designed not for combat, but for interaction and subtle influence. The wind clone took a slow, deliberate step into Gaara's immediate sphere of influence, the invisible barrier of raw, untamed chakra that constantly surrounded the Jinchuriki. The sand around Gaara twitched violently, reacting instinctively to the intrusion of unfamiliar chakra so close to the unstable Shikaka seal. Erratic tendrils of sand rose menacingly, threatening to lash out and crush the unexpected intruder. But the wind clone, its instructions purely focused on observation and gentle interaction, didn't fight back. It didn't emit any aggressive chakra, offered no hostile intent. It simply knelt slowly in the shifting sand a few feet away from the silent, trembling form of Gaara. And then, something unexpected happened. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the wind clone began to sink slightly into the loose sand, its carefully modulated wind-infused chakra subtly intermingling with the chaotic energy emanating from Gaara. The turbulent sand field around Gaara visibly stilled. The erratic fluctuations in his chakra aura smoothed out just for a moment. The terrifying pressure that constantly bore down on his mind seemed to lessen. Gaara's breath caught in his throat, a soft gasp of utter surprise escaping his lips. "It's quiet," Gaara whispered, his voice filled with a wonder and a sense of profound relief that he had never known before in his young, tormented life. "Because it doesn't emit panic, Gaara," Naruto explained softly, his voice carrying across the stillness. "It carries only structured chakra, focused and stable. It doesn't trigger the chaotic fear response within your seal." Gaara closed his eyes, his small body still trembling slightly, but the tension seemed to ease from his shoulders. And for one brief, precious moment, suspended in the vast emptiness of the desolate desert, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if the very sand had fallen asleep, calmed by the unexpected presence of structured chakra amidst the storm. Aftermath, a new variable. Later, huddled around the small, flickering light of their hastily built campfire, Jiraiya's face was a mask of disapproval, his arms crossed tightly over his broad chest. "Naruto," he began, his voice low and dangerous, "you've deliberately disobeyed a direct order." Naruto nodded once, his gaze steady and unwavering despite his mentor's obvious displeasure. "Yes, sensei. I felt it was necessary. You engaged a Jinchuriki exhibiting extreme chakra instability. Naruto, You put yourself in an incredibly reckless and unnecessary amount of danger. Yes, sensei, Naruto repeated, his tone calm and respectful but firm. You're incredibly lucky that boy didn't lash out and kill you instantly, Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice rising slightly in frustration. He wasn't going to, sensei, Naruto replied with a quiet certainty that surprised even himself. Jiraiya studied him intently, his single visible eye narrowed in contemplation. Why are you so sure of that, Naruto? What makes you think you could approach him like that and survive? Because I approach him not as a monster or a threat, sensei, Naruto explained, his gaze earnest, but as a complex system of interacting chakra flows and unstable seals. I try to offer a calming influence within that chaos. You keep thinking about jutsu and seals in such a strange and analytical way, Naruto, Jiraiya muttered, shaking his head in a mixture of bewilderment and a growing sense of intrigue. Naruto looked into the dancing flames of the fire, his young face serious. Maybe I'm not just a ninja who blindly follows tradition anymore, sensei. Maybe I'm starting to understand the fundamental inscriptions that govern our power in a different way. Maybe I'm rewriting the very foundation of shinobi understanding. Jiraiya snorted, a hint of a reluctant smile finally returning to his lips. But for once, he didn't offer his usual sarcastic retort. The fire burning between them wasn't fueled by anger or frustration anymore. It was tinged with a burgeoning sense of wonder and a profound curiosity about the uncharted territories of Naruto's unique perspective. Scroll message, Konoha's next concern. A messenger pigeon, its flight even more frantic and direct than the hawk that had delivered the news of Gaara, arrived at their secluded campsite late that night. This dispatch, marked with an urgent seal, was already unsealed, indicating the critical nature of its contents. Naruto, his senses sharper than ever, reached for the scroll first, his eyes widening with a fresh wave of concern as he quickly scanned the hurried script. Subject: Uchiha Sasuke. Highly concerning reports of drastically increased chakra volatility and increasingly erratic behavior have been received from our surveillance teams monitoring the Uchiha compound. Intelligence strongly suggests that Uchiha Sasuke is actively making preparations to sever his affiliation with Konohagakure and depart the village. Current mission status. Your current border reconnaissance mission is hereby suspended with immediate effect. Your immediate return to Konohagakure is requested by order of the Hokage. Report directly to his office upon arrival. Naruto stared 2D at the scroll, his thoughts racing. Sasuke, his teammate, his rival, the only other person he felt truly understood the unique burden of carrying a powerful, volatile force within himself, was teetering on the edge, poised to fall into darkness. But the message offered no explanation for his impending departure, only a recitation of the alarming symptoms. Jiraiya, reading the message over Naruto's shoulder, allowed a deep, weary sigh. It begins, Naruto, the unraveling we both feared. Naruto folded the scroll slowly and deliberately, his gaze distant, as if already seeing the events about to unfold. No, sensei, he said quietly, his voice filled with a strange mix of sadness and resolve. I don't think so. Jiraiya looked at him, surprised by his seemingly contradictory statement. What do you mean, Naruto? What's not beginning? LT's already begun, sensei, Naruto replied, his voice barely above a whisper, a sense of heavy inevitability coloring his words. Final notes, border reflection. Before they reluctantly began their journey back towards Konoha, their steps now heavy with a sense of impending crisis, Naruto made one last entry in his worn border observation log, a stark reflection of the turbulent events unfolding around them. Sabaku no Gaara exhibits a dangerously unstable self-looping of traumatic memories, amplified by a severely compromised Jinchuriki binding seal. Application of a wind-layered spiral lung shadow clone resulted in a temporary and localized calming of his chaotic chakra field, suggesting a potential avenue for future therapeutic interventions utilizing specialized wind-infused seal constructs. Uchiha Sasuke demonstrates a rapidly increasing and deeply concerning divergence in his chakra signature and behavioral patterns, indicative of a significant shift away from established Konoha norms. Driven by a desperate need for external validation of his power and a potentially dangerous exploration of forbidden sealing arts. Comparative analysis. I contain the immense and often volatile power of the QB within a complex but ultimately stable sealing matrix. Sasuke carries a similar intensity, but his internal turmoil appears to be fueled by a potent cocktail of rage, grief, and a seemingly insatiable hunger for personal power. My instinct has been to build intricate systems of understanding and control around my volatile power, seeking equilibrium through knowledge and structured protocols. Sasuke's focus appears to be solely on the acquisition of raw power itself, seemingly devoid of any broader systemic framework or concern for long-term stability. Fundamental conclusion. A singular focus on power acquisition, divorced from a stable and adaptable systemic understanding, inevitably leads to instability and the potential for catastrophic failure. He paused, his charcoal stick hovering over the coarse parchment for a long moment, his thoughts heavy with the weight of his observations. Then, with a sense of stark realization, he wrote a final, poignant observation. Uchiha Sasuke is not simply my rival, nor is he merely a target for retrieval. He is a living, breathing warning, a stark and chilling premonition of the potential consequences of unchecked power and a rejection of the foundational principles of systemic understanding. Return to Konoha, a village with too many eyes. They arrived back at the familiar, imposing gates of Kanehagakure as the last vestiges of daylight bled across the western sky, painting the towering Hokage rock in hues of fiery orange and soft lavender. The massive wooden gates, weather-worn and bearing the scars of countless conflicts, loomed wide before them. The vigilant guards, their faces etched with the fatigue of another long day, patrolling the village perimeter, stiffened noticeably when they saw Jiraiya and Naruto walking in side by side, their figures travel-stained and bearing the dust of the desert. But it was Naruto who drew their attention for longer. He could feel their gazes, lingering on him with a weight that went beyond mere curiosity. It wasn't overt malice or fear that he sensed, but rather a heavy, unspoken sense of expectation. The kind of silent anticipation that hung in the air like the drawn trigger of a complex, potentially volatile seal. They think I'll just fall back into the old system, Naruto thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over the familiar rooftops of the village, his heart strangely detached. They expect me to seamlessly step into the role they've already envisioned for me, to one day lead their established hierarchy of power as their Hokage. But Naruto's ambitions had shifted, subtly but irrevocably. He no longer desired to simply inherit their existing framework of power. His experiences outside the village, his deep dive into the intricacies of chakra and seals, had awakened a different kind of purpose within him. He wanted to understand the fundamental inscriptions that governed their world, to identify the inherent flaws within their established systems, and ultimately, to debug them, one chaotic variable at a time. Reunion, Shikamaru, Sakura, Niji. Sakura saw him first near the main training grounds, her keen eyes picking out his familiar silhouette amidst the returning villagers. Her face, etched with weeks of worry and unspoken grief, lit up with a surge of relief as she rushed towards him, her green eyes wide and brimming with emotion. She threw her arms around him in a tight embrace, holding on for a moment longer than he anticipated, her chakra signature spiking with a powerful wave of pent-up anxiety and relief. "Naruto," she murmured into his shoulder, her voice slightly muffled by his worn traveling cloak. You're taller," she noted, a hint of surprise in her tone. Naruto, feeling the genuine warmth of her hug, replied automatically, his senses immediately noting the subtle shift in her chakra signature, a lightness that spoke of recent stress. You seem lighter, Sakura." She pulled back slightly, a playful glare momentarily masking the sadness in her eyes. Liar. Across the training field, near the familiar battered form of a practice target dummy, Niji stood observing their reunion with his usual stoic demeanor. He offered only a curt nod of acknowledgement, his pale, Byakugan-enhanced eyes briefly flaring as they scanned Naruto's returning form, silently assessing the subtle changes in his chakra flow and overall presence. But his gaze lingered on Naruto for a fraction of a second longer than usual, a hint of curiosity or perhaps even concern flickering within their depths. Shikamaru, ever the pragmatist, approached them with his characteristically lazy gait, a half-smoked cigarette dangling loosely from his lips. He dropped the butt to the ground and crushed it beneath his sandal with a sigh. "So, you actually decided to come back this time, Hadobe? Didn't think you'd last a week out there in the real world without causing some kind of ridiculously loud explosion." Naruto, a small, genuine smile finally touching his lips, walked over and sat down on the familiar wooden bench beside Shikamaru. The scent of the training ground, a potent mix of sweat, dust, and the faint aroma of burnt chakra paper, bringing back a rush of old memories. "What's the word, Shikamaru? What have I missed while I've been gathering data?" Shikamaru looked up at the towering form of the Hokage monument, his gaze distant and thoughtful, a hint of worry etching lines around his eyes. "Sasuke's been a mess, Naruto. A complete and utter drag. He shut himself off from everyone. Not talking, not training with us. Kakashi-sensei's not even trying to reach him anymore. Just sighs a lot and buries himself in those ridiculously perverted books." Naruto nodded slowly, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. Did he request any specific types of missions? Anything related to, Shikamaru nodded, his expression grim. "Only solo missions. High risk, low reward stuff. The kind that usually end with a lot of unnecessary property damage and him glaring daggers at anyone who even thinks about offering help." "Target regions?" "Mostly anywhere near the border of the Land of Sound." Naruto folded his hands in his lap, his gaze hardening with a newfound sense of grim determination. So, the branch of his path is already twisting sharply towards a dangerous, forbidden sealing art. The clone infrastructure begins. By the time the moon hung high in the inky sky, casting long, skeletal shadows across the sleeping village, Naruto had surreptitiously established the first operational node of his new, clandestine infrastructure. Not hidden within the familiar embrace of some remote forest, not lurking outside the protective walls of the village, but deep beneath the bustling streets of Konoha itself, in a place long forgotten by most of its inhabitants. He had rediscovered an unused section of tunnels near the old AMBU storage vault, a network of subterranean passages abandoned and largely ignored after the Kyuubi's devastating attack years ago, deemed structurally unsound, but surprisingly well hidden from prying eyes and chakra sensors. There, in the echoing darkness, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and forgotten magic, he deployed 3 long-duration shadow clones, each meticulously infused with his chakra and programmed with a distinct and vital directive, forming a hidden network of sensory seals beneath the village. Archive Node. This clone was tasked with continuously monitoring and recording any and all changes in official mission logs and internal communications emanating from the Hokage Tower, specifically looking for patterns, keywords, and any unusual deployments or requests related to Sasuke or the Sound Village. Pulse Node. This clone was positioned strategically near the Uchiha district, maintaining a constant watch on the flow of chakra signatures in the vicinity of Sasuke's family compound and his usual training grounds, diligently noting any unusual fluctuations, sudden surges, or definitive departures of his unique energy. Shadow Node. This clone was programmed to periodically merge briefly with Naruto's main consciousness, acting as a direct information conduit, updating his internal psychological vectors and predictive models for Sasuke and other key individuals based on the subtle nuances of observed chakra patterns and behavioral shifts. Each clone was subtly embedded with an intricate fail-safe time delay seal, a precautionary measure against accidental detection or forced dispelling. If the physical form of any of these sensory seals was forcibly broken or their chakra abruptly disrupted, the valuable memories they had collected would be temporarily delayed, held in stasis for a full 24 hours before fully integrating into Naruto's core consciousness, providing a crucial buffer against immediate and complete information loss. Not direct surveillance, Naruto rationalized to the silent tunnels, his gaze intent. Just a comprehensive system for predictive modeling, understanding the underlying structure to anticipate potential points of failure. He mentally designated this initial clandestine network Project Scout, self-correcting observational unit for threats. Kakashi's warning. Kakashi, with his uncanny ability to appear seemingly out of nowhere, found Naruto one quiet evening near the familiar third training field, the air filled with the sounds of younger genin diligently practicing their basic jutsu. "You're working even harder than before, Naruto," Kakashi observed, his voice soft and carrying a hint of concern as he leaned against the trunk of a large oak tree, his single visible eye thoughtful as he watched his student's intense focus. Naruto, who had been meticulously etching intricate seal diagrams into the dusty ground with a precise flow of his wind chakra, didn't look up. "I'm not just working harder, sensei," he replied, his voice low and steady. "I'm working with different sealing principles now, more proactively." Kakashi pushed himself off the tree and crouched down beside Naruto, his presence silent as always. "Sasuke's path isn't one you can simply fix with a new seal, Naruto. He's made his own choices." "I'm not trying to fix him, sensei," Naruto said, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. "Then what is all this intricate sealing work for, Naruto?" Kakashi pressed gently, his gaze intense. "Mapping the rate at which his chakra and sealing affinities are diverging, sensei," Naruto explained, his fingers tracing the complex lines in the dirt. Kakashi was quiet for a long moment, the only sound the distant shouts and laughter of the younger genin. Then he asked, his voice low and serious, "What will you do, Naruto, when his chakra's signature and the seals he embraces fully diverge from everything we understand? When he crosses that point of no return?" Naruto's grip on the small stick he was using to draw the seals tightened, his knuckles turning white. "Decide if his sealing path, that corrupted branch, can still be salvaged, sensei, or if it needs to be isolated, contained, before it can cause further harm." Rasengan Reborn, the silent version. In the secluded embrace of the woods just outside the academy training grounds, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, Naruto tested his modified Rasengan, the spiral lung, once more. This time, he was completely alone, relying solely on his own focused chakra control, without the aid of any shadow clones to guide the flow. He formed the sphere slowly and deliberately, his concentration absolute. The inner gyroscope of wind chakra spun into existence almost instantly, a silent, furious vortex contained within the tightly compressed outer layer of pure chakra. There was no loud whine, no screaming of raw energy, just a faint, almost imperceptible hum that resonated deep within the palm of his hand. He approached a large, moss-covered boulder, its surface rough and uneven, and gently pressed the silent, contained power of the spiral lung against the cold stone. The effect was immediate and deeply unsettling. The Rasengan didn't explode outwards with a violent burst of energy. Instead, it slid through the dense rock with a smooth, almost liquid motion, the precisely focused, wind-infused chakra within silently severing the very structure of the stone at a molecular level. Naruto watched, mesmerized, as the two cleanly bisected halves of the boulder slowly and silently fell away from each other, revealing the perfect, untouched surfaces within. And a small, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips, because now he finally held a technique in his hand that didn't just destroy indiscriminately. It refined, it controlled, it offered a terrifyingly precise level of power. Sasuke, the divergence confirmed. The following morning, when Team 7 was scheduled to meet for their usual training session, Sasuke's chakra signature was conspicuously absent. Initially, Sakura and even Kakashi, clinging to a sliver of hope, assumed he was simply being his typically brooding and aloof self. But as the hours stretched into the late afternoon, and then the evening, a growing sense of unease settled over them. Several discreet inquiries were made, quiet whispers exchanged amongst the village's intelligence network. And by nightfall, the dreaded confirmation arrived. Sasuke Uchiha had indeed left Konohagakure. His apartment in the Uchiha district was empty, meticulously clean, devoid of almost all personal belongings. Even the lingering traces of his unique chakra signature had been intentionally scrubbed away. The weapon logs at the training grounds, usually filled with detailed records of his intense training sessions, had been completely wiped clean, every trace of his activity erased. The only remaining testament to his tumultuous departure was the state of their familiar training field. A deep, jagged trench, carved by an immense and uncontrolled surge of raw chakra, that brutally bisected 3 thick oak stumps and a series of old, battered target dummies, a stark and chilling reminder of the immense power that now raged unchecked within him, divorced from any established Konoha sealing principles. Naruto stood before the ravaged training ground, the air still thick with the lingering scent of displaced earth and splintered wood, the faint echo of Sasuke's powerful, uncontrolled chakra clinging to the air. He knelt beside the deep groove carved into the ground, carefully tracing its jagged edges with his fingertips, feeling the lingering residue of Sasuke's raw rage and desperate ambition. And in that moment, a cold wave of understanding washed over him. He's not just running away from Konoha's system, Sensei, Naruto murmured to the silent trees, his voice barely a whisper. He's not simply seeking power. He remained kneeling there, his gaze fixed on the raw scar in the earth. He's actively defining a new function for himself, a path that lies completely outside the established parameters of our understanding. He's severing the connection to our shared system. Sakura's tears, Naruto's decision. Sakura, her face pale and streaked with tears, found him on the Hokage monument rooftop late that night, the wind whipping through her disheveled hair as she stood silently beside him, her small frame trembling with unshed grief. Her silent sobs echoed softly in the night air. I couldn't stop him, Naruto, she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Naruto didn't speak, his gaze fixed on the distant, flickering lights of the sleeping village. He left because he wanted more power, she continued, her voice breaking, the words laced with a raw vulnerability. Because I wasn't strong enough, wasn't enough for him. That's not the reason for his chosen path, Sakura, Naruto said gently, his voice filled with a quiet certainty. She looked up at him, her green eyes red and swollen, filled with a desperate plea for understanding. Then why, Naruto? Why did he have to go? Why did he leave us? He turned his gaze towards the vast, star-dusted expanse of the night sky, his expression somber, his voice carrying a hint of profound sadness. Because some people, Sakura, they don't truly want to be helped within the confines of an existing system. They don't want to be guided or anchored. They crave the absolute freedom, the terrifying power to inscribe their own destiny, no matter the cost. Message to Jiraiya. Activation of Spiral Lung. Naruto swiftly retrieved a messenger hawk from one of the village stables, his movements efficient and purposeful. With practiced speed, he penned a concise message on a small scroll, carefully infusing his chakra into the inscription to convey the urgency of his intent. Jiraiya-sama. Sasuke's chakra has fully diverged from Konoha's established flow. His intentions are clear. My internal sensory seal array and predictive models are stable and fully operational. The modified Rasengan, codename Spiral Lung, is combat-ready for deployment. I'm going after him, Sensei. My objective is no longer simply to recover him and force him back into Konoha's system. My objective now is akin to a containment engineer assessing and addressing a critical and potentially catastrophic system failure. Naruto. Final log. Branch split the mission to retrieve Sasuke. The Hokage's decree, delivered with the solemn weight of leadership during a time of crisis, reached Shikamaru's waiting squad with the stark finality of a death knell. Sasuke Uchiha, the enigmatic and fiercely independent survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre, Team 7's brooding powerhouse, had irrevocably defected from Konohagakure. The whispered fears that had haunted the village since his unsettling behavior during the Chunin exams had now solidified into a grim reality. Intelligence, pieced together from the frantic reports of surveillance teams and the hushed accounts of intercepted communications, painted a concerning picture. Agents known to be loyal to the treacherous Orochimaru, the Serpentine Sannin, had been sighted along the shadowy reaches of the old southern pass, a desolate and rarely used route that snaked its way towards the hidden, sinister lairs of the Snake Sage. Time, the one resource they couldn't afford to squander, was of the essence. A 5-man retrieval squad, handpicked by the Hokage himself for their unique skills, unwavering loyalty, and deep personal connections to the missing Uchiha, was assembled and dispatched immediately, their mission clear, though the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Shikamaru Nara, the ever-calculating strategist, his mind a labyrinth of probabilities and tactical formations, was designated as the team leader, the weight of responsibility settling upon his young shoulders with a familiar, weary sigh. His sharp intellect would be their most potent weapon in navigating the treacherous path ahead. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke's closest friend and fiercest rival, carried a unique burden of responsibility. His own volatile inner power, a mirror in some ways to Sasuke's burgeoning darkness, fueled a complex mix of unwavering friendship and a desperate, almost primal need to understand the forces that were tearing his teammate away. Kiba Inuzuka, the wild and fiercely loyal tracker, his senses honed to an almost supernatural degree, was accompanied by his steadfast canine companion Akamaru. Kiba's keen nose twitched incessantly, already eager to pick up the elusive scent of his quarry, his inherent impatience a driving force in their pursuit. Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan's branch family, his pale eyes possessing the all-seeing power of the Byakugan, stood as a silent sentinel of precision and unwavering duty. His ability to perceive the subtle flows of chakra would be invaluable in detecting illusions, traps, and any attempts at concealment. Choji Akimichi, the gentle giant of their group, his immense physical strength a reassuring presence, his loyalty to his teammates as boundless as his appetite, moved with a quiet determination, a silent promise of protection radiating from his every lumbering step. Before leaving the familiar comfort of the Hokage Tower, a heavy sense of foreboding clinging to him like a shroud, Naruto took a solitary moment for a crucial, personal preparation. Beneath his worn flak vest, close to the steady beat of his anxious heart, he carefully secured a specially crafted trifold seal scroll. Its surface, normally blank, now bore intricate new symbols, markings he had painstakingly inscribed over the past few days during intense, solitary sessions of field meditation, pouring his own volatile chakra and focused intent into each precise stroke of the brush. These were not standard, mass-produced sealing tags readily available in village stores. These were deeply personal creations, compact chakra dampeners intricately linked by microscopic filament lines drawn with a painstaking precision, using his own blood, thick with his unique life force, as the ink. These seals were designed for a singular, critical purpose, to react not to conventional enemies or standard chakra attacks, but to the dark, corrupting, and volatile influence of cursed seals. They were his last resort, his desperate attempt to reach Sasuke through the encroaching darkness. Naruto's briefing scroll, personal record. Even as the five-man squad began their rapid march south, their footsteps echoing on the well-worn path, following Kiba and Akamaru's keen noses into the darkening wilderness, Naruto's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts, anxieties, and strategic calculations. He pulled out his worn, leather-bound travel journal, its thick pages already filled with his sprawling observations, hastily drawn diagrams, and the evolving theories that filled his sleepless nights. Under the dim, flickering light of a torch carried by the ever-reliable Choji, Naruto began to scrawl a quick briefing for himself, a deeply personal record of their mission's paramount objective and a multitude of unknown dangers that likely lay ahead. Subject: Uchiha Sasuke. Current status: strong intelligence suggests that the malevolent cursed seal of heaven, that dark and parasitic inscription forced upon him by Orochimaru, is rapidly nearing its dreaded phase 2 awakening. This critical stage signifies a catastrophic increase in the seal's corrupting influence, a potentially irreversible surge in Sasuke's raw power, and a drastic decline in his already fragile mental and emotional stability. Key observations: abnormally high and fluctuating levels of ambient chakra instability are now constantly surrounding Sasuke. His energy signature, once sharp and precise, is now erratic, fragmented, and heavily tinged with the dark, almost sentient resonance of the cursed seal's malevolent chakra. It is highly probable that Sasuke is currently attempting to forcibly fuse his innate and formidable Uchiha clan techniques, particularly his evolved Sharingan, and potentially his nascent, still untamed Mangekyo Sharingan, with the terrifyingly amplified power and inherently corrupting nature of the fully awakened Curse Seal state. This volatile combination has the potential to unleash unpredictable and devastating results, both for himself and for anyone foolish enough to stand in his path. Potential threat level: critically high. Sasuke's physical and chakra-based power is likely to be significantly augmented beyond anything they have witnessed before. His ability to rationally control his own actions and distinguish friend from foe will likely be severely compromised, if not entirely obliterated, by Orochimaru's insidious influence and the Cursed Seal's inherent madness. His emotional state will be volatile, unpredictable, and almost certainly hostile towards anyone perceived as attempting to impede his dark ascent. Planned response protocol: under no circumstances should direct destruction of Sasuke or the Cursed Seal be the primary objective. Any direct, forceful attacks against the seal in its awakened state could trigger a catastrophic and potentially uncontrollable release of its immense and corrupted power, endangering everyone in the immediate vicinity. The immediate goal is temporary containment. Utilize the specialized chakra-folding seals I have prepared, designed to disrupt and effectively dampen the chaotic flow of Cursed Seal energy within Sasuke's chakra pathways, to temporarily bind him and neutralize the immediate threat. Mission objective: do not, at this juncture, attempt to purify Sasuke of the ingrained Cursed Seal or engage in any immediate attempts at emotional redemption or reconciliation. The paramount objective for this initial encounter is to bind the raging storm that has taken hold of him, to temporarily neutralize the immediate danger until a more comprehensive and long-term solution, however improbable it may seem at this moment, can be devised and safely implemented. Ambush at the river fork. Sound 4 arrive. The first brutal contact with the enemy occurred just as the last sliver of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the already darkening forest and painting the sky in a final, fleeting spectacle of fiery orange and deep, bruised violet. Kiba, his senses always hyper-alert, suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Akamaru, his ever-loyal canine companion, letting out a low, guttural growl at his side, his sensitive nose twitching rapidly as he picked up a distinct, unwelcome scent carried on the evening wind. "They're close," Kiba muttered, his voice low and tense, his sharp eyes scanning the rapidly darkening tree ahead, his hand instinctively reaching for a kunai at his hip. Definitely hostile. And there are a lot of them, more than just one or two stragglers. Then, as if to punctuate his grim warning with an exclamation point of earth-shattering force, the ground beneath their very feet began to tremble violently, a low, guttural rumbling that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the forest, vibrating through their bones and sending small pebbles skittering across the path. The ancient trees ahead of them shook violently, their branches rattling like skeletal fingers in the wind, and then, with a brutal, deafening crash that ripped through the twilight stillness, Jirobo burst through the dense foliage, his colossal form a grotesque and terrifying parody of human strength. Thick, jagged plates of dark, rocky armor, pulsating with a raw, earth elemental chakra, instantly began to form over his already immense shoulders and limbs, further augmenting his formidable, monstrous bulk. The others followed in quick, unsettling succession. The unervingly agile, spider-like Kidomaru, his multiple arms twitching with anticipation. The disturbing, conjoined twins Sakan and Yukon, their forms unnaturally and grotesquely fused. The sinister, flute-playing Taiya, a palpable aura of malevolent chakra radiating from her. And finally, bringing up the rear with an unnerving, almost supernatural stillness, Kimimaro Kagaya, his pale, sharp features angular and bone-like, his very presence, radiating an intense, chilling aura that spoke of death and the grave. The very air around them seemed to grow heavy, thick with a palpable sense of menace and the oppressive stench of dark, corrupted chakra. The oppressive atmosphere pressed down on Naruto's senses, a suffocating weight of impending conflict. Without a moment's hesitation, his mind already racing, dissecting the immediate threat and calculating their odds, Naruto swiftly reached beneath his torn flak vest and dropped one of his specially prepared seal tags into the dirt at his feet. Ripple Detection Array. The tag, upon silent contact with the forest floor, instantly activated, emitting a subtle, almost imperceptible circle of low-pressure, finely tuned chakra, specifically designed to detect the unique, chaotic fluctuations in chakra that were the telltale signature of the cursed seal's corrupting influence. It was an invisible early warning system, a silent sentinel planted in the gathering gloom, its subtle vibrations a promise of impending danger. Kidomaru, his multiple eyes, each gleaming with an unsettling intelligence, sharp and perceptive even in the fading light, spotted the almost imperceptible shimmer of chakra emanating from the seal tag in the dirt near Naruto's feet. "Oi," he muttered to his grotesque companions, his voice laced with a strange mix of morbid curiosity and open disdain. "Look at that. Someone's actually using old-world sealing techniques. Haven't seen one of those clunky things in ages. Thought everyone had moved on to something more efficient." But Naruto's hand was already moving, his chakra gathering in his palm with a focused intensity that belied the seemingly casual nature of his movements, forming the familiar, swirling sphere of his modified Rasengan, its humming a low thrum of contained power. "I'm not from the old world," Naruto said, his voice calm and steady despite the palpable tension crackling in the air, his bright blue eyes fixed with unwavering determination on the encroaching enemies, a silent promise of defiance in their depths. "I'm what comes after the curse. The splitting tactical assignments." Shikamaru, his usual air of nonchalance completely gone, his gaze sharp and his brow furrowed in intense concentration, took immediate and decisive command of the rapidly escalating situation, his quick mind already formulating a multi-pronged plan to counter the sudden ambush. He spoke rapidly, his voice low and urgent, barking out tactical assignments to his startled teammates. Divide. Now, we need to delay them, disrupt their formation, and isolate each one of them. We have to buy as much precious time as humanly possible before Sasuke fully awakens to the cursed seal's power. We can't afford to underestimate any of them. Niji, his pale eyes already revealing the activated power of his Byakugan, the intricate network of veins around his eyes pulsing visibly, turned his unwavering gaze towards the grotesque, multi-limbed form of Kidomaru, his expression grimly determined, a silent promise of precise and unwavering defense in his stance. Choji, without uttering a single word, his hand already reaching for the pouch of potent chakra pills at his waist, a silent affirmation of his readiness to fight, lumbered forward, his massive frame a reassuring and imposing presence against the monstrous bulk of the approaching Jirobo. Kiba, a fierce, almost predatory grin splitting his face, his loyal canine companion Akamaru barking ferociously at his side, lunged forward in a sudden blur of motion, a whirlwind of canine fury aimed directly at the disturbing, conjoined form of the twins Sakan and Yukon, their combined presence a truly unsettling spectacle. Naruto paused for a split second, his eyes flicking briefly towards the ominously silent coffin that carried their quarry, the very air around it radiating an unsettling stillness amidst the chaotic energy of the forest. His focus then returned to the immediate threat. Taiya, a wicked, knowing smile spreading across her lips, her crimson eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement, turned her full attention towards Naruto. "What's the matter, little boy?" she taunted, raising the bone flute to her lips, her fingers already dancing across its surface, ready to unleash her terrifying and debilitating sound-based jinjutsu. Too scared of a simple flute and a few spooky illusions? "No," Naruto replied calmly, his voice devoid of any discernible fear, his gaze unwavering, his focus locked on the prize beyond the immediate skirmish. "Just my objective isn't you." With a sudden, explosive burst of speed that belied his earlier stillness, Naruto launched himself past Taiya, completely ignoring her taunts and the ominous, unsettling sound of her flute beginning to resonate in the twilight air, a single-minded determination propelling him straight towards the sealed coffin that held his former teammate. But his path was instantly blocked. Kimimaro moved to intercept, his movements unervingly graceful and swift despite the macabre and rigid nature of his bone-based abilities. A thin, almost ethereal mist of pure white bone marrow shimmered into existence around his hands with unnatural speed, rapidly solidifying into a set of razor-sharp, elongated claws, a deadly and grotesque barrier standing between Naruto and his desperate goal. "Your form is strangely beautiful," Naruto observed, his voice almost detached, his bright blue eyes taking in the eerie and unsettling elegance of Kimimaro's bone armor and lethal claws. "But seals don't care about mere appearances, do they? They react to the focused flow of chakra, to specific points of concentrated pressure." The modified Rasengan in his hand began to spin with a furious, almost frantic intensity, its humming sound no longer a steady whistle but a low, menacing hiss, like a dangerous wind being drawn through a cracked and fragile jar, threatening to shatter at any moment. He swung low, not aiming for a direct, brute force collision with Kimimaro's main body, but strategically targeting the subtle, critical juncture points where the intricate bone armor connected and articulated, seeking to exploit its inherent weaknesses. Spiral lung deployment against Kimimaro. With a swift, precise twist of his wrist, Naruto unleashed the contained fury of the spiral lung Rasengan, aiming not for a direct, bone-shattering impact on Kimimaro's torso, but strategically targeting the subtle, almost invisible pressure points where the intricate bone armor connected and articulated around his limbs and joints. The focused, wind-infused chakra shell of the Rasengan cracked against the stark white bone armor covering Kimimaro's chest, specifically targeting the delicate rib joint seal, with a calcium-based structure connected to his torso, allowing for movement and flexibility. For a split second, a visible ripple of distorted chakra energy coursed through the normally perfectly aligned calcium form field. The bone structure audibly groaned and twisted inward, a sickening grinding sound echoing in the tense, magic-laden air. Kimimaro gasped, a sharp, involuntary intake of breath betraying the intense pain that shot through his unnaturally durable form. His normally stoic and emotionless expression momentarily contorted into a grimace. He stumbled backward, his normally impeccable footing faltering on the uneven forest floor, but his unnatural resilience, honed by years of twisted experimentation, allowed him to regain his balance and maintain his stance, albeit precariously. Naruto, recognizing the temporary disruption he had caused, didn't press his limited advantage, his primary and immediate goal remaining to bypass the formidable Kimimaro and reach the sealed coffin that held the still unconscious Sasuke. He executed a swift, acrobatic flip backward, landing lightly on his feet several feet away from his unnerving opponent. With lightning-fast, practiced movements, he slammed two specially prepared binding slip tags onto the rough bark of nearby trees, their surfaces instantly glowing with a network of intricate inscribed seals, pulsing with latent chakra energy. A thin, almost invisible thread of highly focused wind chakra, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, snaked between the two tags, stretching taut as a drawn bowstring across the forest path. Wind-sealed tripwire. This wasn't a crude trap designed to inflict serious physical wounds or incapacitate his opponent. Instead, it was a subtle but strategically placed barrier, a tactical measure intended to disrupt Kimimaro's typically fluid and relentless pursuit patterns, forcing him to momentarily pause, if only for a fraction of a second, and reevaluate his intended trajectory, buying Naruto the precious seconds he desperately needed. And then, as Kimimaro's crimson eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing and intense, Naruto vanished into the dense undergrowth of the surrounding woods, his movements masked by a sudden burst of wind-enhanced speed, his singular focus remaining locked onto the ominous, coffin-like container that held his former teammate, the weight of his failure a heavy burden in his heart. The coffin opens, Sasuke rises. Naruto, propelled by a desperate surge of adrenaline and unwavering determination, burst into a small clearing, his lungs burning, his heart pounding in his chest. He arrived just as the sealed, coffin-like pod that had carried Sasuke through the treacherous journey finally cracked open with a low, grinding groan of stressed metal and fractured, failing seals, the sound echoing ominously in the silent forest. Sasuke emerged slowly, almost reluctantly, from within the broken remnants of his transport, his young silhouette framed by the shattered fragments of the container. His face was cast in deep shadow, his expression unreadable even to Naruto's keen eyes. But the oppressive, dark energy of the fully awakened cursed seal of heaven flared around him, a visible, almost suffocating miasma of corrupted, malevolent chakra. It pulsed with a thick, viscous quality, like dark, oily ink slowly spreading across the surface of a pristine, unprimed scroll, threatening to completely consume and defile the very essence of his being. Their eyes locked across the small clearing, a silent, intense connection forged in years of shared experiences, rivalry, and a bond that had once felt unbreakable. Sasuke did not utter a single word, his unnerving silence more chilling than any shouted threat or hateful denunciation. But then his Sharingan blazed to life, the intricate, hypnotic tomo swirling within his crimson irises, a silent, undeniable declaration of hostile intent that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. Naruto, taking a deep, steadying breath, stepped forward, his gaze unwavering, his voice surprisingly calm despite the turmoil churning within him. Sasuke, stop. You think you're changing, becoming stronger, finally gaining the power you crave. But you're not truly in control, are you? Sasuke's gaze narrowed, his Sharingan burning hotter, the intensity of his stare almost physically painful. You're becoming nothing more than someone else's vessel. Naruto, a walking, breathing seal, a container for the Nine Tails' power, without truly having written your own story. You're still clinging to the pathetic bonds of the past. Still, no verbal response from Sasuke, only the silent, burning intensity of his crimson eyes, swirling with an unsettling mix of hatred and a desperate, almost manic determination. With a deep breath, steeling his resolve, Naruto reached beneath his torn and dust-stained flak vest and carefully pulled out the trifold seal scroll he had prepared with such meticulous care, a tangible symbol of his desperate hope. And with deliberate slowness, his eyes never breaking contact with Sasuke's burning gaze, he began to unfold the scroll, revealing the intricate, carefully inscribed markings within its delicate layers. A three-phase binding seal. Its power, the culmination of days of focused meditation and chakra manipulation, was centered on a single, powerful kanji character, meticulously inscribed in bold, unwavering strokes. Stop. The confrontation, curse versus control. Sasuke, his patience finally snapping, the cursed seal's dark influence urging him towards violence, attacked first. A crackling, blinding torrent of pure lightning. The Chidori, his signature technique, erupted from his outstretched right hand, its raw energy sharp and wild, crackling with the corrupting chakra of the cursed seal that seemed to seep from every pore of his skin. Naruto sidestepped the lightning-fast attack with a practiced agility born of countless battles, the air around them crackling with residual electricity where Sasuke had been moments before. In the same fluid motion, without breaking eye contact, he swiftly slapped a specially prepared sealing tag on his own left forearm, its intricate inscription glowing faintly as it instantly began to absorb the excess, volatile chakra surging from his own rapidly forming Rasengan in his right hand. The modified Rasengan in his grasp hummed with a cold, contained energy, the wind chakra within its core spinning silently. There was no heat radiating from it, no wild, uncontrolled bursts of power, just a focused, almost chilling stillness that spoke of precise control. He met Sasuke's crackling Chidori mid-strike, the two opposing forces colliding in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar that echoed through the silent forest, the air momentarily thick with the smell of ozone and burnt leaves. But instead of a catastrophic explosion of raw energy, a focused burst of wind-wrapped silence erupted outwards from the precise point of contact, flattening the surrounding trees with a powerful shockwave, but without igniting them, a stark testament to the refined and controlled nature of Naruto's modified technique. Sasuke was forced to skid back several feet, his momentum abruptly halted, the force of the impact momentarily staggering him. Naruto, however, landed lightly on his feet, his breathing even and controlled despite the immense power of the clash. "You've built nothing truly your own, Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice low but firm, cutting through the ringing in their ears. "You're just a blank page, being crudely filled in by Orochimaru's dark and twisted brushstrokes. You're losing yourself." Sasuke's lip curled into a venomous sneer, his Sharingan burning with a cold and intense fury. "I chose this power, Naruto. I chose this path. It's my destiny." Naruto shook his head sadly, his gaze unwavering. "No, Sasuke. You didn't choose freedom. You only tore off the cover of your own story, hoping someone else would write it for you. You haven't actually written a single word of your own." Memory flashback, Naruto and the sealing room. Briefly, in the fleeting moments between the clash of their powers and the charged silence that followed, Naruto's mind flashed back to a memory from weeks ago, a quiet afternoon spent with Jiraiya in the ancient, dust-filled sealing room of Mount Myaboku. The air had been thick with the scent of aged parchment and the faint, lingering aura of potent chakra, the towering walls lined with countless ancient scrolls, their brittle pages holding the secrets of forgotten sealing arts, the wisdom of generations of shinobi etched in faded ink. One particular scroll, its paper yellowed and cracked with age, had stayed with him, its simple words resonating deeply within his own evolving understanding of seals and their true purpose. It bore a profound quote, attributed to the first sage of the Whirling Leaf Village. A seal is not merely a prison, designed to contain and restrict through force. It is a sacred promise, a delicate and often complex agreement, meticulously forged between the raw, untamed power of chakra and the unwavering intention of the user. He whispered the ancient words now, almost subconsciously, under his breath, the quiet mantra a source of inner strength and a reminder of his own guiding principles. Sasuke, caught up in the burning intensity of his own rage and the swirling power of his Sharingan, didn't consciously hear the barely audible words. But he saw something subtle yet profound shift in Naruto's chakra signature. The earlier tension seemed to dissipate, replaced by a calm, focused intent that radiated outwards, an unwavering resolve that spoke of deep understanding and control. And that unnerved him more than any powerful jutsu Naruto could have unleashed. It was a level of inner peace and clarity that Sasuke, lost in his own darkness, could no longer comprehend. Final strike, the seal decision. Sasuke rose again, his body contorting and grotesquely transforming into the full, monstrous form of Cursed Seal Level 2. Dark, leathery wings, like those of a twisted demon, sprouted from his back, sharp, bony horns jutted from his forehead, and a palpable, suffocating darkness seemed to bleed from his skin like black, oily smoke, twisting his once familiar features into a terrifying, almost unrecognizable visage. Naruto stood ready, his stance firm and unyielding, his gaze locked on the monstrous figure before him. But his hands were not forming the familiar spiraling vortex of the spiral-long Rasengan. Instead, he held the unfolded trifold seal scroll spread across both palms, its intricate markings glowing with a soft, ethereal light that seemed to push back against the encroaching darkness. "Sasuke," he said, his voice clear and strong, cutting through the oppressive silence that had fallen over the clearing. "I'm not here to destroy you. That's not what I want." He took a step forward, his gaze unwavering, filled with a desperate plea. "I'm here to show you. There's still a way back from this darkness. You don't have to let this consume you." Sasuke roared a guttural, inhuman sound of pure, unadulterated rage and corrupted chakra that ripped through the forest and lunged forward, his clawed hands reaching for Naruto with deadly intent. With a final surge of chakra and unwavering determination, Naruto placed the first section of the trifold binding seal firmly onto Sasuke's chest, the intricate symbols glowing brightly against his dark, corrupted skin. As they collided with a violent, bone-jarring force, Naruto twisted his body, reaching around Sasuke's monstrous form, and pressed the second section of the binding seal onto his back, its chakra resonating with the first, attempting to create a stabilizing anchor. And finally, with a gentle but deliberate touch, his fingers trembling slightly, Naruto reached up and pressed the third and final section of the seal onto Sasuke's forehead, right between his burning crimson eyes, a point of intense chakra concentration. The seal on Sasuke's forehead flared with an intense, blinding white light, its power surging outwards, attempting to bind the chaotic, corrupted chakra within. Then, for a fleeting, hopeful moment against all odds, it held. Outcome, not victory, not loss. Both of them, their bodies battered and their chakra reserves depleted, collapsed to the ground in a tangled heap of limbs, the impact throwing up small clouds of dust and scattered leaves. Sasuke's dark, leathery wings slowly faded, retracting back into his skin as the cursed seal's terrifying intensity momentarily subsided, its glow flickering like a dying ember. Naruto's breath, which had been ragged in shallow moments before, slowly began to even out, a fragile sign of returning equilibrium. But the tenuous hold of the hastily applied binding seal didn't last long against the sheer force of Sasuke's will and the deeply ingrained power of the cursed seal. With a final, desperate, and hate-filled surge of corrupted chakra, Sasuke broke free from its restrictive power. Not completely, the seal still flickering faintly on his skin like a brand, but enough for him to push himself to his feet, his eyes burning with a cold, unyielding fury. He didn't strike Naruto down, didn't unleash another devastating attack. He simply turned his back and walked away, bloody, drained, broken, his silhouette a dark shadow against the moonlit trees, disappearing into the dense, unforgiving woods, his footsteps silent on the forest floor. Naruto, lying on the ground, his body aching in protest, his chakra reserves dangerously low, didn't follow. He simply watched his friend, his former teammate, his brother in all but blood, fade into the darkness, the weight of his failure a crushing burden in his heart. Afterward, what the scrolls said. Later, as the rest of the exhausted retrieval squad finally arrived at the scene, bearing their own share of injuries and the heavy weight of their shared failure, Naruto quietly took out the now-spent trifold seal scroll, its power completely faded, the intricate markings dull and lifeless. In the empty lines beneath the remnants of his binding intention, he began to write, his charcoal stick moving slowly and deliberately across the parchment, documenting the inconclusive outcome of their desperate and emotionally charged encounter. The return, hollow parade. The first rays of dawn, pale and hesitant, crept over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and soft gold. Naruto's feet felt heavy, each step a dull thud against the well-worn stone path leading into Konoha. It had been so long, too long. The air was crisp and carried the familiar scent of morning mist mingling with the faint aroma of miso soup wafting from homes where early risers were starting their day. Above, the sharp cries of messenger hawks pierced the quiet as they soared, delivering their urgent missives across the village. A flurry of dust motes danced in the nascent sunlight, kicked up by their powerful wings, creating a shimmering veil in the air. The market roads, usually bustling with life even at this early hour, were just beginning to stir. Vendors, their faces etched with the weariness of the previous day and the anticipation of the one to come, were methodically setting up their stalls. Brightly colored fabrics were unfurled. The rich scent of spices hung in the air around the ramen stand, and the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoed from a nearby alley. These were the sights and sounds Naruto had longed for, the familiar tapestry of his home. Yet a strange dissonance hung in the air. No one looked at him. Or rather, they looked, their eyes catching his form as he walked through the gates. A flicker of recognition, a momentary widening, perhaps a ghost of expectation. But then, their gazes would slide away, as if he were a shadow, an unwelcome intrusion into their morning routine. It was a subtle shift, almost imperceptible, but to Naruto, it felt like a physical blow. Each averted gaze was a whisper of his failure. There was no boisterous welcome, no cheering crowds lining the streets, no celebratory banners strung across the rooftops. No fanfare. He hadn't expected a hero's welcome, not after everything. But the utter lack of acknowledgement, the heavy blanket of silence that seemed to smother the village's usual vibrancy, was a stark reminder of the weight he carried. No congratulations. Not even a perfunctory "you did your best." Just a profound, echoing silence that pressed in on him from all sides. It was a silence thicker than any jutsu, heavier than any physical burden he had ever borne. It spoke volumes of the unspoken disappointment that permeated the village. He had failed. The mission, the one that had consumed him for so long, the one that had torn his team apart, had ended in bitter defeat. He had failed to bring Sasuke back. The knowledge was a leaden weight in his gut, a constant, gnawing ache that no amount of training or ramen could ever truly quell. And everyone knew. The news had likely preceded him. carried on the wings of those very messenger hawks that now flew overhead. The details of the disastrous mission, the final confrontation in the Valley of the End, Sasuke's unwavering decision. It was all out in the open, a wound festering in the heart of Konoha. Naruto continued his walk, his shoulders slumped almost imperceptibly. He tried to ignore the prickling sensation of eyes on his back, the hushed whispers that he couldn't quite catch, but felt nonetheless. He focused on the familiar landmarks, the weathered faces of the Hokage Rock, the ancient trees that lined the training grounds, the vibrant red torii gates of the shrine. These were the constants, the anchors in his tumultuous life. But even they seemed to bear a somber air, as if reflecting the disappointment that clung to him like a shroud. He reached his small apartment, the silence within its walls amplifying the silence of the village. The familiar scent of dust and unwashed dishes greeted him. He didn't bother to tidy up. The mess felt appropriate, a physical manifestation of the turmoil within him. He sank onto his worn-out futon, the springs groaning in protest. The morning light now streamed through his window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, each one a tiny reminder of the chaos he felt inside. He closed his eyes, trying to shut out the silence, the averted gazes, the crushing weight of his failure. But the images flashed behind his eyelids, Sasuke's cold, determined eyes, the clash of their jutsu, the final, heartbreaking moment when Sasuke turned his back and walked away. It was a scene etched into his memory, a constant loop of regret and self-recrimination. He lay there for a long time, the silence a heavy blanket suffocating him. The village had welcomed him back in its own silent, disappointed way. And in that silence, Naruto felt more alone than ever before. The report to Tsunade. The walk to the Hokage's office felt like traversing a vast, empty plain. Each step was deliberate, heavy with the weight of his report. He kept his gaze forward, focusing on the worn wooden planks of the hallway, trying to block out the lingering echoes of the village's cold reception. He reached the imposing double doors of Tsunade's office and took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders as best he could. Failure sat heavy on him, a physical burden that threatened to crush his resolve. He stood just inside the doorway, the vastness of the room seeming to amplify his smallness, his inadequacy. Tsunade sat behind her large, cluttered desk, the morning light illuminating the stacks of paperwork that threatened to topple over. She didn't look up immediately, her gaze fixed on a document in her hands. The silence in the room was thick, heavy with unspoken expectations and the aftermath of the disastrous mission. Finally, she raised her head. Her gaze met his, and Naruto felt a pang in his chest. There was no fury in her eyes, no sharp reprimand on her lips. Instead, he saw something else, something that struck him deeper than anger ever could. She looked older. The lines around her eyes seemed more pronounced. The usual vibrant energy that crackled around her was muted, replaced by a weariness that mirrored his own. "What happened?" she asked, her voice quiet, devoid of any accusation. It was a simple question, yet it carried the weight of the entire mission, the hopes and fears of the entire village. Naruto swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He met her gaze, his own eyes filled with the raw, unfiltered truth of his experience. He told her everything, every grueling step of the mission, starting from the moment they left the village until the bitter end in the Valley of the End. He recounted their encounters with the Sound Ninja, their relentless pursuit, the desperate attempts to reason with Sasuke. He described the chilling aura of the curse mark, the growing darkness that had enveloped his former teammate. He spoke of the final confrontation, the clash of their powers, the overwhelming feeling of Sasuke slipping further and further away. He didn't hold back any details, the successes and the failures, his own moments of doubt, and his unwavering determination. He described the seal, Orochimaru's influence, and the final, devastating strike that had left him broken and defeated. He spoke of the agonizing choice Sasuke had made, the choice to embrace the darkness over the bonds they had forged. His voice was low and steady, devoid of any self-pity or excuses. He simply laid out the facts, the raw, unvarnished truth of what had transpired. He spoke until the silence in the room was filled only with the echoes of his words, the ghosts of the battle he had lost. When he finally finished, his voice hoarse, Tsunade didn't say anything for a long moment. She simply stared out the window, her gaze distant, as if replaying the events in her own mind. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, she reached for a crystal decanter on her desk and poured herself a generous drink of sake, the amber liquid swirling in the glass. She took a long draught, the silence stretching taut between them. Finally, she set the glass down with a soft click and turned her gaze back to him. "You nearly died," she stated, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. It wasn't a question, but a simple acknowledgement of the brutal reality of the mission. Naruto didn't respond. There was nothing to say. He had known the risks, had pushed himself to his limits. Death had been a possibility he had faced and narrowly avoided. The fact held no surprise for him. Tsunade leaned forward, her gaze piercing, locking with his. "You didn't lose because you were weak, Naruto," she said, her voice firm now, carrying a weight of authority and conviction. "You lost because he chose the curse. He made a conscious decision to walk down a path of darkness, and no amount of strength on your part could have forced him back." "I know," Naruto said quietly, the words barely a whisper. He had wrestled with that realization ever since the battle, the painful understanding that Sasuke's choice had ultimately been out of his control. "But I thought the seal," he began, a flicker of doubt still lingering in his voice. He had believed in the seal, in its power to suppress Orochimaru's influence. He had clung to that hope, even in the face of Sasuke's growing darkness. Tsunade waved a dismissive hand, cutting him off. "The seal wasn't wrong, Naruto. It did its job. But a seal can only contain, it cannot change the will of the person it's placed upon. He chose to break it, to embrace the power it offered, no matter the cost." Naruto nodded slowly, the logic of her words sinking in. Intellectually, he understood. He knew that Sasuke had made his own choice, a terrible, heartbreaking choice. But in his heart, a stubborn seed of doubt still lingered. Could he have done more? Could he have said something different? Had he failed to understand the depth of Sasuke's pain and resentment? The questions continued to swirl in his mind, a relentless storm of self-doubt. He looked at Tsunade, her gaze unwavering, filled with a hard-earned wisdom. He knew she was trying to ease his burden, to absolve him of the guilt that gnawed at him. And yet, a part of him couldn't fully accept her words. He felt responsible, a failure. The bond they had shared, the promise he had made to Sakura, he had failed to uphold them. And that failure resonated deep within his soul. Team meetings fractured trust. 2 days later, the remnants of the retrieval team gathered for the debriefing. The atmosphere in the small meeting room was thick with unspoken words and a heavy sense of defeat. The vibrant energy that usually characterized their team interactions was conspicuously absent, replaced by a strained silence that hung in the air like a shroud. Choji sat hunched over in his chair, his large frame still bearing the telltale signs of their recent ordeal. Bandages were wrapped around his arms and torso, stark white against his tanned skin, a visible reminder of the brutal battles they had faced. He picked nervously at a loose thread on one of the bandages, his gaze fixed on the tabletop, avoiding eye contact with the others. Neji, ever stoic, sat with his usual rigid posture, but a subtle difference was noticeable. A brace, plain and functional, encircled his right arm, a silent testament to the injuries he had sustained. Even his normally piercing Byakugan seemed subdued, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the empty space where Sasuke should have been. Shikamaru, usually the picture of languid relaxation, sat leaning back in his chair, his eyes half closed as always. But the usual playful smirk that often danced on his lips was gone, replaced by a grim line. He just smoked, the cherry of his cigarette glowing like a malevolent ember in the dim light, the smoke curling upwards in silent, melancholic plumes. He didn't offer any of his usual strategic insights or witty remarks. The silence seemed to suit his mood, a reflection of the complicated thoughts swirling within him. Nobody blamed Naruto, not outwardly at least. No harsh words were spoken, no accusations hurled. But the silence itself felt like a form of blame, a heavy weight of unspoken disappointment. There were no words of comfort, no pats on the back, no acknowledgement of the immense effort he had poured into the mission. Nobody thanked him either. The absence of gratitude stung, a subtle but palpable reminder of their collective failure. The silence stretched on, punctuated only by the rhythmic puffing of Shikamaru's cigarette. Finally, Shikamaru broke the tension, his voice low and unusually subdued. "I should have planned better," he said quietly, his gaze still fixed on the ceiling. "The formation splitting up too early. It was a mistake." His words were directed at no one in particular, a self-recrimination uttered into the heavy air. "It wasn't the split," Naruto replied, his voice firm despite the tremor in his heart. He met Shikamaru's gaze, trying to convey the profound realization he had come to. It was the fact that we were trying to retrieve a soul that had already left. Sasuke, he wasn't just lost. He was gone. The room fell silent again, the weight of Naruto's words settling heavily upon them. Choji finally looked up, his eyes filled with a quiet sadness. He glanced at the empty space where Sasuke used to stand, a phantom presence lingering in their memory. "Think he'll ever come back?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, laced with a fragile hope that seemed destined to be crushed. Naruto traced a finger over the cool, metallic edge of his canteen, his gaze distant, lost in thought. He pictured Sasuke, his face twisted in a mask of pain and determination, his eyes filled with a darkness Naruto had never seen before. The Sasuke they had known, the friend they had laughed with and fought alongside, felt like a distant memory, a ghost from a life that no longer existed. "I think," Naruto began slowly, choosing his words carefully, "the Sasuke we knew never left the valley." His statement hung in the air, a stark and painful truth that none of them could deny. The Valley of the End, the site of their first and most defining battle, had become a symbolic boundary, a place where the old Sasuke had been left behind, replaced by someone colder, someone driven by a darkness they couldn't comprehend. The silence returned, deeper and more profound than before. Each member of the team grappled with Naruto's words, the painful acceptance of their failure settling in their hearts. The fractured trust within their team, the unspoken disappointment and the lingering pain of their loss, hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the bond that had been broken and the long road to healing that lay ahead. Sealing room, a new direction. 3 days after his physical wounds had begun to heal, though the emotional ones still festered, Naruto found himself drawn back to a place he hadn't visited in a long time, the sealing chamber beneath the Hokage archives. The scent of old paper and dried ink hung heavy in the air, a familiar and strangely comforting aroma. The door to the chamber, usually guarded as a matter of routine, stood open, unguarded. It was a small detail, but it spoke volumes about his current standing, the unspoken disappointment that seemed to follow him like a shadow. He stepped inside, the silence of the chamber enveloping him like a familiar cloak. Stone walls, etched with faded ink markings of ancient seals, surrounded him. The air was still, undisturbed by the outside world. It was a place of quiet contemplation, a sanctuary where the intricate language of seals held sway. He ran his hand along the cool, rough surface of the wall, the faded symbols whispering tales of forgotten techniques and powerful bindings. He unrolled 2 fresh scrolls on the large stone table in the center of the room, the crisp paper crackling softly in the silence. He picked up his brush, the familiar weight grounding him in the present moment. For the past few days, he had been haunted by the images of the mission, the memory of Sasuke's cold eyes, the crushing weight of failure. But here, surrounded by the tools of his craft, a new purpose began to take shape. He dipped his brush into the ink, the dark liquid flowing smoothly onto the pristine surface of the scroll. His hand moved with a newfound focus, guided not by the need for destruction, but by a different kind of power, the power to mend, to hold, to protect. He began to draft, his mind clear and focused, the chaotic thoughts of the past few days momentarily silenced by the intricate patterns forming under his brush. Seal type, gentle locking array. Purpose, emotional overflow prevention. Structure, four-pillar containment with feedback tether. Notes, designed for Jinchuriki, but potentially useful for PTSD subjects or curse seal survivors. He worked steadily through the day and into the night. The only sounds the soft scratching of his brush against the paper and the occasional sigh as a particularly intricate section came together. He didn't stop for food or rest, driven by an inner compulsion to create something meaningful out of his failure. For the first time, he wasn't making something to fight. His previous eel work had always been focused on offensive techniques, on enhancing his power, on finding ways to overcome his enemies. But this was different. This wasn't about destruction or defense. He was making something to hold, something to contain the overwhelming surge of emotions, the untamed power that could threaten to break a person from the inside out. He thought of Sasuke, consumed by the darkness of the curse mark, his emotions twisted and amplified. He thought of his own struggles with the Kyuubi's chakra, the constant battle to maintain control. And he knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within him, that there had to be a better way. He continued to work, his focus unwavering, pouring all his energy into the intricate design of the seal. He envisioned it not as a cage, but as a guiding structure, a framework that would allow powerful emotions to flow without causing devastation. The four pillars would represent stability, the feedback tether a gentle reminder of control. It was a seal born not of anger or frustration, but of empathy and a deep understanding of the fragility of the human spirit. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the small window of the sealing chamber, Naruto finally set down his brush, his eyes tired but his heart strangely lighter. He looked at the completed scroll, the intricate array of lines and symbols a testament to his hours of work. It was a small step, perhaps, but it felt like a new direction, a path forward that wasn't paved with conflict, but with the potential for healing. Clones in the hospital, the healing protocols. Driven by his newfound purpose, Naruto's mind raced with possibilities. The gentle locking array was just the beginning. He knew that understanding the nuances of uncontrolled chakra and emotional instability required more than just theoretical knowledge. He needed data, real-world observations. The Konoha Hospital, usually a place of healing for physical ailments, held a different kind of knowledge. The silent stories of emotional trauma and the often unseen effects of unstable chakra. It was there that Naruto decided to focus his next efforts. He formed 3 long-term shadow clones, each imbued with a specific task. Utilizing the transformation technique, he carefully disguised them as ordinary interns, blending them seamlessly into the bustling environment of the hospital. He knew that his presence, even in disguise, might cause unnecessary alarm or bias the observations. Interns, however, were largely anonymous, moving through the wards and observing patients without drawing undue attention. Each clone had a distinct purpose, a specific area of focus within the complex landscape of the hospital. Clone A. His primary objective was to study chakra outbursts in patients affected by curse marks. He was tasked with observing their energy patterns, noting the triggers that led to fluctuations, and documenting the nature and intensity of their chakra releases. Naruto hypothesized that understanding the chaotic nature of curse mark chakra could provide valuable insights into other forms of emotional and chakra instability. He wanted to see the raw, untamed power and understand its underlying mechanisms. Clone B. This clone's focus was on the sleep patterns of patients suffering from various forms of trauma. Naruto believed that sleep, or the lack thereof, could be a significant indicator of underlying emotional distress and chakra imbalance. The clone meticulously recorded the duration and quality of sleep, noting any disturbances, nightmares, or unusual chakra activity during sleep cycles. He theorized that trauma might leave an imprint on a person's chakra, manifesting even in their unconscious state. Clone C. This clone's task was more experimental. He was instructed to subtly test passive seal band tags on patients exhibiting signs of unstable chakra. These were simple, non-invasive tags designed to passively absorb and regulate minor chakra fluctuations. The clone carefully monitored the patient's reactions, noting any changes in their demeanor, energy levels, or reported feelings of stability. This was a preliminary step towards developing the chakra compression coil he had begun to conceptualize. All results, meticulously recorded and compiled, were to be relayed back to the scroll chamber beneath the Hokage archives. Naruto had established a secure communication link using coded messages embedded within seemingly ordinary hospital reports. His spiral lung technique, a method of focusing and manipulating wind chakra with incredible precision, had taught him a great deal about the nature of focused energy. Now, he wanted to apply those principles to chakra stabilization. He envisioned a wearable tag, something small and inconspicuous, that could gently guide and compress unstable chakra, whispering stability rather than forcefully imposing it. He spent the following days in the quiet solitude of the sealing chamber, poring over the data relayed by his clones. The patterns were complex and varied, but slowly, insights began to emerge. The curse-marked patients exhibited erratic and explosive bursts of chakra, often triggered by stress or negative emotions. Trauma patients frequently displayed fragmented and restless chakra patterns during sleep, and the passive seal tags, while only providing minimal stabilization, showed promising signs of subtly calming agitated chakra flows. The hospital became Naruto's laboratory, his clones his silent researchers. He was no longer focused on the battlefield, but on the quiet struggles of individuals wrestling with the unseen forces within themselves. He was learning a new kind of healing, one that went beyond physical wounds and delved into the intricate connection between chakra and emotion. Konohamaru asks a question. Konohamaru, ever the curious and loyal follower, had noticed Naruto's absence from his usual training spots. He had heard the whispers circulating through the village, hushed tones about the failed mission, the loss of Sasuke, and the strange air of disappointment that seemed to cling to his idol. One morning, he found Naruto outside the entrance to the Hokage archives, near the nondescript door that led to the mysterious sealing room. "Boss," Konohamaru said, his voice a mixture of respect and concern. His eyes, usually bright and full of mischief, were wide with a question he seemed hesitant to ask. "Did you lose?" Naruto didn't respond immediately. He stood for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the worn stone steps leading up to the archives. The morning sun cast long shadows, and the air was still and quiet. He knew Konohamaru looked up to him, saw him as a symbol of strength and unwavering victory. Admitting failure, especially to someone who held him in such high regard, was difficult. He finally turned to face his young protege, crouching down so that their eyes were level. "I didn't win," he said, his voice low and honest. He didn't want to sugarcoat the truth, but he also didn't want to crush Konohamaru's spirit. There was a subtle but important difference between not winning and losing completely. Konohamaru's brow furrowed slightly, his youthful face etched with confusion. "But you're still training?" he asked, gesturing vaguely towards the direction of the training grounds. He had seen Naruto diligently practicing his jutsu, his movements as energetic and focused as ever. "Yes," Naruto replied, meeting Konohamaru's questioning gaze. He stood up, reaching for a small, tightly wrapped paper band tucked into his pouch. "But why?" Konohamaru persisted, his curiosity piqued. If the mission had ended in failure, why was Naruto still pushing himself? Why hadn't he retreated into despair or frustration? Naruto carefully tied the fresh seal tag onto his belt, his movements deliberate and precise. He focused on the intricate folds of the paper, the way the chakra infused the delicate material. Because if the seal doesn't hold the first time, he began, his voice carrying a quiet conviction, you don't throw it away. He looked Kanomaru directly in the eye, his gaze earnest and filled with a hard-won understanding. You redraw it. The first attempt might fail, the initial plan might crumble, but that didn't mean the effort was wasted. It meant you learned, you adapted, you went back to the drawing board with renewed determination. Kanomaru stared at him for a long moment, the weight of Naruto's words sinking in. He saw not defeat in Naruto's eyes, but a quiet resilience, a refusal to give up even in the face of overwhelming odds. He began to understand that true strength wasn't just about winning every battle, but about the courage to keep fighting, to keep learning, even after a setback. A small smile touched Kanomaru's lips. He still looked up to Naruto, not just for his power, but for his unwavering spirit. He might not fully grasp the complexities of the failed mission, but he understood the core message. Failure was not the end, but an opportunity to learn and grow. So, you want to redraw the seal to bring Sasuke back? Kanomaru asked, a spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. Naruto paused, his gaze softening. He wished he could give Kanomaru a definitive answer, a promise of Sasuke's return. But the truth was far more uncertain. I don't know, Kanomaru, he said honestly, but I'm not giving up on him. And I'm not giving up on getting stronger, on finding new ways to help people. He ruffled Kanomaru's hair, a familiar gesture of affection. Now, how about we go get some ramen? I am starving. Kanomaru grinned, the earlier concern fading from his face. Yeah, let's go, boss. As they walked towards the village, Naruto knew that the path ahead was long and uncertain. But Kanomaru's simple question, and the quiet understanding that had passed between them, had given him a renewed sense of purpose. He wouldn't give up. He would keep training, keep learning, keep redrawing the seal until he found a way. Sakura's return, the unspoken bond. A week after his return, Naruto found himself sitting by the familiar stream that ran through the outskirts of the village. The gentle murmur of the water, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the warmth of the sun on his face offered a small measure of solace. It was a place where he often came to think, to escape the weight of the village's expectations and his own turbulent emotions. He was idly tossing pebbles into the water, watching the ripples spread and fade, when he heard a soft rustling in the nearby bushes. A moment later, Sakura emerged, her emerald eyes meeting his with a quiet intensity. She sat down beside him without a word, mirroring his posture, her gaze also fixed on the flowing water. They sat in comfortable silence for a long time, the unspoken bond between them a tangible presence in the air. It was a silence that spoke of shared history, of battles fought together, of dreams and disappointments understood without the need for words. Finally, Sakura broke the silence, her voice soft, barely above a whisper. You didn't say goodbye before going after him, she said, her gaze still fixed on the stream. There was no accusation in her tone, only a quiet observation of a fact that had likely weighed on both of them. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his spiky blonde hair. He knew his abrupt departure had probably worried her, but at the time, his only focus had been on reaching Sasuke. I didn't know how, he admitted, his voice low. The words of farewell had felt inadequate, unable to capture the mix of desperation and determination that had consumed him. Sakura nodded slowly, understanding flickering in her eyes. I didn't either, she confessed, her voice barely audible. She too had likely struggled with what to say, the fear and uncertainty of the situation making any words feel hollow. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a small, tightly wrapped paper band. He held it out to her, his gaze meeting hers. What's this? She asked, her brow furrowed with curiosity as she took the delicate object from his hand. Pulse break seal, he explained. If your chakra ever spikes from emotion too fast, it'll break and pulse a cooling feedback. It's just a precaution. He looked away, a slight blush creeping up his cheeks. He didn't want her to think he was implying she was weak or unstable. Sakura looked at the seal band, her fingers tracing the intricate folds of the paper. "You think I'll lose control?" she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of surprise. "No," Naruto said quickly, meeting her gaze again. "I think we all do, eventually. Life, it throws a lot at you. That's why seals exist, right? To help us manage, to keep things from breaking." He gestured vaguely, trying to explain his reasoning without sounding condescending. He knew Sakura was strong, both physically and emotionally, but he also knew the immense pressure she had been under, the pain of Sasuke's betrayal, the constant demands of her medical training. She slipped the paper band onto her wrist, the simple seal resting against her skin. She looked at it for a long moment, her expression unreadable. And then, she said nothing more. The silence that followed was different from the strained quiet of their initial meeting. This silence was filled with a sense of understanding, of unspoken support. Naruto knew that Sakura was hurting just as he was. The loss of Sasuke had left a void in their team, a wound that would take time to heal. But in this quiet moment by the stream, with the sun warming their faces and the gentle murmur of the water surrounding them, they had found a connection that transcended words. The pulse break seal was more than just a precautionary measure. It was a symbol of his care for her, a tangible representation of the bond they shared. As the afternoon wore on, they continued to sit in comfortable silence, occasionally exchanging a glance or a small smile. There was no need for grand pronouncements or tearful confessions. Their shared experience, their unspoken understanding, was enough. The stream flowed on, carrying their unspoken emotions with it, washing away a small part of the pain and leaving behind a quiet sense of hope. The letter from Jiraiya. Naruto returned to his small apartment late that night, the silence of the village still hanging heavy in the air. He had spent the evening in the sealing chamber, working on new designs, trying to channel his restless energy into something productive. As he entered his dimly lit room, his gaze fell upon a scroll lying on his bed. It hadn't been there when he left. There was no stamp, no official insignia, no sign of a messenger. It was simply a scroll made of familiar, high-quality paper, tied with a simple length of twine. But Naruto recognized the texture of the paper, the way it was rolled, the distinct lack of any official markings. His heart gave a small leap of recognition. He carefully picked up the scroll, the paper feeling strangely familiar in his hands. He untied the twine and unrolled it slowly, his eyes scanning the contents. The message was short, written in clean, precise brush strokes, the ink a deep, unwavering black. It was unmistakably Jiraiya's handwriting, travel-worn and slightly faded, but undeniably his. "I'm leaving. Alone. You're not ready for what's out there yet. Stay. Build what only you can. If I don't come back, don't follow. Teach instead." Jiraiya. Naruto sat down heavily on the edge of his futon, the scroll clutched in his hand. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. Surprise, concern, a strange sense of understanding, and a pang of loneliness. Jiraiya was leaving again, but this time it felt different. There was a finality in his words, a sense of purpose that both reassured and worried Naruto. "You're not ready for what's out there yet." Naruto read the line again. He knew Jiraiya was referring to the larger world, the threats that lurked beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf. He understood the legendary Sannin's assessment. He had just faced a formidable opponent in Sasuke, and the experience had left him humbled. He knew he still had much to learn, much to overcome. "Stay. Build what only you can." This line resonated deeply within him. Jiraiya had always encouraged him to forge his own path, to embrace his unique abilities. The work he had begun in the sealing chamber, the focus on healing and emotional stability through seals, perhaps this was what Jiraiya meant. Perhaps his true path lay not in chasing after Sasuke or seeking immediate revenge against the Akatsuki, but in building something new, something that only he, with his unique understanding of chakra and emotions, could create. If I don't come back, don't follow. This was the line that sent a chill down his spine. Jiraiya's missions were always dangerous, but there was an uncharacteristic somberness in this warning. It spoke of a threat far greater than anything he had faced before. A knot of fear tightened in Naruto's stomach. He couldn't imagine a world without Jiraiya, his eccentric mentor, his surrogate grandfather, the one who had always believed in him, even when he doubted himself. Teach instead. The final line struck a chord within him. He had already begun teaching Konohamaru, and he had recently started the informal SEAL classes. Perhaps Jiraiya saw a different kind of strength in him, a strength that lay not just in his fighting prowess, but in his ability to connect with and guide others. Naruto sat in silence for a long time, the scroll resting in his lap. The weight of Jiraiya's words pressed down on him. He thought of his mentor's mischievous grin, his sage advice, his unwavering support. He knew Jiraiya wouldn't leave without a good reason. He trusted his judgment, even if it pained him to think of him going alone into danger. Finally, with a sigh, Naruto picked up a fresh scroll from his desk. He uncapped his ink bottle, the familiar scent grounding him. He didn't begin drawing a new jutsu, a powerful weapon, or a battle strategy. Instead, his brush moved with a different kind of purpose, guided by Jiraiya's final instruction. He began to draw, not for a weapon, not for a battle, but for something entirely new, something that would build upon the foundation he had started, something that would help others find strength and stability within themselves. He didn't know exactly what it would become, but he knew it was the path Jiraiya wanted him to take. And for now, that was enough. Final notes, the doctrine begins. The idea had been gestating in his mind for weeks, a collection of scattered thoughts and observations slowly coalescing into a cohesive whole. Jiraiya's letter had provided the final push, the confirmation that this was the path he needed to pursue. He sat at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and ink, and began to formally outline his vision. Name: the Foundation Scrolls. Purpose: sealing as a healing discipline. This was the core principle, the guiding philosophy behind his work. Seals weren't just for fighting or containing. They could be tools for inner healing, for managing the complex interplay of chakra and emotions. First pillar: stabilization through breath-linked tags. This referred to the flow tags he had been experimenting with, the simple seals designed to harmonize with the user's natural breathing rhythm, providing a gentle and consistent anchor for their chakra flow. Second pillar: memory buffering via clone thread journals. This was a more ambitious concept, stemming from his experiences with shadow clones. He envisioned a system where clones could record and process overwhelming emotional experiences, effectively buffering the impact on the original individual psyche. It was still in the theoretical stage, but the potential was immense. Third pillar: seal calligraphy classes for high-risk shinobi. This directly addressed Jiraiya's instruction to teach. He envisioned offering specialized classes for shinobi who were prone to emotional outbursts or chakra instability, providing them with the tools and knowledge to manage their inner turmoil through the art of seal creation. Status: unapproved, unofficial, but real. He added this note as a reminder of the current reality. His work was outside the established structures of the village. It wasn't sanctioned by the Hokage or the council. But it was happening, it was growing, and it was making a difference, however small. That was what mattered. He tapped the final corner of the scroll with his thumb, a sense of quiet satisfaction settling over him. He had taken his failure, his pain, and Jiraiya's parting words, and forged them into something new, something with the potential to truly help people. He looked down at the ink-covered surface, the words forming a testament to his evolving understanding of the ninja arts. And then he whispered a thought that had been growing in his heart, a personal mantra for this new direction. Bonds are not chains. They're paper rings. Weak alone, but drawn right, they hold even gods. Quiet classroom, the first lesson. The small and used classroom in the academy annex felt surprisingly full, despite the meager number of occupants. It wasn't the size of the room, but the weight of unspoken anxieties and hesitant hopes that filled the space. It started with 5 students, all volunteers, drawn by word-of-mouth whispers and a shared sense of being different. None were prodigies. No Hyugas with their all-seeing eyes, no Uchiha with their potent Sharingan, no heirs to prestigious clans. These are the overlooked, the ones who struggled, the ones whose chakra sometimes felt like a wild, untamed beast threatening to break free. 2 had failed the academy final twice, their dreams of becoming full-fledged ninja hanging precariously by a thread. 1 had dropped out altogether, unable to cope with the pressures and the unpredictable nature of his own chakra. The other 2 were orphan genin, recently returned from missions bearing not just physical scars, but also the invisible wounds of chakra injuries and unstable flow cycles that left them feeling perpetually off balance. Naruto stood before them, a simple scroll unfurled on the dusty table in front of him, a well-used brush held loosely in his hand. He looked at their faces, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity reflected in their eyes. He remembered feeling that same uncertainty, that same yearning for control. "This is not a jutsu class," he began, his voice calm and steady, devoid of the usual boisterousness. "You won't learn how to fight with these seals. I'm not going to teach you any flashy new techniques to impress your sensei." The girl in the front, a petite kunoichi with fiery red hair named Kemi, frowned, her initial enthusiasm slightly dampened. "Then what's the point?" she asked, her voice laced with a hint of disappointment. They had all likely hoped for some secret training, a shortcut to power. Naruto uncapped his ink bottle, the familiar scent filling the air. "We're not building attacks," he explained, dipping his brush into the dark liquid. "We're building paths, channels, so when your power surges." He paused, his eyes meeting each of theirs in turn. "It has somewhere to go." With a deliberate movement, he drew a simple ring on the scroll, the lines smooth and unbroken. It wasn't an elaborate seal, but a fundamental shape, a symbol of containment and flow. He looked back at Kemi, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "We're learning to guide our chakra, not suppress it, to understand its rhythms, not fear its power. We're building a foundation, a way to stay grounded even when things get chaotic." The students looked at each other, a new understanding dawning in their eyes. This wasn't about becoming stronger in the traditional sense, but about gaining control, about finding a way to live with the untamed energy within them. It was a different kind of strength, a quiet resilience they hadn't considered before. The first lesson had begun. The foundation scrolls, Pillar 1, Flow Tags. Naruto carefully distributed the first sheets of practice paper by hand, his gaze lingering on each student's face. He saw the mixture of hope and skepticism, the yearning for control that mirrored his own past struggles. Each sheet bore a meticulously drawn wind conduction tag, a simple design executed with Naruto's own hand. It consisted of gentle loops of chakra containment intended to be worn along the wrist, pulsing faintly with a stabilized movement rhythm. The lines were clean and precise, each stroke imbued with a subtle flow of his own chakra, a primer for the students to follow. He emphasized that these were not explosive tags, not intricate binding arrays designed to restrain or inflict damage. There was no fire, no force inherent in their design. They were fundamentally different from the seals used in combat. "These are filters," Naruto explained, pointing to the delicate network of lines on the paper. "Think of them as a way to smooth out the rough edges of your chakra flow. They won't make you stronger, but they will help you maintain a more consistent and controlled output." Kemi, ever inquisitive, raised her hand again. "What happens if I get scared and my chakra spikes? Will it explode or something?" Her voice held a note of genuine concern, colored by past experiences of her own unpredictable chakra surges. Naruto pointed to the innermost loop of the design. This part will open and release the excess chakra slowly, gradually. Think of it like steam escaping through a carefully regulated vent instead of a sudden, dangerous burst. He wanted them to understand that these seals were designed to be responsive and safe, not restrictive or volatile. The boy next to her, a quiet genin named Takashi who often struggled with maintaining focus during training, raised his hand hesitantly. "Won't that make me weaker?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He had always been told that suppressing his power was a sign of weakness. Naruto smiled reassuringly. "No, Takeshi. It makes you clearer. When your chakra is flowing smoothly and predictably, you'll have better control over your techniques, better focus in combat, and a greater awareness of your own energy. It's not about diminishing your power, but about harnessing it more effectively." He then demonstrated how to trace the tag with their own chakra, emphasizing the importance of focusing on their breath. "Your breath is the foundation of your chakra control," he reminded them. "Link your breathing to the flow of your chakra as you trace the lines. Feel the energy move with your inhale and exhale." The students diligently set to work, their brows furrowed in concentration as they carefully followed Naruto's instructions. The room filled with the soft scratching of their charcoal pencils against the practice paper, punctuated by Naruto's gentle guidance and encouragement. It was a quiet, focused atmosphere, a stark contrast to the usual boisterous energy of a ninja training session. They weren't learning to fight, but to understand themselves, to build a connection with the energy that flowed within them. This was the first step on the path of the Foundation Scrolls, the initial exploration of the first pillar, stabilization through breath-link tags. MBU watches. After the third class, as the students were packing up their scrolls and practice papers, Naruto noticed them. Two figures perched silently on the far rooftop of the academy annex, their forms partially obscured by the shadows of the late afternoon sun. One was easily identifiable by the distinctive boar mask, a common designation within the AMBU ranks. The other figure, standing slightly behind and to the side, was more enigmatic. They stood with their arms folded across their chest, their posture relaxed yet alert, their presence radiating a silent intensity that Naruto recognized. It was the kind of quiet observation that spoke of experience and a sharp attention to detail. They didn't interrupt the class, didn't make any overt movements or gestures. They simply watched, their gazes fixed on the small group of students and their unusual instructor. They were like silent sentinels, assessing the situation, gathering information. Naruto understood the implications of their presence. Teaching unapproved seal work, especially to genin who were still in the early stages of their training, was a delicate matter. While it wasn't technically forbidden, the rules regarding seal creation were surprisingly open, allowing for innovation. It certainly raised eyebrows within the established hierarchy of the village. Anything that deviated from the norm, especially something involving the unpredictable nature of chakra, was bound to attract the attention of ANBU, the Hokage's eyes and ears. He didn't feel threatened by their observation. He knew he wasn't doing anything malicious or subversive. His intentions were pure, driven by a genuine desire to help those who struggled with their inner power. But he also understood the need for transparency, the importance of addressing any potential concerns before they escalated. As he collected the students' practice sheets, Naruto deliberately left one of his own scrolls open on the edge of the table, positioned so that the watching ANBU operatives would have a clear view of the contents. On it, he had written a simple, straightforward message in clear, legible script. "If this threatens the village, tell me where it's written." He knew they would see it. ANBU operatives were trained to observe, to analyze, to pick up on even the smallest details. He didn't expect an immediate response, perhaps not even any direct interaction. But he wanted them to know his intentions, to understand that he wasn't operating in secret or with any hidden agenda. He was simply trying to find a new way to help his fellow shinobi. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the training grounds, the two Yanbu figures remained on the rooftop, silent and watchful. They didn't acknowledge his message, didn't offer any indication of their thoughts or intentions. But Naruto knew they had seen it. And for now, that was all that mattered. The word had been sent, the gauntlet laid down in a quiet, unassuming way. The foundation scrolls were underway, and even the silent watchers of ANBU couldn't deny their existence. And word, he knew, would begin to spread. Iruka intervenes. That evening, as Naruto was reviewing the students' practice seals in the quiet of his apartment, there was a gentle knock on his door. He opened it to find Iruka standing in the hallway, his expression a mixture of concern and understanding. Iruka stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the scattered scrolls and ink bottles that cluttered Naruto's small living space. He wasn't angry, as Naruto had perhaps half expected. Iruka had always been a steadying presence in his life, a voice of reason and compassion. "You're not doing anything wrong, Naruto," Iruka began, his voice gentle but firm. "But you know how this looks, right? Unapproved seal training for genin. It's bound to raise some questions." He gestured vaguely, acknowledging the potential for misunderstandings and scrutiny. Naruto nodded, setting aside the scroll he was examining. He had anticipated this conversation. "I'm not trying to build an army, Iruka-sensei," he explained, meeting Iruka's gaze. "I'm trying to build drainage systems." Iruka blinked, his usual composed demeanor momentarily faltering. "Excuse me," he asked, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He wasn't quite sure he had heard Naruto correctly. Naruto picked up the scroll containing his initial notes on the Foundation scrolls, tapping it lightly with his finger. Everyone in the ninja world talks about chakra as power, as a weapon. But no one really teaches us how to hold it, how to manage it when it gets overwhelming, how to let it move without shaking us apart. He tried to articulate the core philosophy behind his work. Iruka rubbed his temples, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had never quite considered chakra in that way before. "You sound more like a monk than a ninja, Naruto," he observed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Naruto grinned, a spark of his usual playful energy returning. "Maybe we need both, Iruka-sensei. Maybe true strength isn't just about offense, but about inner peace and stability too." Iruka sighed, the amusement fading slightly as he considered the implications of Naruto's words. He knew the struggles that many young shinobi faced, the emotional toll of missions, the weight of expectations. Perhaps Naruto was onto something, a new approach to training that addressed a crucial, often overlooked aspect of being a ninja. "Just be careful, Naruto," Iruka cautioned, his voice now tinged with genuine concern. "The council can be unpredictable, and anything that isn't strictly by the book tends to draw their attention." "I know, Iruka-sensei," Naruto replied, his expression serious. "But I believe this is important. These kids, they remind me of myself when I was younger. Lost, struggling with a power I didn't understand. I want to help them find their footing." Iruka placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, a gesture of support and encouragement. "I know you do, Naruto. That's why I'm here. Not to tell you to stop, but to make sure you're aware of the potential challenges. If you need anything at all, just let me know." Naruto smiled gratefully. Iruka's support meant the world to him. He knew that his former academy teacher might not fully understand the intricacies of his seal work, but he trusted Naruto's intentions and believed in his ability to make a positive difference. As Iruka turned to leave, he paused at the doorway. "And Naruto?" "Yeah, Iruka-sensei? Maybe you're right. Maybe we do need ninja monks." He offered a small, encouraging smile before stepping out into the night. Naruto watched him go, a renewed sense of determination settling within him. He wasn't alone in this endeavor. He had Iruka's support, and that was a good start. Gaara sends a message. Later that night, as Naruto was preparing for bed, a familiar weight landed softly on his windowsill. He turned to see a messenger hawk, its feathers the color of desert sand, perched patiently, a small note tied to its leg. Naruto carefully untied the note, his heart quickening with anticipation. The paper bore the unmistakable red sand crest of Sunagakure, a symbol he had come to recognize and respect. He unrolled the tightly folded parchment, his eyes scanning the short, precise strokes of calligraphy. We have unstable cases. Sand requests your seal pattern. G. Naruto stared at the note for a long time, a wave of surprise and a quiet sense of vindication washing over him. Gaara, the Kazekage of Sunagakure. He had heard about Naruto's work, and he was asking for his help. He thought back to their shared history, the initial animosity, the eventual understanding and mutual respect that had grown between them. They were both Jinchuriki, both burdened with immense power and the constant struggle for control. If anyone could understand the need for seals that focused on inner stability, it was Gaara. He pulled out a new scroll, the smooth surface feeling cool beneath his fingertips. He carefully uncapped his finest brush and began to transcribe the flow tag, meticulously recreating every line and curve with perfect detail. He focused on the intention behind each stroke, the flow of chakra that he had imbued into the original design. He wanted to ensure that Gaara received a clear and accurate representation of his work. As he finished the transcription, he paused, considering the message he wanted to send back. He knew Gaara was a man of few words, but he also understood the weight of responsibility the Kazekage carried. He wanted to convey the fundamental principle behind the flow tag, the core belief that guided his work. At the bottom of the scroll, beneath the intricate drawing of the seal, he wrote two simple sentences. Let circle. Let pass. Let remain yours. He didn't sign it with his name. The red sand crest on Gaara's note was enough of an introduction. He carefully rolled up the scroll and tied it securely. He then attached it to the messenger hawk's leg, a silent offering of help and understanding across the vast distance separating their villages. As the hawk took flight, soaring into the night sky, Naruto watched it until it disappeared from view. A sense of quiet hope filled him. His work, born from his own failure and a desire to help others, was reaching beyond the borders of Konoha. The seals were spreading, carried on the wings of a desert hawk, a testament to the universal need for inner peace and stability in a world filled with conflict and turmoil. Clone deployment, chakra resonance study. Driven by the data his initial clones had gathered from the hospital, Naruto sought to expand his understanding of how emotional spikes affected chakra on a broader scale. He wanted to know how far the ripples of uncontrolled energy traveled, how they resonated with the environment, and if there were any discernible patterns beyond individual experiences. He deployed 3 new shadow clones around Konoha, strategically placing them in locations he believed might yield valuable insights. These weren't intended to be spies or observers of specific individuals, but rather sensitive resonance testers, designed to passively measure and record fluctuations in ambient chakra. One clone positioned himself discreetly outside the Konoha hospital, a place where emotions ran high: fear, grief, anxiety, but also relief and joy. Naruto reasoned that the concentration of strong emotional energy in this location might provide a baseline reading of how such energy impacted the surrounding chakra. Another clone took up a silent vigil near the memorial stone, the somber monument bearing the names of fallen shinobi. This was a place heavy with the weight of grief, loss, and remembrance. Naruto hypothesized that the collective sorrow imprinted on this location might create a unique chakra resonance pattern. The third clone ventured deep beneath Training Ground 11, a remote and often unused training area. He positioned himself beside a buried water table, believing that the earth and water might act as conductors or dampeners of chakra fluctuations. This location was chosen as a control, a place less likely to be directly influenced by intense emotional activity. Each clone bore a small, intricately designed seal relay node, specifically created to detect and transmit subtle changes in the surrounding chakra. They weren't actively seeking out emotional outbursts, but rather passively listening to the ambient energy, recording any spikes or unusual patterns. They weren't spies, but silent sensors, their presence unnoticed by the general populace. They were resonance testers, set to measure how far sealed chakra pulses traveled during moments of intense emotional experience. Fear, anger, regret, joy, all the raw, untamed emotions that course through the inhabitants of Konoha were potential data points in Naruto's silent experiment. The data began to flow back to the sealing chamber in sharp, spiraled loops of encoded chakra transmitted by the clones. Naruto meticulously analyzed the readings, charting the intensity, frequency, and location of each detected spike. The patterns were complex, a tapestry of fluctuating energy woven across the village. But as he delved deeper into the data, some interesting trends began to emerge. The strongest and most widespread chakra pulses consistently originated near the memorial stone, particularly during the early morning and late evening hours, when people often came to pay their respects and remember their loved ones. The readings from the hospital were also significant, with frequent but localized spikes coinciding with periods of intense activity or reported emotional distress within the wards. The control clone near the water table in Training Ground 11 registered a surprisingly stable baseline, with only minor fluctuations detected. His clones meticulously labeled the strongest and most persistent pulse near the memorial stone, tagging it with timestamps and intensity readings. Naruto made a careful note in his growing logbook. Grief patterns leave chakra scars. The collective sorrow of loss creates a lingering resonance within the village's energy flow. The data confirmed his initial hypothesis that strong emotions had a tangible impact on the surrounding chakra. But more importantly, it revealed patterns, subtle echoes of the village's collective emotional landscape. This understanding would prove invaluable as he continued to develop his foundation scrolls, providing a deeper insight into the connection between emotion, chakra, and the subtle energies that permeated Konoha. Hinata volunteers. Hinata appeared quietly at the door of the next seal calligraphy class, her presence almost ethereal. She stood hesitantly on the threshold for a moment, her lavender eyes glancing shyly at Naruto before she stepped into the room. She said nothing, no polite greeting or explanation for her unexpected arrival. She simply bowed her head slightly, a gesture of respect and humility, and then took a seat in the back corner of the room, away from the other students. Her movements were fluid and graceful, yet there was a subtle tension in her posture, a hint of unease in the way she held herself. Naruto looked at her once, his gaze lingering for a brief moment. He offered her a small, acknowledging nod, but refrained from calling attention to her presence. He knew Hinata was intensely private, and he didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable. She kept her gaze downcast, her long dark hair obscuring her expression. But even from across the room, Naruto could sense the subtle tremor in her chakra, a faint, almost imperceptible pulse that betrayed an inner turmoil she was trying to conceal. It wasn't a violent surge, but a delicate, fluttering vibration, like the wings of a trapped butterfly. Later, after the other students had finished their practice and left the classroom, Hinata lingered behind, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She looked up at Naruto, her eyes filled with a mixture of nervousness and determination. She began, her voice barely a whisper, the word catching in her throat. She seemed to struggle to find the right words, her usual shyness amplified by the weight of whatever she wanted to say. Naruto raised a hand gently, cutting her off. "You don't have to explain, Hinata," he said softly, offering her a reassuring smile. He had a feeling he already knew why she was there. He had witnessed her quiet strength, her unwavering loyalty, and the intensity of her emotions, especially when it came to those she cared about. She bowed her head again, a gesture of gratitude for his understanding. "I lose control," she finally managed to say, her voice still soft but gaining a touch more firmness. "Not when I'm afraid, but when I see someone else suffer." Her words resonated deeply with Naruto. He knew that feeling, that overwhelming surge of protectiveness, the burning desire to alleviate the pain of others. It was a powerful emotion, but one that could also be difficult to manage, threatening to overwhelm and consume. Naruto walked over to his desk and picked up a new scroll, one containing the design for a slightly modified flow tag, specifically tailored for individuals like Hinata. He handed it to her, his gaze filled with empathy and respect. She blinked, her lavender eyes widening slightly in surprise as she took the scroll. It was similar to the ones the other students had received, but with subtle differences in the intricate lines and symbols. "Then your seal won't suppress that," Naruto explained, his voice gentle. "It won't stop you from feeling the pain of others. That's not the goal." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. "It'll let you feel it," he continued, his gaze meeting hers with sincerity, without breaking. "It'll give that empathy a channel, a way to flow without overwhelming you." Hinata looked at the seal, her fingers tracing the delicate lines. A soft smile touched her lips, a genuine expression of relief and understanding. She knew Naruto wasn't trying to diminish her compassion, but rather to help her harness it, to transform that powerful emotion into a source of strength rather than a point of vulnerability. For someone who often felt overwhelmed by her own emotions and the emotions of others, this was a profound offering. She looked up at Naruto, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice filled with heartfelt sincerity. This simple seal represented more than just a technique. It was an acknowledgement of her unique sensitivity, a validation of her deeply empathetic nature. And in that moment, Hinata felt a quiet sense of hope, a feeling that perhaps she could finally learn to manage the intensity of her emotions without losing herself in the process. Tsunade calls him in. 2 nights later, a summons arrived, a direct order to report to the Hokage's office. Naruto's heart sank slightly. He had known that his unconventional teaching methods wouldn't go unnoticed forever, but he had hoped for a little more time before facing official scrutiny. He found Tsunade's office dimly lit, the usual stacks of paperwork casting long shadows in the soft lamplight. The air was thick with a sense of anticipation, or perhaps apprehension, on Naruto's part. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her expression unreadable, her gaze fixed on him as he entered the room. "I heard about your classes," she said, her voice neutral, giving no indication of her opinion. Naruto stood calmly before her, his hands clasped loosely behind his back. "Yes, Bachan," he replied, using his familiar nickname for her, hoping to inject a touch of informality into the potentially tense situation. "You're distributing custom seals," she continued, her gaze unwavering. "Unregistered, unreviewed, without Jonin's supervision." Her tone remained neutral, but the words carried a clear weight of authority. "Yes," Naruto confirmed, not trying to deny the facts. He knew he had bypassed protocol, but he believed his intentions justified the deviation. A long pause followed, the silence in the room amplifying the tension. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her sharp blue eyes studying him intently. "Explain," she finally said, the single word carrying the weight of a demand. So he did. He told her everything, starting from his initial inspiration in the sealing chamber after the failed Sasuke retrieval mission. He explained his theory about chakra and emotional stability, the need for guidance rather than suppression. He recounted the data he had gathered from his clones in the hospital and around the village, the patterns of chakra resonance linked to emotional spikes. He mentioned Gaara's request for the flow tag, the silent acknowledgement from another Jinchuriki. And finally, he told her about Hinata's quiet arrival in his classroom, her unique struggles with empathy, and the subtle modifications he had made to the flow tag to help her. He spoke with passion and conviction, his words flowing freely as he laid bare his motivations and the preliminary results of his work. He didn't try to downplay his unconventional methods, but he emphasized his genuine desire to help his fellow shinobi, especially those who struggled with the often overlooked challenges of emotional control and chakra stability. When he finally finished, the silence in the room hung heavy once more. Tsunade didn't immediately respond. She simply stared out the window, her expression thoughtful. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, she reached for a bottle of sake on her desk and poured herself a cup, the amber liquid catching the light. She took a sip, her gaze still distant. Finally, she turned back to him, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and something else, perhaps a hint of grudging respect. "You're walking a line, Naruto," she stated, her voice firm but not overtly hostile. Naruto nodded, understanding the implications of her words. He knew he was treading on unfamiliar territory, challenging established norms. "But I'm not crossing it, Bachan," he replied, his voice steady. "My intention is not to undermine the village or its regulations, but to find new ways to support our shinobi." Another pause. Tsunade swirled the sake in her cup, her gaze still fixed on him. "You're redrawing it, aren't you?" she finally said, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Naruto's own lips curved into a small smile. "Because it's not drawn where it should be, Bachan," he affirmed. He believed that the current understanding of chakra and emotional management was incomplete, and he was determined to help redefine it. Tsunade didn't argue further. She simply refilled her cup, the clinking of the sake bottle against the porcelain echoing in the quiet room. She took another long draught, her gaze now softer, perhaps even a little amused. She didn't offer any official endorsement of his foundation scrolls, but she didn't order him to stop either. Her silence, Naruto knew, was a form of cautious approval, a tacit acknowledgement that perhaps there was merit in his unconventional approach. He had walked the line, and for now, he hadn't fallen off. As she finally nodded, dismissing him with a curt flick of her hand, Naruto left the Hokage's office with a renewed sense of purpose. The barrier was shifting, slowly but surely. Final log, the barrier doctrine expands. Buoyed by Tsunade's tacit acceptance and the positive feedback from his students, and even Gaara, Naruto continued to refine and expand upon his initial ideas. The concept of sealing as a healing discipline was evolving into something more comprehensive, a structured approach to managing the complex relationship between chakra and emotions. He sat in his sealing chamber late one night, compiling his latest insights into a new scroll, one that outlined the expanding framework of his doctrine. The Barrier Doctrine, Phase 1. He titled the scroll with a sense of growing confidence. It wasn't just about individual seals anymore. It was about a broader philosophy, a new way of understanding inner strength. 10 seals for 10 emotions. This was his current working model, a framework based on his observations and the feedback he had received. He believed that while emotions were complex and nuanced, there were core categories that could be addressed through targeted seal designs, each linked to a chakra rhythm, not a jutsu function. This was a fundamental principle of his approach. These seals weren't meant to enhance offensive power or create specific techniques. They were designed to interact with the natural ebb and flow of a person's chakra, responding to and guiding the energy associated with different emotional states. Seal types. He listed the 10 seal types he had developed so far, each with a specific focus. Flow, for general chakra stabilization and smoothing out erratic fluctuations. Pulse delay, to gently slow down rapid surges of emotional energy. Root cooling, designed to ground and calm feelings of anger and frustration. Memory dampen, a more controversial seal, intended for temporary buffering of traumatic memories, still highly experimental. Breath loop, to link chakra flow directly to controlled breathing, promoting calmness. Cycle knot, for shinobi prone to energetic bursts, tying the surge to a calming breath cycle. Will stitch, to reinforce focus and determination during moments of doubt or fear. Flash dampener, to mitigate the disorienting effects of sudden shock or panic. Panic seal, to provide a sense of grounding and safety during overwhelming anxiety. Anchor loop, a more potent stabilization seal for severe chakra instability. Purpose, not to stop the ninja from feeling. He emphasized this point, knowing that suppressing emotions entirely was neither healthy nor realistic for a ninja, but to guide the chakra's path when it does. This was the core of the barrier doctrine, not suppression, but skillful guidance. He looked over the comprehensive list, a sense of accomplishment mixed with the understanding that this was just the beginning. He knew there was much more to learn, more seals to develop, more nuances to explore. But he had laid a foundation, a framework upon which to build. He titled the final scroll with a sense of quiet determination.